Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 3150. The scorching sun slowly moved over their heads, and the scorching heat had already subsided. As the streets resumed their liveliness, Taoist Xiao also woke up. Yuanya imitated Xiao Hua and closed his eyes for a while, but in the end, he couldn't endure it any longer. His eyes opened again, and he vigilantly looked around. Seeing Taoist Xiao stretch and sit up straight, he also hurriedly stood up and stood behind Taoist Xiao. Yuanya stood up, and Xiao Hua also stood up. However, looking at his lazy and somewhat clumsy appearance, where was the demeanor of an expert? 4 hours after noon, Taoist Xiao's table seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. Not only did 2 families bring their children to ask Taoist Xiao to name their children, but there were also 3 couples who secretly asked Taoist Xiao to give them advice on marriage and the so-called 8 characters of horoscope. Of course, the 8 characters of these 3 couples were all suitable in Taoist Xiao's mouth. Even if one pair didn't seem to be suitable, with 3 copper coins, Taoist Xiao used his great divine ability to change the heavenly secrets and make them suitable. Xiao Hua found it funny behind Taoist Xiao, but this had nothing to do with him. He only slightly narrowed his eyes and stood there. Seeing that the sun was already setting, Xiao Taoist's face was filled with joy under the orange sunlight. He had earned a lot of copper coins today, which was really out of his expectations. A faint melody came out of his mouth, which was a rare sight. "Io, is this fellow Taoist Xiao?" A slightly exaggerated voice came from not far behind him. "Did you sing this little tune of Liao Jiang?" Xiao Hua's lips curled up. He didn't need to look. Although this voice wasn't very familiar, it was familiar. It was Zen Master Ming Yu that he met in front of the general store. As Zen Master Ming Yu's voice entered his ears, Taoist Xiao's body clearly stiffened. Without waiting for him to speak, another faint voice came out. "Ba, fellow Taoist Xiao, is this the kind of gaudy little tune passed down in your Taoist school? It's no wonder. Such a difficult song. Even a talented person would not be able to master it easily. Even a senior monk of my Buddhist sect would not be able to understand it. Who would dare to be a disciple of your Taoist sect?" Thinking about it, senior brother Ming Yu often lamented to this poor monk that Taoists aren't popular. This poor monk probably knows the reason now. Taoist Xiao's mouth was filled with bitterness. What else could he say? He had been careless and allowed the Buddhist monk to grab his braid. He turned his head to look at the 3 of them. Although they were smiling submissively and occasionally clasping their hands together to greet the villagers they met, the pride in their eyes and the brand-new monk robes made Xiao Taoist priest feel that it was a form of mockery. "Oh, and this fellow immortal, I think we met before noon?" Zen Master Ming Yu looked at Xiao Hua again and said with a smile, "This poor monk sees that you are still young and inexperienced in the world. Don't be deceived by this Taoist. If you have time, I hope you can make a trip to my Shaojin temple and see the brilliance of my Buddhist sect." Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, where are you 3 fellow immortals trying to deceive the ignorant? How many men and women have you fished up from the sea of sin today? Taoist Master Xiao straightened up and retorted without backing down. "Looking at your physiques, they are indeed stronger than I. It's quite suitable for us to fish someone out from this sea of misery. Alas, my Taoist sect emphasizes being detached from the world. I sang a few songs to experience the suffering of the people, and also to improve my cultivation. Fellow immortals, it's said that the Buddhist sect emphasizes going ashore, treating the boundless mortal world as a sea of misery. You guys don't rest on the shore, but wander in the sea every day. How can you fish people out from the sea of misery? Could it be that you want to use silver to make boats? As for this fellow Taoist, he has long been a disciple of my Taoist sect. Even if you beat him to death, he won't go and learn any Buddhist doctrine." Xiao Hua heard Taoist Master Zhao's words and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, except for Zen Master Ming Yu, the 2 monks behind him were fat and big, looking like wine sacks and rice bags. If it weren't for the fact that the Buddhist sect's days were too comfortable, how could they be like this? Without waiting for Zen Master Ming Yu to speak, the other monks smiled faintly. "Even if my Buddhist sect uses silver to make boats in the sea of misery, it's still because my Buddha sacrificed himself. It's 100 times better than your Taoist sect using copper coins to make boats. Even if my Buddhist sect has disciples fishing people out from the shore, it's still tens of thousands of people. It's 1,000 times better than your Taoist sect's 3 to 5 lone men." Taoist Master Zhao's soft spot was obviously poked by the three monks. After being at a loss for words, he coldly said, "Speaking of lotus flower tongue, I can't compare with the Buddhist sect that only relies on words to save people. However, my Taoist sect has always emphasized cultivation of Tao techniques. If you guys can do it, I don't even need to make a move. This good-for-nothing disciple of mine can also fight 1 against 3. Why don't you give it a try?" Xiao Hua, who was at the side, laughed in his heart. He really didn't expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect would actually confront each other like this. Seeing the embarrassment on the faces of the three monks, Taoist Master Xiao was very proud of himself. He didn't know how many times he had fought with the monks of the small gold temple, so he was very clear about each other's strength. He clearly knew that other than Zen Master Ming Yu, the other two monks couldn't possibly be Yuan Ya's opponent. Furthermore, how could Zen Master Ming Yu fight him on the street? He couldn't win against them with words, so he could only use a challenge to suppress the three of them. Unexpectedly, the three monks suddenly laughed, as if they had seen something very interesting. They looked at each other, then Zen Master Ming Yu opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, is this a challenge from your Zhangchao temple to my small gold temple?" Taoist Master Xiao had a bad feeling. However, now that the matter had reached this point, there were already a few villagers of the Longevity Town standing on the side. How could he shrink back? Seeing Taoist Master Xiao nod his head, he stiffened his neck and said, that's right. Does Small Gold Temple dare to accept my Zhangchao Temple's challenge?" Of course. Zen Master Ming Yu laughed as if he saw a little lamb falling into a trap. He replied, "This old monk will represent my Small Gold Temple to accept the challenge from Zhangchao Temple. 3 days later, it will be in front of my Small Gold Temple's mountain gate. However, it doesn't need to be 1 against 3, it only needs to be 1 against 1. Why 3 days later? Why not in my Zhangchao Temple?" Taoist Master Xiao hurriedly shouted. "Since it is the Zhangchao Temple that issued the challenge, the time and place naturally will be decided by my Small Gold Temple. This is the custom of the 3 continents. Could it be that Taoist Master Xiao doesn't know? Besides, does Taoist Master Xiao think that your Zhangchao Temple has a place to show off your martial arts?" Zen Master Ming Yu replied with some disdain. "Fine." Taoist Master Xiao clenched his teeth, not knowing whether to agree or not. However, Xiao Hua looked at Taoist Master Zhao's slightly moving eyes and already somewhat understood what he was thinking. The Small Gold Temple knew of Yuan Ya's strength, yet it still didn't need to fight 1 against 3. Something must have changed in 3 days. Other than running away, what other good plan could Taoist Master Xiao have? Taoist Master Xiao, this old monk will spread this matter throughout Longevity Town. If the Zhangchao Temple doesn't show up in 3 days, then Taoist Master Ming Yu's face. Whatever Xiao Hua could think of, Zen Master Ming Yu naturally had already thought of it. Right after Taoist Master Xiao opened his mouth, Zen Master Ming Yu immediately said, and his gaze swept across the surrounding villagers. Fine. Taoist Master Zhao's teeth were about to be bitten off. His face was full of bitterness, but he couldn't not agree in front of everyone. Also, Zen Master Ming Yu laughed again. Since it's a challenge, naturally there must be a reward. Okay. Hearing this, Taoist Master Zhao's eyes brightened. His teeth suddenly didn't hurt anymore. He shouted, "How many copper coins?" "Not the copper coins you Taoists use to redeem people." Zen Master Ming Yu said with some disdain, "This time, my Buddhist sect and your Taoist sect will make a big bet. Whoever loses will have to leave Longevity Town." What? Taoist Master Xiao was shocked. He hurriedly clenched his teeth again, as if the teeth that had stopped hurting just now were starting to hurt again. There's actually such a grand event between Buddhism and Taoism? Just as Taoist Master Xiao was clenching his teeth again, and almost swallowing them into his stomach, a clear voice rang out from outside the crowd. 10 days later is the day of the decennial immortal and Buddha ceremony between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhism, right? It's been a long time since my Longevity Academy and Small Gold Temple joined hands to discuss the friendship between Buddhism and Confucianism. Why don't we just move this challenge to 10 days later? How about my Longevity Academy also participate once? When Zen Master Ming Yu and the others heard this, joy appeared on their faces. They looked towards the source of the voice, put their palms together and said, "So it's Zhu Tanyue, this poor monk greets you. You're too polite, 3 great masters, please. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man wearing Confucian attire, wearing a Confucian headband, and holding a feather fan in his hand. He smiled and cupped his fists in return. The surrounding crowd also respectfully called out, "Greetings, Principal Zhu." Looking at this square face, sharp eyebrows, fine nose, and bright eyes Principal Zhu, Xiaohua already understood that this Confucian cultivator should be the principal of Longevity Academy in Longevity Town. Behind this Confucian cultivator, there were several rows of scholars of various ages wearing the same Confucian attire. They lined up in a neat formation, and very elegantly walked over from outside the town. Presumably, Longevity Academy had something to do outside the town, and they were returning in the afternoon and were about to pass by here. Taoist priest Xiao. That Principal Zhu slightly greeted Zen Master Ming Yu and the people beside him. He looked at Taoist priest Xiao with a smile and said, "Although you and I have never met before, this little one has long heard of Taoist priest's name. Now is a good opportunity. You won't stop my Longevity Academy from participating in this matter, right?" Hee. Taoist priest Zhao's face was a bit unnatural. He concealed his laughter and said, "This challenge was originally a matter between my Taoist sect and Buddhist sect. I also didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Small Gold Temple, but Zen Master Mingyu is pressing on step by step. I have no choice but to accept. Longevity Academy is a Confucian cultivator, and has nothing to do with Buddhist sect or Taoist sect. There's no need for them to get involved, right? Moreover, since the Immortal and Buddha ceremony is in 10 days, your Longevity Academy and Small Gold Temple can freely exchange pointers. Why are you pulling my Taoist sect in for no reason? Are Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators joining hands again?" Hee. Taoist priest Xiao is thinking too much. Principal Zhu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "The Immortal and Buddha ceremony that is held once every 10 years is merely a tradition of my hidden immortal continent and Western paradise. It is to celebrate that time in ancient times when the 3 continents joined hands. Now, who knows how many years have already passed? This Taoist sect has already lost many other Taoist sect. Why is Taoist priest thinking too much?" Chapter 3151. There was a towering mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. This mountain range was very strange. There were no trees on the mountain range, nor were there any birds or beasts. There were only red rocks. The surface of the rocks emitted a faint light, and within the light, there were layers upon layers of talismans that slowly rotated. In the western sky, the blood-red sun shined on the red rocks, making them look like they were emitting a faint flame. Thousands of feet above the mountain range, there were also countless powerful formations and restrictions. There was no wind or clouds, and the central part of the sky was filled with a faint grayish-white color. Within the grayish-white color, there were layers upon layers of black clouds that were like mountain ranges. Looking from the outside, there were only bursts of lightning flashing in the gloomy black clouds. There were also faint sounds of thunder, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Even the flashing light was like a candle in the night, disappearing in a flash. At the end of the mountain range was the mouth of a valley that was hundreds of feet wide. The mouth of the valley was also like the top of the mountain range. There was a firm formation that firmly sealed the entrance, and not a single bird or beast could be seen. The powerful fluctuations from the formation spread out without any concealment, however. At this moment, there were thousands of cultivators 100 feet away from the entrance of the valley. They wore different clothes and held different magical treasures in their hands. They stretched from the ground all the way to the sky and completely surrounded the entrance of the valley. All of the cultivators had nervous expressions as they stared at the formation at the mouth of the valley without blinking. The treasures in their hands emitted different lights, as if they had all made ample preparations. As long as there were any abnormalities at the mouth of the valley, countless treasures would fly out and smash into the mouth of the valley. The inside of the valley was not as calm as the outside. The inside of the valley was much more spacious than the outside. It was likely several miles wide. The stone wall inside the valley was different from the stone wall outside the valley. Although it was also made of red rocks and had layers of restrictions, the restrictions here were 10 times finer than the ones outside the valley. Every single rune was covered in fine lines, and those fine lines created wind runes. The wind runes rushed into the runes, and once again, they emitted various colors of brilliance. However, this light was covered by a black and red color on the rocks. This black and red color covered the entire walls of the valley, and the thickness was different. Experienced cultivators would know that this black and red color was caused by the blood that had splashed on the walls. Looking into the depths of the valley, the walls of the valley seemed to have been washed by blood. It was a black and red color, and it was very strange. The valley seemed to have just gone through a fierce battle. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The air was rich with the yuan qi of heaven and earth. At this moment, it was extremely violent. From time to time, one could hear the sound of explosions. Small strong storms suddenly formed and rushed in all directions. Most of them hit the mountain rocks of the mountain range. On the crimson-red mountain rocks, talismans flashed and the storms disappeared without a trace. Even the black and red blood didn't fall. It was unknown how much blood had been spilled on the rocks, and how many years this blood had existed for. Not only that, but because of the battle, the space inside the valley had become extremely unstable. From time to time, spatial cracks would appear. Although these spatial cracks only appeared for a short period of time, they were very destructive. Occasionally, a spatial crack would hit the rocks, and the blood on the rocks would scatter. Then, the talismans on the rocks would collapse, revealing the red rocks. Only when the spatial cracks disappeared did the talismans around the rocks slowly gather and restore the formation. At this time, there weren't many living people in the valley. There were only corpses lying on the ground. The corpses were also strange. Half of them were human corpses, and the other half were not very similar to humans. Some of these corpses were very tall, some were very black, some had wings on their backs, and some had legs on their heads. There were even all kinds of strange shapes of birds and beasts. These corpses had one thing in common, and that was that there were traces of black gas or blood-red light flashing faintly. These black gas and blood-red light were between the scattered pieces of the corpses. Some of them were like earthworms that wanted to gradually enter the rocks, and some were like small snakes that wanted to swim to other places. However, without exception, they were all caught by the flashing restrictions on the ground. Traces of lightning-like brilliance flashed, and they were gradually strangled to death. There weren't many living people in the valley, and they all had magic treasures in their hands. Their bodies flashed with various colors as they flew rapidly in the air. From time to time, they avoided the spatial cracks and extremely strong hurricanes as they flew into the depths of the valley. Everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance, and their faces were filled with extreme exhaustion. However, their divine senses were like a spider's web, sweeping around inch by inch. They didn't dare to miss a single spot. The deepest part of the valley was an area with a radius of 10,000 feet. This space of 10,000 feet was like a giant cocoon, filled with black and red mist. This mist rolled violently like a cocoon squirming. Inside the black and red mist, there were countless broken limbs moving up and down from time to time. There were even some wailing heads that suddenly appeared and let out a shrill cry. However, before this shrill cry could be heard, a layer of violent fluctuations appeared outside the black gas, blocking it. The core of the black and red mist wasn't inside the stone wall, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it was at the center of this 10,000 feet wide area. The core was no longer covered in mist, but rather extremely condensed. Drops of sticky blood mixed with the black flames slowly flowed in the center. The black flame surrounded a hole that was several hundred feet wide. Almost endless black gas and black flames flowed out from this hole. They couldn't rush into the valley in time, so they condensed at the core. Bursts of obscure and indescribable sobbing sounds came from this hole. Aside from the black gas and the sobbing sounds, the depths of the hole were filled with blood-red light. It was impossible to see what was inside at all. At this moment, at the edge of the hole, countless thunderous sounds came from the void, and endless lightning flashed. Waves of slow, unparalleled, and inhuman force came from the edge of the hole and squeezed inwards. Under this pressure, the hole began to shrink bit by bit. Looking at the black-red ball of chi that had shrunk to about 1,000 feet in size, there were over 200 cultivators dressed in different Taoist robes standing in the air. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, and some had simple faces and some had ferocious appearances. However, without exception, these cultivators were even more tired than the cultivators flying in the outer valley. The light around many of them had dimmed, and the treasures in their hands were damaged. Many of them had lost an arm or a leg. Among these cultivators in Taoist robes, there were more than a dozen young men in sword robes. They didn't have any treasures in their hands, but they stood straight as if they were treasures themselves. What was special was that strands of spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. There was a faint flash of light around them, and flying swords flew out from their bodies. The silhouettes of the flying swords flashed by and didn't linger for even a moment. Whether it was the cultivators in Taoist robes or the swordsmen in sword robes, their expressions were filled with vigilance and pride. Although they were staring at the black gas, there was a sense of relief in their eyes. Although these 200 cultivators appeared to be standing in a disorderly manner, it was actually a very powerful formation. Slowly and rhythmically, the natural energies of heaven and earth rushed into the formation from all directions, evenly and in an orderly manner, falling into the left side of different cultivators. As the spiritual energy rushed in, the formation seemed to be breathing and flashed with a faint golden light. A faint rooster shape appeared, but there were many flaws in this rooster shape. It was clear that there were cultivators in those places, but they were no longer there. About 10,000 feet above the hundreds of cultivators, there were several people standing under an oval-shaped canopy. The cultivator at the front looked to be around 30 years old. His face was simple and his forehead was bulging. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The cultivator's gaze swept across the formation as if his gaze could pierce through the black and red fog. He smiled and said to the 40-year-old cultivator next to him, Vice Alliance leader Luo, the reason why the 3 cultivation countries were able to defeat the Devil Realm was all because of the Alliance leader's Pleiades Devil-Devouring Immortal formation. I thank the Pleiades Devil-Devouring Immortal Alliance on behalf of the 3 cultivation countries and the country of sword cultivators. Vice Alliance leader Luo, who was in his 40s, had a very dignified appearance. Even though he did not speak, there was an indescribable presence about him that was like the light of the rising sun. This presence was not some sort of dharma power or divine ability, but it made people feel close to him at first glance, as if he was the only friend they had in their lives. Vice Alliance leader Luo's movements were even more elegant. When the cultivator finished speaking, he immediately bowed and said, Senior Xueqi, you are the Alliance leader. Ah. You are too polite. Hearing this, Starry Sky panicked. Starry Sky had always believed that no matter if it was the 3 cultivation countries or the Pleiades Immortal Alliance, they were all part of my Taoist sect. Their inheritance originated from the ancient times. You and I are going to work together. No matter if it was the ancient Buddhist sect or the Confucian cultivators, or even the current Devil Realm, they will all be destroyed under the torrent of my orthodox Taoism. Haha. Vice Alliance leader Luo represents the Pleiades Immortal Alliance. Your ambition is really great. This 30-year-old cultivator was the alliance leader of the Morning Rain Continent's 3 cultivation countries, Taoist Xueqi. After hearing Luo Xingtian's words, he smiled and said, I don't dare to think about these. I only want to be able to resist the invasion of the Devil Realm during my time as the alliance leader, protect the demon-resisting valley, and protect the 3 cultivation countries, as well as the country of Huan and other places. At this point, a hint of worry flashed across Taoist Xueqi's smiling face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Chapter 3152. How could Luo Xingtian not see it? He hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Xueqi, we have already won the battle in the demon-resisting valley. The space meridian between the demon realm and the human realm has gradually closed under the power of the realm. Only the demon venerables of the demon realm have the power to resist such power, right? With their demon venerables' bodies, they can't pass through the space meridian between the 2 realms. The curtain of the war is about to fall irrevocably. Senior, what are you worried about? Sigh Xingtian. Taoist Master Xueqi looked around and seemed to be a little worried. He said through voice transmission, You have been in the 3 countries for less than 1,000 years. You didn't make it in time for the last battle in the demon-resisting valley, so you don't know. Last time, the 3 countries relied on the defense of the capital star formation to block the invasion of the demon realm. In the battle, 3 out of 60 people died. Among them, there were 2 void refinement realm cultivators, 17 spirit severing realm cultivators, and 44 nascent soul realm cultivators. Those below the nascent soul realm. Let's not talk about them. Yes, about this. Luo Xingtian hesitated and said through voice transmission, I have also heard that the capital star formation is a defensive formation. It is not as good as the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal formation that I brought. But since the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal formation is an offensive formation, sacrifices are inevitable. Oh, Deputy Leader Luo, you are wrong. Taoist Master Xueqi shook his head and said, I am not talking about the problem of the offensive formation. The best defense is offense. I know this. And to be honest, if we still use the capital star formation this time, I am afraid that there will be more casualties. Hiss. Luo Xingtian took a breath of cold air and said anxiously, Senior, you mean, the space meridian here is getting more and more stable? It can become a space passage? The strength of the demons attacking this time has increased greatly? That's right. Taoist Master Xueqi nodded. This is the problem that I found in the last 3 great battles. With that said, Taoist Master Xueqi pointed at the big formation below him and explained, there are 365 top cultivators of the 3 countries and the Huan country in this Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation. They are all nascent soul realm cultivators, spirit-severing realm cultivators, and void refinement realm cultivators. But now, 121 of them have died. It is twice as many as the last time. This can't help but alert me. If this continues to develop, after 1,000 years, won't these 300 cultivators be killed? Even if he could withstand it after 1,000 years, what about after 2,000 years? Do we still have enough cultivators to set up this array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really don't know. Senior, you're right. Luo Xingtian's expression changed as well. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. We have to plan ahead. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to travel from the Immortal Alliance to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Our Immortal Alliance has countless means, but none of them can pass through the innate restrictive formation of the Million Mountains. Even if we do pass through, more than half of them will die when we reach the world of soul cultivators. Less than 1 in 100 can follow me to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Alas, the method to build the transmission array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation has been lost, let alone such a long transmission distance. Immortal Xueqi shook his head slightly and said, this is not realistic. When Luo Xingtian heard this, he smiled faintly and said, it's fine even if you don't have a teleportation array. Since Senior already knows about the changes in the space meridian, we should prepare as soon as possible. In fact, in Junior's opinion, the Imperial Demon Valley of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation is a solid barrier. Moreover, there are many restrictions in the space meridian. Ordinary demons, demon soldiers, and demon beasts can't enter. Those who exceed the strength of a demon commander can't enter either. Only demon generals, special demon soldiers, and demon commanders can pass through the space meridian. This is really beneficial for our human race. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of disaster it will be if hundreds of millions of demon beasts or demon soldiers rush into the Imperial Demon Valley, right? Hee. Although I haven't seen it, how can I not know after hearing what Deputy Leader Luo said? If that happens, the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will rush in. We don't have to rely on the cultivators above the nascent soul stage to resist. Yes, after today, Lord Alliance Leader has to think carefully about how to mobilize these low-level disciples. Luo Xingtian didn't hide it and transmitted his voice. Although the great war of immortals and demons in the Imperial Demon Valley is very important, the leaders of the various sects didn't participate, and the low-level disciples of the various sects didn't participate. Even many cultivators don't particularly understand the great war of immortals and demons. Except for the dozens of days of the great war of immortals and demons, the various sects didn't mention this matter. This is not good for the future war situation. Indeed. Taoist Master Xueqi nodded. With the experience of defeating the Immortal Alliance, the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will definitely. Not good. Just as Taoist Master Xueqi was speaking, the black-red fog suddenly froze, and the obscure sound also stopped. Then, a red brilliance flashed out of the fog. Woo-woo. Ka-ka-ka. A spear-shaped demonic weapon that was over 10 feet long suddenly shot out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Moreover, the demonic spear was so sharp and so fast that it pierced through the air, causing the already unstable space to collapse inch by inch. The person closest to the demonic spear was a young female cultivator. That female cultivator obviously discovered it later than Taoist Master Xueqi. When the demonic spear had rushed into the distance of 10 feet, she hurriedly rubbed her hands together, and a magic weapon like a jade hairpin rushed out. A blue wave emerged from the female cultivator's body, and the fine lines like scales protected the space of 10 feet around the female cultivator. However, before the demonic spear could hit this layer of protection, the collapsed space fluctuations had already rushed close. With a crisp caw-caw-cob sound, The scale-like ripples produced even finer cracks. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the jade hairpin was immediately broken under the impact of the demonic spear. The female cultivator's face changed greatly, and her figure flashed, wanting to teleport out. However, the space around her was shrouded by the demonic spear, so how could she teleport? Swoosh swoosh. A sharp sound rang out, and the female cultivator's protective magic weapon was broken. The flesh on her left arm instantly disappeared, and the demonic spear whistled past her. Alas, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. Taoist Master Xueqi's heart relaxed when he saw that the female cultivator only had her left arm broken. He sighed and said, "Chong Bisect's Fairy Li Yu has escaped a disaster." Fairy Li Yu has already reached the early stage of void refinement, Luo Xingtian next to him said with a smile, but the one who threw the demonic spear should have the cultivation of a devil monarch. This guy can't pass through the space meridian, so I'm afraid he will use the demonic spear to vent his anger. This is probably the last blow before the space meridian closes. Yes, it should be so. Taoist Master Xueqi looked again. At this time, the entire great array was flashing with golden brilliance. Layers of protection appeared in front of the demonic spear out of thin air. Although these layers of protection were easily broken, they seemed to be continuous and slowly blocked the demonic spear in mid-air. Clang! Two sword sounds rang out, and a huge red sword that was also 10 feet long appeared in mid-air. With a boom, it slashed the demonic spear. Waves of chi surged from the demonic spear, shaking the brilliance of the great golden array. In the middle of the demonic spear, traces of black chi flickered, and thousands of fine cracks appeared in the space. The demonic spear was actually cut into 3 pieces by the huge sword. Good, Luo Xingtian clapped his hands and said, "Void Heaven Sword School's Jiangzhu Jiang Spirit Sword is becoming more and more fierce." Humph, such a good demonic spear. It's a waste. A void refinement cultivator next to him looked at the huge sword that had transformed into a human and waved his hand. The demonic spear that had been cut into 3 pieces fell into his hand, and he said coldly, "Hee hee. Taoist brother Ji Feng." Luo Xingtian laughed and said, "You are now the deputy union leader of the Immortal Alliance, not Ji Feng Zi of the Magnificent Spirit Sect. The difference between Dao and sword can't be revealed casually." "Deputy union leader, I won't decline your guidance," Ji Feng Zi said faintly and then bowed. "Lord Union Leader, this junior will take this subordinate to look around. Now that the demonic path in the Imperial Devil Valley is about to be closed, there might be a lot of fish that escape the net hiding in the Imperial Devil Valley." "And go." Taoist Master Xueqi waved his hand with a smile. "This matter is more important. If the demons sneak into the 3 countries of cultivation, wouldn't our Imperial Devil Valley have fought in vain?" Ji Feng Zi left, and Luo Xingtian accompanied Taoist Master Xueqi to look at the demonic qi inside the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation that was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the war had already ended, but to their surprise, the real story had just begun. Somewhere in the Imperial Devil Valley, a Taoist with white hair and a youthful face was wearing a Taoist robe. He was holding a Rui scepter in his hand and was standing quietly in mid-air. There was a faint light in his eyes as he looked at the black and red fog around him. The fog was already a little messy, and it was obvious that there had been a fight just now. Although the Taoist master wanted to stand upright in the air, he couldn't help but stoop a little. His white hair was a little messy, and his face, which was supposed to be as rosy as a baby's, was no longer clean. Instead, it looked a little flushed. The expression in the Taoist's eyes was a little inconsistent with his quiet figure. There were traces of anger, indignation, and even more fear. If one looked closely, although this Taoist was standing calmly in the air, his body was trembling uncontrollably. However, it was also covered by his wide Taoist robe, so it was not obvious, however. His hand that was holding the Rui scepter tightly and the veins on his forehead were gradually showing, and his emotions were exposed. The Taoist's eyes turned sharply, and his divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Then he raised his snow-white eyebrows, raised the Rui scepter, and said coldly, "Come out, this poor Taoist has already seen you." However, after this Taoist said a few words, the black and red fog was silent, and there was no movement at all. Humph! The Taoist did not say anything more. He waved the Rui scepter, and instantly, all the chi of heaven and earth around the Rui scepter gathered, and the chi of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was sucked dry. A shadow that was a few times bigger than the Rui scepter gradually formed in the air. When the shadow solidified, the Taoist waved gently, and the shadow flew out silently. The Taoist even said, "The people of the mortal realm have always done things openly. Since you did not come out, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 3153. Just as the Taoist finished his sentence, the Rui Scepter's phantom plunged into the black-red fog. A huge hole appeared in the fog due to the Rui Scepter's phantom. Following that, an earth-shaking rumble sounded from the fog, sweeping away the black-red fog. At the end of the fog was an extremely burly man leaning against a mountain rock. He was 20 feet tall and emitted a pitch-black fog. The fog wrapped around the burly man, and in the black fog, some scarlet flames were emitted from the burly man's body. They entangled with the black fog, forming an armor similar to the black-red fog. The burly man looked similar to a human, but if one looked carefully, the edges of the burly man's body were formed from slightly retracting black fog. It isolated his true body from the heaven and earth spiritual energies of Demon Resistance Valley. There was also the burly man's face that was as black as charcoal. His scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust. All of this meant that the burly man was not the person from the human world that the Taoist had mentioned in the sky. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The burly man laughed loudly. Before he could finish laughing, he coughed and held his chest with his hand. He panted rapidly, as though he had suffered serious internal injuries. As he panted, sparks mixed with wisps of black fog rushed out of his mouth and nose. Upon closer inspection, the burly man's armor had indeed cracked in many places. However, it was obscured by the thick black fog. And at his waist, there was a hole the size of a skull. Black blood was flowing out, and there were also sparks in the black blood. Ha ha ha, people from a human world are only... Taoist you! Who are you? Why did you only chase after me? The burly man didn't seem to be hurt by the Rui Scepter's shadow. He jumped out of the black and red fog shakily and flew in the air with his body tilted. He said with a grin, but his words were very unfamiliar. He almost spat out each word awkwardly. The rules of my human world state that we have to report our names in front of 2 armies. How can we be like your fiend world, fighting as soon as we arrive? If you hadn't ambushed I and injured I, how could I have chased after you alone? The Taoist priest seemed to be a little impatient. After saying that, he waved the Rui scepter and shouted, "Both sides are grim fiends. It doesn't matter who I kill. Why bother asking for the reason? I am Reverend Sun Lu of the Chongbai sect. Which devil of the devil realm are you?" As the Rui scepter moved, it stirred up countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy in the air. An inexplicable trajectory appeared in the Taoist's hand as he waved the Rui scepter. The trajectory streaked across the space, tearing it apart. A half-acre Rui scepter phantom appeared once again, but this time, it was even more powerful. It actually stirred up even more heaven and earth origin energy. It was like a kind of spirit tide, surging and surging towards the people of the demon world. Hee hee, just in time. This venerable is the fiend world's fiend General Xueqi. It's precisely because I want to experience the methods of your mortal world's experts. As the burly man spoke, the black aura around him surged. His entire body seemed to expand, gradually growing to about 10 feet. Hee hee. A strange sound came from Xueqi's mouth. His devil chi stretched out like tentacles, and he waved his hand with difficulty. A pitch-black devil blade flashed in his hand. With a light wave, the blade trembled slightly, and countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. There was also another strange mark on the tip of the devil blade. This Xueqi actually wanted to use a devil blade to fight against a half-acre spirit tide. Hiss! Reverend Sun Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with a fanatical light, and the flush on his face became even more intense. However, just as the Rui scepter in his hand was about to burst forth with brilliance, he frowned slightly. His body suddenly became illusory. From behind him, a sharp black light flashed, and a crack appeared in the space where he was standing just now. This long crack flashed with a black and white brilliance. It was several feet long, and the brilliance of this crack rapidly closed, gradually disappearing. When Reverend Sun Li's figure flashed again about 10 feet in front of him, a strange hoarse voice sounded, "Hee hee. You really are a famous expert in the human world. Just now, there was a fool who called herself Nishan who died under my eroding ruler. You actually managed to dodge it?" Taoist Master Sun Lu looked over angrily. Behind where he had been standing, there was another slender figure. The figure's face was blurry, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The figure was holding something similar to a tree branch in its hand, and it was saying strange things with a smug look on its face. Although that person's tone was not small, looking at his red clothes-fitting armor, which was also tattered, and traces of dark red devil chi were constantly seeping out. Presumably, his injuries were not light. Something's not right. This neither male nor female demon glanced at his own devil weapon. Suddenly, he pointed at Reverend Sun Lu in disbelief and shouted, You were clearly injured by me just now. How could you dodge it? How can your body be tougher than my Devil Realm's devil generals? When Xueqi looked at Reverend Sun Lu again, sure enough, Reverend Sun Li's hand was slightly covering a certain part of his Taoist robe. His body was also slightly trembling, as if he was really injured. Kill! Xueqi bellowed. Hundreds of strands of devil chi rushed out of his body, sealing off the area to the left of Taoist Master Sun Lu. That devil cultivator shook his shoulder, and red devil fire soared into the sky, transforming into a devil body. Under the branch-like devil weapon, the area to the right of Taoist Master Sun Lu was filled with ferocious flames. Ha ha ha. Even if you all come, what can you do? Reverend Sun Lu raised his head and laughed. Thousands of rays of light rushed out of his body. These rays of light were as small as silk, and they bloomed like bees. These rays of light intertwined together, like pythons winding around Reverend Sun Li's body. At this time, Reverend Sun Li's body also expanded, and a Dharma body of 10 feet in size gradually emerged. Roar! Like a dragon's roar, the rays of light around Reverend Sun Li's body turned into the shape of a dragon, and twisted towards the jade scepter in his hand. But at this time, a strange change occurred. Reverend Sun Li's body suddenly trembled, and the surging dragon let out a miserable roar, and quickly withdrew into Reverend Sun Li's body. Reverend Sun Li's face changed dramatically, and his fingers trembled, as if he wanted to take something. However, just as his finger moved, before he could touch the storage bag at his waist, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body, which was dozens of feet tall, flashed rapidly. Clearly, he wanted to turn into a void and fly away. At this moment, a pitch-black spearhead, which was emitting black chi, flashed out from the void behind his back and pierced into his heart with lightning speed. Bang! Reverend Sun Li's body flashed with brilliance. Obviously, his protective chi was unable to block the spearhead. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon-shaped brilliance disappeared. Not only that, but the green brilliance on Reverend Sun Li's Taoist robe also flourished and blocked the spearhead. But the black chi on the spearhead was incomparably agile, like a spirit snake, and when it opened its mouth, it devoured the green brilliance completely. Therefore the spearhead pierced deeply into Reverend Sun Li's back, as if it was piercing tofu. It pierced through Reverend Sun Lu, and a small part of the spearhead came out from his chest. Reverend Sun Lu staggered, and without turning his head, a huge shadow appeared on his jade scepter, and with a whoosh, it brushed behind him. Kakaka. An owl-like laughter sounded, and the spearhead on Reverend Sun Li's chest disappeared at the same time. A demon general, holding a long spear as thick as a bowl, appeared behind Reverend Sun Lu. This demon general's face was black, and his flesh was blurred. It was impossible to see his true face. Facing the shadow of Reverend Sun Li's Rui, this demon general's face was full of astonishment. His figure retreated slightly, and his mouth spoke half-cooked words like Chi-ku. The people of the human world are indeed our food. What I saw before was a weak body, and it was tasteless for me to chew. This guy's body is somewhat interesting. Even after being stabbed by me, he still has such strength. I'm afraid that his muscles are strong, and his chewing is tasty. Reverend Sun Li's Rui. Sure enough, it was only halfway through, and the brilliance suddenly dimmed, and the huge shadow gradually shrank back into the scepter. At this moment, Reverend Sun Lu did not bother to say anything. He gritted his teeth, and narrowed his eyes at the 3 demons who surrounded him in a triangle, and the light of revenge faintly appeared in his eyes. Reverend Sun Lu. How is it? You've killed many disciples of my demon world, and now you know the taste of being killed. I remember that there's a saying in the human world, those who kill will be killed by others. Is it like this? Xueqi coldly said, holding the demon saber in his hand. You invaded my human world, killed my people, and ate my people. Killing you will be accumulating merit. Reverend Sun Li's voice was getting weaker, but his spirit was rising. Chiku, why are you being so long-winded with him? Capture his nascent soul, and we'll share his blood essence. The time for the demon gate to close is coming. The last man to appear raised his spear and said impatiently. Good, Chiku smiled, and a long blood-red tongue came out of his mouth, and licked the side of his mouth. With a whoosh, the thin and tall blood shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, swung his hand, and a fishnet-like net, shining with blood-red brilliance and suffused with black gas, covered Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's body gradually withered, and a five-colored brilliance appeared above his head. An infant's nascent soul, whose face was exactly the same as Reverend Sun Li's, appeared above Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul was wearing an extremely exquisite armor, and there was also a small scepter in his hand. Seeing the nascent soul leave his body, Chiku and the others unconsciously drooled. Go, the thin and tall blood shadow pointed his finger, and the black net fell towards the nascent soul. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul did not seem to panic, nor did it prepare to teleport away as the three demon generals thought. They only heard the nascent soul sneer, revealing endless ridicule. Chapter 3154. Seeing Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul suddenly grow, it was as if someone had blown a lot of air into his stomach. This is bad, this guy. How can he self-destruct his nascent soul? Chiku was shocked. There were too few self-destructing nascent souls. Who wouldn't want to escape if they could teleport? Chiku cursed and turned to leave. The large man holding the spear also spat and cursed. Bad luck. I didn't say I was going to capture your soul essence. If you explode your nascent soul, even your soul essence won't be able to escape. So how can you talk about reincarnation? You're harming others without benefiting yourself. As he spoke, he also wanted to leave. But just as the two were about to turn around, a faint golden light flashed from Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The two unconsciously glanced. A dragon-shaped thing was held in Taoist Master Sun Li's left hand. Long Yu. Both of them were shocked, and the same thought came to their minds. How can this thing fall into the hands of a human cultivator? That's right. The demon general, who was neither male nor female, yelled. It's the dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade's dragon body, how would he have been able to block my attack? Quick! This thing is a gift from the heavens. It's our chance. Hearing this, how could Chiku and the others shrink back? Although the self-destruction of nascent souls was a bit troublesome, it was impossible to take their lives. Chiku shouted, Taoist Yuna, I'll let you see my means. As he spoke, Chiku's entire body instantly became thinner. A pitch-black flame emerged from his hand, and his body suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. Faster than the wind, he slapped down on Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The man with the long spear didn't hesitate. He put away the spear in his hand and punched himself in the chest. The bloody face completely rushed out, as if spitting out a mouthful of blood, also sprinkled towards Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. Since Chi-He and Sun Lu could see it, the blood shadow, who was neither male nor female, could see it even more clearly. He was even closer. Although he was extremely regretful of his slip of the tongue, he waved his hand, and the black flames turned into a black net about 10 feet wide. He wanted to imprison Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul before it exploded. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the Rui scepter in Taoist Sun Li's nascent soul's hand. With a loud bang, the Rui scepter shattered into powder. The yuan qi that burst out from the powder was like a fuse, igniting Taoist Sun Li's nascent soul. It's too late. Without waiting for Chiku and the other two to think, Taoist Master Sun Li's yuanying flashed a few times before exploding with a bang. This was the self-destruction of a yuanying. In an instant, it set off a boundless hurricane within the valley. The already unstable space, at this moment, walala. The window paper that was already riddled with holes was blown apart by the hurricane. Several huge holes were formed in the air nearby. If it was an ordinary yuanying self-destruction, the power might not be so great. However, Taoist Master Sun Lu was not an ordinary yuanying cultivator. He had the dragon jade in his hand. Not only was his body tougher than a demon general's, the amount of heaven and earth spirit chi his nascent soul could hold was several times that of an ordinary person. In particular, this nascent soul was as tough as the body. When it exploded, the power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary yuanying. In addition, The 3 demon generals had set up a restriction around 10 feet around them. In this small space, the power of Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul self-destruction was too powerful. On the ground behind Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul, a hole suddenly appeared and gradually tore open. Just as the hole appeared, a golden light flashed, and the dragon jade in Taoist Master Sun Li's hand shot into the gradually expanding oval-shaped hole without anyone noticing. Under the effect of the power of space, the hole gradually shrank. And when it was only about 10 feet away, a naked, skinny man flew out from the hole and floated straight into the distance, then slowly fell down. Xueqi and the other 2 from the demon realm were greedy and wanted to take the initiative. But if they knew the common sense of the human realm, they would know that they had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Just as they saw that the situation was hopeless, they turned around and tried to hide in the void, but the strong energy storm and the swift and violent self-destruction had already caught up with them. They were already seriously injured and were at the end of their rope. The power of Taoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. The moment they came into contact with this power, their armor collapsed, revealing their bodies. Just as they tried to resist, it was as if they were hit by an infinite hammer. They only lasted for a moment before they turned into a pool of flesh and blood. When the 3 bodies collapsed, a faint blood shadow flashed out and tried to escape again. But the hole that just formed mercilessly sucked 2 of the blood shadows in. 2 screams came out from the hole, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. The last blood shadow looked at the hole not far away in panic, and quickly flew into the depths of the valley. Just as the blood shadow flew away, the hole that Taoist Master Sun Li had torn open on the ground slowly closed and disappeared. However, Taoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was really powerful. In the void, after the hole closed, countless space bubbles expanded and expanded like bubbles. In just a few breaths, puff puff puff, several deep piercing sounds could be heard, and several space cracks were pierced through, and rays of light rushed into the void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From 3 consecutive holes, a small marten rushed out and fell into the mountains. A small black dog appeared in the sky tens of thousands of miles away and also fell down. As for another hole, between 3 towering mountains, a sword embryo fell like a meteor. At the same time, far away in the sky, there was another hole that had been blasted open. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a small 4-tailed fox jumped out from the hole. The small fox looked around in surprise, as if it was lost. Just as the fox was about to turn around and jump into the hole again, an incomparably majestic aura came from the hole. The fox's eyes seemed to be filled with panic, and it didn't dare to jump into the hole again. It looked up and directly flew into the hole that had been created by the self-destruction of the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The majestic aura quickly arrived at the edge of the hole. At this time, the hole had already shrunk to about a foot. A golden light swept out from the hole, and then with a sigh, a small silver-white wolf jumped out from the hole. It sniffed the air with its nose and directly flew into the hole. However, when the silver wolf flew out, the hole was extremely far away from the fox's previous location. Before the hole closed, another hole appeared beside it. Just as this hole appeared, a ray of light came from the other side of the hole, and a beautiful voice came from there. "Dyer, quick, there's a passage here." "Hello. Is there anyone home?" Then a childish voice came, and then a delicate little girl stuck her head out of the hole. After looking, she immediately shrank back. "Goddess, this place is very strange." "Oh? It seems like it's the human world." The little girl shrank back, and another woman flashing with 5-colored light appeared in front of the hole. The woman looked and shouted in ecstasy. "Human world? What human world?" The little girl called Dai, clearly didn't understand. "Quick! Let's go." The woman called Empress waved her hand, and the same 5-colored radiance enveloped the little girl. The 2 of them rushed into the crack and landed in midair. "Let's hurry over while the crack in space hasn't closed yet." "Thank you, the merciful Holy Mother. You're really merciful. When I find it, I'll thank you again." A multicolored brilliance flashed across the sky, and the woman disappeared. The crack that had already closed suddenly swelled again for some unknown reason. However, it was only the last time that it swelled, and its position moved a few miles away. At the same time, a human figure in a black cloak flashed out of the space. This human figure only appeared on a corner of the cloak when the crack was squeezed together. This human figure didn't stop at all, and squeezed through with all his might. "Who With a soft sound, the crack disappeared. After the last black figure walked out of the crack, the holes in the void finally regained their calmness, gradually closing up one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, just as the last hole was about to close up, a faint shadow flashing with white holy light once again crawled out of the hole. Similarly, it was extremely surprised as it looked left and right. Two winged figures appeared on its back, charging out of the hole diagonally. Just like the previous few groups of unfamiliar guests, it flew out of the hole that was about to close up. Not long after, the yuan qi of heaven and earth at the place where the nascent soul exploded became more and more chaotic, and the space became more and more unstable. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, but the original hole, along with Taoist Sun Lu, Qi He, and the others, had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that so many things had happened in the void in the time it took to finish a cup of tea's worth of tea's time. So many variables had come to this place. How many stories were there behind all these variables? After another incense's time, a dozen rays of light flew over from the distance. When they reached the sky, they stopped, revealing the true faces of these people. Most of them were like Taoist Sun Lu, disheveled, and many of them had injuries on their bodies. At the front was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in a white robe, and although there were some bloodstains, they were smooth. The man scanned with his divine sense and frowned. He looked around and whispered, "This should be where the spiritual energy exploded just now. Judging from this aura, it seems to be Taoist Sun Li's Sai." Beside him was a middle-aged Taoist who was dressed in the same robe as Taoist Sun Lu. He sighed and said sadly, reporting to the Swift Wind Alliance leader, "This is the aura of my sect's martial nephew Sun Lu." Chapter 3155. Immortal Sun Lu had a profound cultivation and hated evil. He was the backbone of the immortal allies. Now that he is gone, there will be one less person who can destroy evil and promote good in this world. The patrolman was Ji Fengzi. He looked at the messy spiritual qi under his feet and looked up at the void cracks in the sky that could close at any time. He said sadly, "The Utopia faction sacrificed a lot to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Apprentice nephew Xueqi, the people of the immortal allies have witnessed your sect's performance. When the war is over, the immortal allies will reward you handsomely." Immortal Xueqi cupped his hands in front of his chest and said sadly, "Defending against the invasion of the demonic realm is the most important task of the immortal allies. All the other sects and factions are doing their best to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Our Utopia faction is just one of them. I don't dare to accept such a reward from the alliance leader." Heh, my fellow cultivator Huanshu, you don't have to be so modest." Another old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew to them and said with a smile, "Judging from the aura, besides the aura of martial nephew Sun Lu, there are also 3 auras of people from the devil realm. Martial nephew Sun Lu killed 3 people from the devil realm by himself. This power is beyond our reach. Now that martial nephew Sun Lu has fallen, this glory will naturally fall to your Utopia faction. We won't make a fuss about this." Ji Fengzi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Apprentice nephew Feng from the Celestial Ascension sect is right. Immortal Sun Lu exploded his original soul and even gave up the 6 paths of reincarnation just to kill 3 people from the demonic realm. If the immortal allies don't reward him for his sacrifice, wouldn't they be disappointed? Then, thank you, Alliance leader." Immortal Xueqi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "I will go back and search for Immortal Sun Li's natal spiritual tablet. Don't be so anxious. Apprentice nephew Xueqi, you just stay here and see if Immortal Sun Lu has left anything." Ji Fengzi waved his hand and a sword light flashed under his feet. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and gave Immortal Xueqi a few words. Then he said to the people beside him, "Okay, the gate of the demonic realm should be closed now. Let's search again to see if there are any survivors of the demonic realm." "Yes, thank you for your concern, Alliance Master." Taoist Xueqi cupped his hands in thanks. Ji Fengzi waved his hand and said to the 2 people next to him, "Feng Shu, Chan Si Miao, you 2 go back and pass down the order. Ask all the disciples above the gold core stage who haven't entered the demon-resisting valley to go to the demon-resisting valley and search for our fellow cultivators one by one. All right, everything you find must be handed over to the Immortal Alliance, and the Immortal Alliance will return the items to the various sections. The Immortal Alliance token will have other rewards. Yes, Junior obeys. A middle-aged man about 40 years old who looked as handsome as Feng Shu flew over and said with a bow. Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect and Chan Si Miao from the Immortal Music sect received orders from the Deputy Alliance leader Ji Fengzi, and returned to the Immortal Alliance's temporary encampment in the middle of the Imperial Devil Valley. Immediately after, he issued an Immortal Alliance order, summoning all the Golden Core stage and above disciples of the various sects to enter the Imperial Demon Valley and conduct a search. It turned out that the guards outside the Imperial Demon Valley were all disciples of various sections. At this time, most of the disciples had entered the Imperial Demon Valley, and only a few disciples with insufficient cultivation were scattered outside the valley. The search had been going on for 10 days. The battle in the Imperial Demon Valley was very tragic. If the people of the Devil Realm were not killed by the cultivators of the human realm, then the cultivators of the human realm were devoured by the people of the Devil Realm. There were no casualties. Instead, they picked up a lot of magic treasures and other things that were lost. What? You found a naked person? Therefore, when a disciple came forward to report that he found a naked cultivator, Feng Shu of the Immortal Ascension sect was extremely surprised and blurted out. But then, Feng Shu realized his gaffe. He looked at Chan Si Miao of the Immortal Music sect, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and laughed at himself. Look at me, my head has been so tight these days. I almost forgot myself. Then he looked at the disciple who came forward to report and scolded. What's so strange about being naked? It's just that his clothes were torn in the fight. When he said the word torn, it was unknown what Feng Shu thought of, but he unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. He was somewhat absent-minded. But, the disciple argued, that person is still alive. What? Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were stunned. They both stood up and said in unison, there are still people alive in the Imperial Demon Valley? Yes, we also don't understand. We searched the valley for more than 10 days, but there were only badly mutilated corpses. We didn't see anyone injured, so we were surprised and what? Chan Si Miao was also interested and asked curiously. And this person didn't have any injuries. The disciple's face revealed a strange expression. He said, also, we were afraid that he was a senior from some sect, so we went forward to check his injuries. But we found that this person was actually only at the chi refining stage. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Shu heard this and shook his head. Only nascent soul cultivators can enter the Imperial Demon Valley. This has been the rule of the Immortal Alliance for millions of years. Even if you Golden Core disciples came, you would only be snacks for the people of the Devil Realm. How could you let a chi refining disciple in? Maybe he's a disciple that the Alliance leaders brought? Chan Si Miao frowned. How could the Alliance leaders be so reckless? Feng Shu waved his hand and said, it's useless to say more. Let's wait and see first. As he spoke, he asked the disciple to bring the person in. However, when the disciple turned around, Feng Shu suddenly asked, where did you find this person? Senior Feng, that person is not in the depths of the Imperial Demon Valley. The disciple naturally understood Feng Shu's meaning and answered without hesitation. Then, he thought for a moment and said hesitantly, if you think about the surroundings, it's not far from the place where Reverend Sun Lu died. The place where Reverend Sun Lu self-destructed? Chan Si Miao was curious. He looked at Feng Shu and said, if that's the case, with the power of Reverend Sun Li's self-destruction, this person doesn't seem to have any reason to survive? At least, it's impossible for him to be unharmed. So, that means he went there after Reverend Sun Lu self-destructed? Feng Shu nodded and said, otherwise, when Reverend Huashu of the Utopia faction cleaned up the mess, there's no way he wouldn't be discovered. Suddenly, Chan Si Miao's expression changed drastically. He said in horror, could it be? Feng Shu also realized and said anxiously, no. At that time, the gate of the demonic realm was not closed. Could it be that he's from the demonic realm? The disciple smiled bitterly and said, seniors, that person is clearly from the mortal realm, and, the cultivation of the chi refining stage. Chan Si Miao's expression was slightly embarrassed. Then he smiled and said, the people of the demonic realm are getting more and more shrewd. Maybe they're imitating our demonic realm cultivation skills. Yes, quickly bring that person in. Feng Shu also agreed. Not long after, The disciple brought in a thin and tall person. The person was wearing a Taoist robe that was stained with blood. His shiny head was drooping, and his slender arms were exposed outside of his Taoist robe. When the disciple put the person on the ground, Feng Shu looked at the person's beardless face without eyebrows and closed eyes. After a while he said softly, "Fellow cultivator Chan, could it be that he's not from the demonic realm? Instead, he's from the Buddha?" Before Feng Shu could finish, Chan Simiao shook his head and said in a low voice, "As far as I know, the bald head might not be theirs. Also, I've never heard that they don't even have eyebrows." "Yes," Feng Shu nodded and said, "this person's cultivation is indeed at the qi refining stage. But the true qi in his meridians is a little strange." "Yes, I think so too. This amount of true qi should be at the foundation establishment stage, but why hasn't it liquefied yet? I'm afraid it's a good-for-nothing disciple of some sect, stuck at the foundation establishment stage?" Chan Simiao said with a smile. "Fellow cultivator Chan, even if it's a good-for-nothing disciple, they definitely wouldn't throw him into the demon-resisting valley. This is clearly against the rules of the Immortal Alliance." Feng Shu shook his head. "By the way, isn't this person uninjured? Why didn't you wake him up?" Feng Shu looked at the disciple and asked, "I've already stimulated this person's meridians, but he doesn't know at all." The disciple smiled bitterly. "Oh, I see." Feng Shu raised his foot and kicked the person's body. A ray of light flashed, and his dermic powers naturally shook into the person's meridians. However, the person's body shook and then stopped moving. "What's going on?" Feng Shu went forward as if he didn't believe in evil. He reached out and patted the person's lower dantian. However, just as his palm touched it, a trace of surprise flashed across Feng Shu's face. Just as he was about to raise his head, he immediately lowered it. When Chan Simiao saw this, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Fellow cultivator Feng, did you discover something?" No, I don't seem to have the ability to wake him up." A strange look flashed across Feng Shu's eyes. Then he said with a smile, "Why don't we put him at the back first and wait for the alliance leader and the others to come back and take a look together? If that's the case, I will also try." As Chan Simiao spoke, he took a step forward. "Io, fellow cultivator Chan. There's no need to trouble you. Look, if I use the soul-searching technique, would it be appropriate?" Feng Shu was anxious and blurted out, "The soul-searching technique." Chan Simiao stopped and looked at Feng Shu, then looked at the person on the ground. He frowned and said, "I am not proficient in the soul-searching technique. If you are anxious to know the ins and outs of this person, only the soul-searching technique is suitable. Then I'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Feng." It's no problem." Feng Shu seemed to be relieved and said, "However, I's soul-searching technique can't guarantee that I will be able to find something from this person's memories. Furthermore, there's a possibility that this person will become an idiot. This person is just a kid in the qi refining stage. How much defense can he have? With Feng Shu's spirit-severing stage cultivation, can't he read his memories?" Chan Simiao laughed and said, "If fellow cultivator doesn't dare, then I can try." Chapter 3156. Feng Shu originally wanted to ask, but after hearing Chan Simiao's words, he waved his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. However, if I really turn this person into an idiot, fellow Chan, please don't blame me." Of course not. Soul-searching techniques have always had a chance of failing. Even if the alliance leader were to come in person, he might not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate. "So please proceed, fellow Taoist Feng," Chan Simiao replied with a smile. Feng Shu nodded and glanced at the person on the ground. His right hand formed dozens of complicated seals, all of which hit the person's head. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and his index finger moved the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. Circles of four-colored brilliance were born like colorful butterflies. Along with Feng Shu's finger, they pressed on the person's forehead. However, in an instant, Feng Shu's originally relaxed expression became serious. Slowly, it turned into a kind of mockery. He snorted from his nose and took out his index finger. He turned to look at Chan Simiao and shook his head. "I have embarrassed myself. This person has really become an idiot. In his memory, there is nothing. I'm afraid that just now Chan Si Miao didn't seem to be surprised, but the disciple next to him exclaimed. Then, Feng Shu's sharp gaze swept over him and he immediately lowered his head. Feng Shu, his eyelids moved. The moment the disciple lowered his head, he actually saw the person's eyelids move slightly. This time, Feng Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood to the side and watched quietly. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the person finally opened his eyes. He first looked around, then sat up. He looked at the 3 people next to him and asked, "You? Who are you? Where is this place?" Feng Shu smiled and said, "This is the Imperial Demon Valley." "Who are we? Don't you know?" "Imperial Demon Valley?" the person muttered. He looked at Feng Shu and shook his head. "Who are you? How would I know?" "Then, who are you?" Chan Si Miao smiled. "Yes, who am I?" The person was stunned and said this sentence inexplicably. Then, he seemed to be talking to himself. "Who can I be? If I knew who I was, would I not tell you?" This person was naturally Zhang Xiaohua, who had floated out of the void crack. However, his memories had been sealed by the bracelet in the void. Now that Feng Shu had searched his soul, how could he have any memories? Forget it. Since I don't know his name, there's no need to think about it anymore. Feng Shu understood in his heart that there might be a problem with his soul-searching technique. He waved his hand and said, "This old man wants to ask you, which sect are you from? Why are we in the Imperial Demon Valley?" "What sect?" "That's right. What sect am I from?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Sect." Feng Shu sighed and looked at Chan Si Miao. His eyes were filled with helplessness, as if he was feeling guilty for failing to search Chan Si Miao's soul. Then, Feng Shu asked again, "Little guy, where did you come from? Or, what are you doing here?" "This." Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand and scratched his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "This? I don't remember. It seems I should know, but I just don't know." Chan Si Miao nodded slightly and turned to look at Feng Shu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. When Feng Shu saw Chan Si Miao's gaze, he could only smack his dry lips. He looked at the confused Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and waved his hand. "You don't even know the Imperial Demon Valley, and you don't even know where you came from. You are really an idiot. Forget it, you can leave first." Then he said to the disciple beside him, "Take him to rest and wait for orders from the Alliance." "Yes, this disciple understands." The disciple bowed and quickly left with Zhang Xiaohua. When the 2 of them were far away, Feng Shu's face was filled with smiles. He turned to Chan Si Miao and said, "Fellow Chan, cough cough, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." "Not at all. People make mistakes and horses stumble. This soul-searching technique has always been like this. It's convenient, but it's very harmful. I believe fellow Feng is thinking for our immortal alliance and is anxious to know this child's origin. That's why you came up with this plan." Chan Si Miao replied with a smile. Hee, fellow Chan's words are exactly what I'm thinking." Feng Shu sighed. It's really strange that such a person with such low cultivation suddenly appeared in the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm afraid he's a monster from the demon realm. That's why, as Feng Shu spoke, he wanted to say something but hesitated. If that's the case, fellow Feng can rest assured. The people of the demon realm have been fighting with our human realm for so long. The meridians and bodies of the people of the demon realm are completely different from those of the human realm. This person is obviously from the human realm. Moreover, his meridians have the Qi refinement realm's true Qi. How can the demon realm imitate this? Hearing Chan Si Miao mention the true Qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, the corner of Feng Shu's right eye twitched slightly. Then he chuckled and said, "That's good. I'm just afraid that it's a new method from the demon realm. That's why I'm anxious. I know. Fellow Feng, you don't have to worry about it. If the alliance leader asks, I will definitely bear with it." Chan Si Miao said with a righteous look. "Then, I'll thank fellow Chan." Feng Shu bowed. It's fine. If it wasn't for my low cultivation, I would have done it too." Chan Si Miao returned the greeting. However, Feng Shu didn't relax because of Chan Si Miao's sharing of the burden. Instead, he looked outside and said hesitantly, But what? Could it be that fellow Feng is worried about me? Besides, it's just a little chi refinement kid. Chan Si Miao was displeased. No. Feng Shu hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Fellow Chan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust others. Others? Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Who is this others? Feng Shu sighed and waved his hand. A restriction was formed. Then, he walked to a chair and sat down. He picked up a small transparent red fruit from the jade table and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he said with a smile, Chan Si Miao, you and I have a deep friendship. Why are you pretending to be confused? Chan Si Miao seemed to be even more confused. He also walked to the table and sat down. He also picked up the small red fruit and ate a few. Then he looked up at Feng Shu and said with a smile, I don't know what you're talking about. I just used the soul-searching technique on a kid in the chi refinement realm and turned him into an idiot. He just lost all his memories and didn't hurt his life. Well, even if his life was hurt, who would say anything? That was then and this is now. If it were any other time, no one would say anything. But now, it's really hard to say. Feng Shu said mysteriously. Then, seeing that Chan Si Miao was still confused, he felt a little disappointed and said in a low voice, Our immortal alliance has always been loose. It only shows its effect when the people of the demon realm attack our human realm. Normally, it is just an empty shell. Feng Shu listened and looked at Chan Si Miao's expressionless face. He said again, But why are Kunlun Sec's immortal Xian Qing, Tai Ching Sec's immortal Huan Hua, and Splendid Sec's Ji Fengzi all fighting for the position of immortal alliance leader? Isn't that obvious? I'm not a person who only meditates. Of course I know about this. Chan Si Miao said unhappily, Isn't it because every time the immortals and demons fight, the immortal alliance's resources in the demon-resisting valley are allocated by the alliance leader? There's a lot of tricks in this. Hee, isn't that so? Today, the Dawn Rain continent is lacking in resources. We don't have the advantages of ancient cultivation. Which sect, which disciple isn't worried about spirit stones and spirit pills? In addition, every 1,000 years, the demon realm invades our human realm and consumes a lot of resources. The path of cultivation is getting more and more difficult. The sword cultivators of the Huan country also attack the 3 countries of cultivation from time to snatch resources. Fortunately, we've already cultivated to the soul-forming stage. If we work harder, we'll reach the void refining stage. It's just that the minor heavenly tribulation from the soul-forming stage to the void refining stage is not easy to pass. Once we pass it, it'll be easier for us to reach the void refining stage and form synthesis stage. Feng Shu nodded slightly and changed the topic. But us younger disciples are in trouble. Exactly. Every time the Immortal Alliance fights against the demon realm, it consumes a lot of resources. But who can say for sure? After every war, the Alliance leader's sect always has 1 or 2 outstanding people. What does this mean? Also, the fellow cultivators who died in the demon-resisting valley. For example, Sun Lu Zhenren from the Utopia faction exploded his nascent soul. His magic weapons, elixirs, rare materials. Who knows if they're all destroyed? The Vice Alliance leader only asked Sun Lu Zhenren to take care of them. There's bound to be a mistake. If they're picked up by other disciples and handed to the Immortal Alliance, who would know that they belong to Sun Lu Zhenren from the Utopia faction? But those things belong to Sun Lu Zhenren himself. Sun Lu Zhenren probably doesn't know about them. Even if he wants to ask the Immortal Alliance for them, he has no basis. Chan Si Miao said disdainfully. But he can't blame the Immortal Alliance. He might blame the disciples who are searching for them. He might even blame you and me. Feng Shu said mysteriously. How is that possible? Chan Si Miao almost jumped up and said, What does this have to do with us? Fellow cultivator Chan, I'm just guessing. Sun Lu Zhenren might not think so. Feng Shu waved his hand and said, However, while we shouldn't have the intention to harm others, we should always be vigilant. What do you mean? Chan Si Miao asked curiously. We're indebted to the Vice Alliance leader of the Strong Wind Alliance for giving us the task of searching. I wonder how many people are jealous. Fellow cultivator Feng, you mean? Chan Si Miao seemed to understand. He stared at Feng Shu and asked without blinking. Seeing Chan Si Miao's reaction, Feng Shu's expression didn't change. He nodded slightly and said, yes, just as I thought. This qi refining kids matter is not a big deal. But if someone uses it as an issue, this issue is very profound. Is this necessary? Chan Si Miao almost jumped up. Chapter 3157. Fellow Taoist Chan, calm down. Feng Shu smiled and said, this is just my guess. However, we'd rather believe it than not. Then, according to Brother Feng, what should we do? Chan Si Miao seemed to have sensed the seriousness behind this matter and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Feng Shu. Sigh, this matter is my fault in the end. If I wasn't too confident, why would I be so long-winded? Feng Shu said apologetically, however, since things have already come to this, I think it's better to avoid trouble. What do you mean? Chan Si Miao seemed to have understood something. This person is just a kid in the qi refinement realm. Even the lowest-level disciples like us won't take him seriously. How can he attract the attention of the people from the Immortal Alliance? We'll just instruct the disciple just now to say that he is the personal attendant of the Deputy Alliance leader or someone else and let him leave on his own. Isn't that enough? Could it be that the disciple will confront the Deputy Alliance leader? We'll remind him again and say that it's the Alliance leader's verbal order. Even if he has 10 guts, he won't dare to say it out loud. Wonderful! Chan Si Miao clapped and praised. We'll do as Brother Feng says. However, we still have to remind this little cultivator more. He has lost all his memories and doesn't know any vital points. He can't talk nonsense. That's easy. I've already thought about it. Give him a little benefit. He's just a kid in the qi refinement realm. He's like an ant. He can only be happy secretly. Why would he spread it everywhere? Feng Shu smiled and said, since fellow Taoist Feng has thought about this matter so carefully, then I'll let you handle this matter. He's just a kid in the qi refinement realm. How can two soul formation cultivators like us waste time with him? Chan Si Miao said with a smile. Well, that's good. Since fellow Taoist Chan has no objections, I'll deal with it now. The sooner I do this, the sooner I'll be at ease. Feng Shu stood up and smiled bitterly. It's my fault. Sigh, if I didn't use the soul-searching technique, why would there be so much trouble? Chan Si Miao's face was full of sympathy. The ancients have a saying, the more you do, the more you make mistakes. The less you do things, the less you make mistakes. Fellow Taoist Feng, have you forgotten? Feng Shu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I really forgot. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a beam of light that shot out of the door. Chan Si Miao smiled as he watched Feng Shu leave in a hurry. He picked up a red fruit, looked at it, and put it into his mouth. In a valley in the Imperial Demon Valley, there were layers of restrictions flashing with light. Behind the restrictions was a large number of wooden houses. At this moment, the surroundings of the wooden houses were very quiet. There was no sound and no one could be seen. In a remote wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua was frowning and sitting cross-legged. Yes, where did I come from? Who am I? He muttered to himself, I can't even remember my own name. How can I remember anything else? Where is this place? Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally released her divine sense. Ha! The heaven and earth spirit qi here is actually so dense? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, but then she came to a realization. How do I know that the heaven and earth spirit qi here is dense? Could it be that the place I came from, the heaven and earth zero spirit qi, is not dense? Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. The true qi in his body flowed, and a cultivation technique that he could not remember the name of was activated. But then, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. What is going on? The heaven and earth spirit qi here is so dense. Why can't I draw it into my body? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the outside for a moment. He tried the cultivation technique in his body a few times, but could not draw in any heaven and earth spirit qi from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua then gave up disappointedly. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that my meridians have some changes? Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously scratched her head. "Io, why am I bald again?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, he did not pursue the reason why she said the word again. The true qi in her meridians followed the memory in her heart and circulated a few times. She did not feel any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua then checked the other parts of her body. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua finally found the place that was different from her impression. Finally, she found the mysterious place behind her head. At this moment, behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, there was a space that was dozens of feet in size. The ground of that space was like an ordinary ground, with a layer of soil. On top of that space, there was a ball of golden light, slightly and slowly rotating. Just like a small sun. My mind. Why would such a thing appear? Zhang Xiaohua was completely confused. Without waiting for her to recover from the space behind her head, Zhang Xiaohua found a section of the snake-shaped ring in her body. With a thought, that curved ring actually obediently flew out of her body. Zhang Xiaohua used his hand to hold it and looked at it carefully. This was a golden object, made of an unknown material. The incomplete ring looked like the middle section of a coiling snake. There was no snake head above, nor was there a snake tail below. On this ring, there were thin scales, similar to the scales of a small fish. Tsk tisk. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his lips and could not help but say, "How much is this worth?" Then, he scratched his head and said in confusion, "What do I mean by this sentence?" Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the snake-shaped ring. Who knew that the snake-shaped ring was like an ordinary object? There was no fluctuation of true qi at all. Impossible, if it's not. What kind of treasure? How can it be integrated into my body? Zhang Xiaohua could not believe it. But, he tried for a while and still did not gain any insight. He wanted to keep the snake-shaped ring. Before he could think of a way to keep it in his body, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the space behind her head. Could it be that the space is used to store things? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was focused. With a sweep of his divine sense, the snake-shaped ring in his hand immediately disappeared. When Zhang Xiaohua looked again, that dragon-shaped ring stayed in a corner of the space. Haha, not bad, this space can actually store things. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The depression of not being able to gather true qi for his mental cultivation method had been driven away. Imperial Demon Valley? Where is this place? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he stood up. Releasing his divine sense, he carefully sized up the small hut that he was in. This was an extremely ordinary-looking wooden hut. The entire structure was built with wood. There was not the slightest bit of decoration. In the wooden hut, there were only a few praying mats. Other than that, there was nothing else. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the walls of the wooden hut, there was a strong fluctuation of true qi on the walls. There were also layers of flickering talismans. Only then did he know that this wooden hut was definitely not ordinary. Standing up, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. Before he could step out of the door, a gust of bloody air assaulted his face. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and secretly thought, "What a heavy murderous aura." Then his divine sense swept across the wooden hut once and was about to sweep to the front. "You're out." A voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. When he turned back to look, the door of the wooden hut beside him was open. The disciple who had brought him here earlier was standing in front of the wooden hut. Zhang Xiaohua almost screamed out in shock. Just now when he walked to the door, he had clearly used his divine sense to check. Although the wooden hut's door was open, but he did not see this disciple. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept towards that disciple again. But, as before, his divine sense was unable to see the disciple in front of him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense sweep over, that disciple frowned slightly. Following that, he released his concealed cultivation. A strong pressure came over, almost like a mountain smashing onto Zhang Xiaohua's body. In an instant, it made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy and almost unable to stand steadily. Humph! That disciple snorted coldly. When the sound entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it was as if it was ringing in his heart, causing Zhang Xiaohua's heart to clench. "You have no respect for your elders. How can you spy on others like that?" After that disciple taught Zhang Xiaohua a lesson, he immediately retracted his divine sense. He was still that ordinary-looking disciple. Yes, senior brother. You are right. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, This one does not know proper etiquette. I have made a fool of myself in front of senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the disciple was quite young and subconsciously said this. Senior brother? When that disciple heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Pointing at Zhang Xiaohua with his finger, he said, How can you call me senior brother? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He looked at that disciple and was very puzzled. Oh, I forgot. The disciple suddenly realized something and said, Now that you... Haha, I'd better tell you this. It's extremely rude to use your divine sense to check other people's cultivation. If you did that to me, the punishment just now was considered light. This one is wrong. Please forgive. Senior. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely. He did not pay attention to the difference between divine sense and divine sense. Of course, in his impression, divine sense and divine sense should be about the same. And that's right. You are just a qi refining stage cultivator. You have to call any foundation establishment stage cultivator senior. Not to mention me, a golden core stage cultivator. Just now, you actually called this old man senior brother? Ha ha ha, although this old man is very happy. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would not think so. Do you know? Even if I kill you, no one will scold me. That's not necessary, senior. I just said the wrong thing. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, don't I have to call anyone senior when I see them? I can't use divine sense to check on others. Nonsense, if you can't use divine sense, you can use other spells. What Heaven's Eye Technique, Heaven's Eye Technique, Heaven's Eye Technique, Detection Technique are all possible. Others don't know. You can check as much as you want. It's better than using divine sense to provoke others. The disciple casually lectured, even if you are a low-level qi refining stage disciple, you should have already learned these basic spells. If you can't remember, go back and ask your master carefully. Chapter 3158. Then the young disciple said with a proud smile, This old man had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and ate spirit herbs to maintain my youthful appearance. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to wait until I reached the nascent soul stage to be able to reconstruct my appearance? So, this old man is not the senior brother you are talking about. Ha 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 ha. The disciple seemed to be very proud of his youthful appearance and couldn't help but laugh. But then he suddenly realized something and said, Oh right, your divine sense is quite strange. How is it comparable to the early stage of foundation establishment? But this old man clearly detected that you are only at the qi condensation stage. The disciple asked like an old man, Which sect are you from? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and helplessly said, This is also what this junior wanted to ask senior. Just as the disciple was about to speak, a powerful divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the young man. Seeing the two of them lock onto each other, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The disciple's expression also changed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Feng Shu's voice. You two, come to the front. The disciple respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, this disciple obeys. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Let's go. Senior Feng is looking for you. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. She thought for a bit and whispered, Senior, didn't you say, we can't use our divine sense to investigate? Why did Senior Feng, shut up? The disciple scolded, Senior Feng is a spirit-severing stage cultivator and is a famous figure in the Celestial Alliance. Our cultivation is not worth mentioning in his eyes, so how can we investigate? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She wanted to ask, but her eyes rolled and she closed her mouth. Spirit-severing stage cultivator? Let's go. The disciple took out a flying sword and threw it on the ground. He sent in a spell and the flying sword became slightly bigger. The disciple reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He stepped on the flying sword and sent it flying forward. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a tall cliff. When the disciple saw the location, he frowned, but then relaxed. He stepped forward and respectfully said, Reporting to Senior Feng, this disciple has brought this person here. Okay, you wait at the side. Feng Shu glanced at the disciple and waved his hand. Yes. The disciple quickly walked to the side and stood with his hands by his side. Senior, what business do you have with me? Zhang Xiaohua had learned to be humble. Fengshu glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange glint in his eyes. He waved his hand and set up a restriction. He then asked gently, little fellow, do you remember where you came from? Reporting to Senior, I really can't remember. I don't know why I came here. Okay, if you can't remember, then you can't remember. Sect leader Feng said with a smile. However, this Imperial Demon Valley is the place where the human realm and the demon realm confront each other. It's not a place where little kids like you can come to play. Also, the Immortal Alliance has a strict rule. Any disciple below the Golden Core stage can't enter the Imperial Demon Valley. They have already been found and punished severely. I'm afraid. I really don't know why. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, well, it's too late to say anything now, but... Fengshu changed the topic and said, not many people know that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm Fengshu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Hee. I'm also a famous person in the Immortal Alliance. Although you don't know now, you will know if you go out and ask. I like you and don't want you to delay your cultivation, so... When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was surprised. She bowed again and said, Senior Feng, thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it. Haha, it's okay. I like to guide the younger generation. When I saw you, I felt that we were fated. However, although the demon gate of the Imperial Demon Valley has been closed, I still have some things to take care of. You can't stay in the Imperial Demon Valley for too long. Otherwise, I will guide your cultivation properly. Ah. Xiaohua Zhang was a little dumbfounded. This happiness seemed to have come too quickly. Seeing the surprise on Zhang Xiaohua's face, Fengshu smiled and said, little fellow, don't think too much. This old man doesn't plan on accepting you into the Celestial Ascension sect until you figure out which sect you belong to. Of course. If you can find your own sect and I have some friendship with your master, I don't mind accepting you into the sect. The meaning of these words was obvious. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua should take advantage of the situation to thank him or leave a way out for himself. However, when Zhang Xiaohua heard these words, it was quite awkward. He couldn't remember which sect he belonged to, but he vaguely knew that he had a sect. He couldn't help but hesitate. This hesitation made Fengshu a little unhappy. He released his pressure and sneered. Don't tell me. I don't have the qualifications to guide you? In an instant, the powerful pressure enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. Boom! Zhang Xiaohua felt his vision turn black and there was a roar in his ears. The Fengshu in front of him suddenly became as tall as the sky. A huge pressure, a pressure that he had never imagined before, directly pressed down on him until he was dizzy and about to faint. However, just as his limbs went soft and he was about to faint, the pressure suddenly withdrew. In front of him was Fengshu, whose face was as warm as the spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale and there was a lingering fear in his heart. His lips trembled slightly and he didn't know what to say. Beg for mercy? Thank him. Fengshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's reaction with contempt. He was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He raised his head as if looking in a certain direction. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed. Little guy, I am a spirit-severing cultivator. I have the intention to guide you. It is your good fortune from your previous life. Alas, forget it. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, what else can I say? Wait, Senior, it's not that I don't know how to appreciate kindness, but I have a sect. If I don't report this matter to my sect, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he resisted the strong disgust in his heart and cupped his hands. Well, what you said is not unreasonable. How about this? You leave the Imperial Demon Valley first. My Immortal Ascension sect is not near the Imperial Demon Valley, nor is it in the country of Xi. Instead, it is in the country of Meng, which borders the country of Xi. My Immortal Ascension sect is established in the Screen Gorge Mountain, which is very far from here. This storage ring has a token of my Immortal Ascension sect, as well as some spirit stones and magic weapons. This token can represent your identity and is useful when using the transmission formation. You have to keep the magic weapons well and don't let others see them. As Fengshu spoke, he took out a storage ring and said, well, after you leave if anyone asks, you have to evade. Just say that it is a secret of the Immortal Alliance. If you really can't avoid it, just say that you are the descendant of the Immortal Alliance's master Xian Qing. No one will dare to ask again. Country of Xi? Country of Meng? Screen Gorge Mountain? Storage ring? Zhang Xiaohua was really confused. He really didn't understand these things. However, looking at the small storage ring in Feng Shu's hand and thinking about how Feng Shu had shown him his power just now, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Although he muttered in his heart, he still took the storage ring and put it on his hand very naturally. Then, he carefully remembered Feng Shu's words and bowed. Thank you for the arrangement, Senior. Well, there is a set of ordinary clothes in the storage ring. You can wear it. I don't have a Taoist robe for you. You should understand what I'm saying. You mustn't reveal to others that it was me who did it. Otherwise, I don't need to warn you about the consequences. Just the fact that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley without permission, even if I kill you later, absolutely no one will care. Speaking up to here, Feng Shu's face revealed a trace of coldness. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite understand why Feng Shu was trying his best to help him. But at the same time, he was afraid that others would see that he was helping him. Could it be that I really have an outstanding aptitude, which made him have a heart of appreciation for talent? Zhang Xiaohua's little tail unconsciously stood up. But if he didn't think so, what else could he think? Zhang Xiaohua originally appeared naked in the Imperial Demon Valley. Not to mention that he didn't have any money, even if he didn't have an inch of clothing. He still had it. What else was there for him to think about? If he didn't listen to Feng Shu's arrangement, maybe he would be killed with a wave of his hand. Oh, in fact, there was no need to look back at all. He was afraid that the coercion would be able to settle Zhang Xiaohua. Oh my, just a disciple's cultivation was much higher than Zhang Xiaohua's. What Feng Shu and the alliance master that they mentioned, wouldn't he be able to kill someone with just a glance? I'm also not a charming beauty. What's there to be afraid of? Ayo. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, and seemed to think of another possibility. So he felt that Feng Shu's gaze was a little wretched. What are you looking at? As long as you know it's fine. Hurry up and change your clothes? Alliance Master. They seem to be coming back. You have to get out of the valley before they do. Feng Shu glared at him and scolded. But Zhang Xiaohua looked at Feng Shu with an awkward face and said embarrassedly, Senior, you look at me like this, I'm sorry. Ah? Feng Shu didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say so. He had a strange expression on his face and said with a smile, You little brat, I've lived for thousands of years. My grandson's grandson's grandson is much older than you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and removed the restriction. He turned to the disciple next to him and said, You're the head of the Qiu family in the Sword River Valley of the country of Xi, right? That disciple said respectfully, Senior Feng, I'm Qiu Feng of the Sword River Valley. Yes, that's right. Bai Kongzi of the Su Yen faction once told me about you. You've reached the Gold Core realm at the age of 540. Your future is limitless. Qiu Feng was excited. He bowed and said, I don't dare to mention it in front of you. Senior Bai Kongzi, you flatter me. Haha, being neither arrogant nor humble is the key to cultivation. If you have any questions in the future, I'm very close to you in the demon-resisting valley. You can ask me at any time. Feng Shu nodded with a smile. Chapter 3159. Qiu Feng's expression was even more exaggerated. No. Not to mention that he was only the head of a cultivation family. Bai Kongzi, who Feng Shu mentioned, was only a nascent soul cultivator. Although Feng Shu used to be friends with Qiu Feng and liked him a lot, it was unrealistic to give him guidance and support. After all, Bai Kongzi was the head of the Su Yen faction and couldn't give the Qiu family too much. Recommending Qiu Feng to the demon-resisting valley was already very generous. If he or the Qiu family wanted to stand out among the cultivators in the Immortal Alliance or the Immortal Cultivators, then the guidance of a soul formation cultivator was a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Qiu Feng was dumbfounded by this opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the sky. Didn't he come to the demon-resisting valley for such an opportunity? After a while, he shook his head and came to his senses. He said happily, Thank you, Senior. If you have any errands in the future, I will do it. Haha, you don't have to do anything. Feng Shu smiled and helped Qiu Feng up. He said, you only need to do your best for the Immortal Alliance. Yes, I will follow Feng Shu's instructions. Qiu Feng nodded. Oh right, this person is a descendant of Lord Alliance Master for several generations. He secretly took Lord Alliance Master's token and sneaked into demon-resisting Valley to broaden his horizons. This old man has already sent a message to Lord Alliance Master, and Lord Alliance Master has also given this old man clear instructions. As he spoke, he stopped and raised his head slightly to look outside. Qiu Feng didn't dare to say anything and just listened quietly. The Alliance Master said that this matter is neither big nor small, but it's quite tricky. The child is immature and he is in a difficult position, so he asked me to teach him a lesson. This. Qiu Feng frowned. This is difficult. Senior, how do you deal with it? Alas, what do you think? Feng Shu asked back. This. Qiu Feng smiled bitterly. What else can we do? Since the Alliance head has already told us that this person is his blood relative, then, naturally, he wants us to be merciful. If it's a junior, we'll just let him go. After all, he's just a Qi refinement child. Yes, what you said is very reasonable. Feng Shu praised him. I think so too, so I avoided fellow cultivator Chan and came here alone. However, this matter, it's not convenient for this old man to go out. I can only trouble you to do it. Qiu Feng panicked and bowed. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Senior Feng. This matter, this junior will deal with it immediately. I can rest assured with you in charge. Feng Shu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment he said, also, what about the disciple who discovered this person with you? Senior Feng, please be at ease. They are all close to this disciple. This disciple only needs to give a slight hint, and they will definitely understand. There is no need to let them know about Lord Alliance heads and Senior Feng's instructions. And that's true, Feng Shu said with relief. Then, he beckoned to Zhang Xiaohua, who had already changed her clothes, and said, come here quickly, child. This old man has already told. Just call me Martial Uncle Qiu. Qiu Feng replied tactfully. Oh, this old man has already told your Martial Uncle Qiu. He will bring you out in a moment. Remember, go back quickly after you go out. Don't be naughty outside. Feng Shu said kindly as if Zhang Xiaohua was a child of 3 or 4 years old. Thank you for your care, Senior Feng. Zhang Xiaohua was changing her clothes while listening to Feng Shu and Qiu Feng's conversation. She knew that Feng Shu was just lying to Qiu Feng. She was grateful, but she also felt even more uneasy. Did she have any reason to deserve this soul formation expert's protection? Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Qiu. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and thanked Qiu Feng. She wanted to call him senior, but she was the descendant of that Lord Alliance head. If she could cause trouble in the demon-resisting valley, she should be someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could she be too humble? I don't dare. Just now, I was rude to you. Please don't blame me, Martial Nephew. Qiu Feng smiled and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. However, when his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua's hand, the corners of his eyes twitched. He then looked away and said with a smile, hurry up and leave. Lord Alliance head and the others will be back soon. If he sees you, I'm afraid he will lose face. Feng Shu said with a smile. Yes, this disciple will leave now. Qiu Feng said and threw out his flying sword. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm with one hand and channeled the magic power under his feet. The flying sword turned into a rainbow and headed straight for the entrance of the demon-resisting valley. A trace of an unfathomable smile appeared on the corners of Feng Shu's mouth as he watched Qiu Feng and Zhang Xiaohua leave, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards another direction like a bolt of lightning. When they arrived at the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why Feng Shu kept reminding her. It turned out, it was not easy to get out of the demon-resisting valley. At the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, there was a large array that stretched from the top of the valley all the way to the ground, covering the entire entrance of the valley tightly. Hundreds and thousands of disciples were floating above and below the array, holding all kinds of colorful magic treasures in their hands as they patrolled in mid-air. This was also because the gate to the demon realm had already been closed. If a few days ago, the disciples on duty would probably cover the sky and cover the earth? Now that the gate to the demon realm had been closed for a few days, the disciples were sent out in batches to search for it. However, there was no abnormal movement. Naturally, the defense of the entrance of the valley was slack. However, when they saw Qiu Feng's sword light flying over, 2 disciples did not dare to be negligent and responded. "This, junior brother, may I know what business you have?" A late-stage golden core elder asked with cupped hands. "Senior brother, please check the token." Qiu Feng did not beat around the bush. He shook his hand and a yellow light flew to the disciple. The disciple caught it and checked it with his divine sense before passing it to the person beside him. The 2 of them checked it together and nodded. They threw the token back and said with a smile, "So it's junior brother Qiu Feng. May I know who the person beside you is?" However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaohua was only at the qi refining stage, they frowned. "Haha, it's not convenient for me to reveal the identity of the disciple beside me. I'm here to send this disciple out of the valley." Qiu Feng took his token and cupped his hands. "This." The disciple on duty did not feel awkward and said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Qiu, aren't you making it difficult for me? This person is only at the qi refining stage. How can she enter the demon-resisting valley? You're bringing her out so easily. If there are any consequences, I can't bear it." The demon-resisting valley does not allow qi refining stage disciples to enter, but is there a rule that forbids them from leaving? Qiu Feng said with a smile. "This." The 2 disciples on duty were also at a loss for words. It was true that the demon-resisting valley forbade qi refining stage disciples from entering, but there was no rule that forbade them from leaving. However, since they could not enter, how could they leave? Haha, since the Immortal Alliance does not forbid qi refining stage disciples from leaving the demon-resisting valley, I'm sure it won't be difficult for the 2 of you to send this person out. But, how did this disciple enter the demon-resisting valley? The other disciple on duty asked with a frown. Did the senior brother on duty check every disciple who entered the valley? Qiu Feng asked confidently. Of course, only Golden Core stage disciples can enter. This is the rule of the Immortal Alliance. We have to fulfill our duty. The 2 disciples on duty said in unison. Haha, not necessarily. Qiu Feng looked around and saw that the other disciples on duty were already looking in this direction. He did not hold back and said with a cold smile, "The higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance. Have you checked their followers and disciples one by one when they entered?" The 2 disciples on duty looked at each other and did not say a word. They looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. So, Qiu Feng's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, only saw the slight change in the expressions of the 2 disciples on duty. She could not hear what Qiu Feng said. "Sai, is this true?" One of the disciples on duty asked after Qiu Feng finished speaking. "Senior brother, if not, how do you think I, a mere Golden Core stage disciple, have the guts to do this? Moreover, if there is a mistake in this matter, it will embarrass them. Wouldn't we be asking for trouble?" The 2 disciples on duty looked at each other again. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pressure that was even stronger than Qiu Feng's. It was so strong that she could not breathe. In a hurry, an even stronger divine sense swept over. Compared to this divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful divine sense almost did not have the courage to use it. This was like comparing a small ditch to a big river. After checking Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation and confirming that she was only a qi refinement stage cultivator and did not have any demonic aura or cultivation, they quietly stepped back and made a gap. Qiu Feng was overjoyed when he saw that the 2 disciples on duty didn't say anything and didn't send him off respectfully. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Then, he activated his magic power and the sword light flew toward the array. Before it could get close, a brilliant light enveloped Qiu Feng and a strange color appeared on his body. Then in a flash, he disappeared from their sight. "Senior brother Mu, this. How much of what Qiu Feng said is true?" One of the disciples on duty sighed and transmitted his voice. Senior brother Mu looked around and activated his sword light to fly up a little. He also transmitted his voice. "Of course, it's 100%. Alas, that's true. If not for the instructions of a certain higher-up in the Immortal Alliance, how could he, a mere Golden Core stage cultivator, be so bold? The key is which higher-up in the Immortal Alliance. This guy didn't say it clearly. That's why this is 100% true. If he said the name of the Alliance Master or any other random person, I would be suspicious. Since he had already done such a secretive thing, how could he possibly reveal it to the world? If he revealed it, it means that he is guilty and has a guilty conscience. Senior Brother Mu is right. If Xueqi did not reveal it, we would be less responsible. Even if there is a problem, the Immortal Alliance does not have a rule that forbids Qi refinement stage cultivators from going out. What are we afraid of? Chapter 3160. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother. Don't worry. Even if the higher-ups know, they won't mention such a small matter. He's just a Qi refinement kid. Whose little boy isn't naughty? While the two disciples on duty were discussing, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived at the entrance of the Demon Resistance Valley under Xuefeng's lead. This demon-resisting valley's defensive formation was truly abnormal to the extreme. After passing through so many light barriers, countless waves of energy passed through their bodies. Sometimes, Xuefeng's token would emit light and catch the waves. Sometimes, the waves would directly sweep through their bodies and then disappear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Xuefeng to explain. She knew that this was definitely the formation checking whether the people who entered the formation were from the demon realm or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pass through so many checks as if nothing had happened, Xuefeng felt more at ease. As long as Zhang Xiaohua wasn't from the demon realm, everything else would be fine. Suddenly, Xuefeng asked, "Martial niece, how are you related to the Alliance Master?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She recalled Feng Shu's instructions and only smiled without saying anything. Ah, look at me. I forgot again. Xuefeng slapped his forehead as he came to his senses. Then, Xuefeng didn't say anything else. After sending Zhang Xiaohua out of the valley, a light flashed, and they appeared on top of a tall mountain. He cupped his hands and said, "Martial niece, I can only send you here. If you have time in the future, let's meet at the Alliance Master's Qingluan Peak." Haha, okay. Thank you for sending me out, Martial Uncle Qiu. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely thank you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. Okay, you can go now. Qingluan Peak is in the east. Don't go the wrong way. Xuefeng smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Then he said inexplicably, however, "Martial nephew, you'd better take care of yourself and deal with the current situation first." After saying that, he didn't explain. He urged the flying sword under his feet and rushed into the defensive formation of the demon-resisting valley. That. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Xuefeng flew away. What are you saying? What a strange thing. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her bald head in confusion. There, it's this young senior. Just now, a sword light came out from the demon-resisting valley. It's in this direction. There's no one else around. Isn't it him? Quick, ask Senior if he has anything good. Just now the sword light returned. Could it be for this Senior? Before Zhang Xiaohua could come back to his senses, a group of cultivators in strange clothes surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. They were old and young, handsome and ugly, and there were both men and women. Their bodies were shining with all kinds of brilliance. They were all dressed in strange clothes. There were both men and women. Zhang Xiaohua looked around in horror. She didn't know what to do. Seniors. Why are you doing this? Zhang Xiaohua had learned her lesson. Since she couldn't check other people's cultivation, she could only call them seniors. As expected, everyone was stunned when they heard her call them seniors. When they checked Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation, they were even more confused. A white-haired old woman who was closest to Zhang Xiaohua asked with a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand, "Senior, you've already left the demon-resisting valley. There's no need to hide your cultivation, right?" Senior? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old woman who was definitely in her 70s or 80s. She touched her nose and said, I'm really only in the qi refining stage. There's no need to hide it." "Brat, what are you doing? How dare you tease your grandpa for no reason?" A few of them started to curse. Many of them shook their heads slightly and turned around to ride their sword lights away. Seeing that almost everyone had left, the white-haired old woman smiled and said, "Young man, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and cupped his hands. I'm Wu Ming, a disciple of Su Yan faction. How should I address you, senior? Oh, so you're a disciple of Su Yan faction. The old woman said with a kind face. I'm Fairy Fei Ying of Nanming faction. I have some friendship with Master Zhu Chenghe of Su Yan faction. Fairy? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wrinkled Fairy Fei Ying and thought to himself, it's better to call her mistress. However, his heart immediately froze. Abbess? Could it be that I know a nun? Nephew Wu Ming. You're so young, but you've already reached the late stage of the qi refining stage. You can be considered one of the best among the younger disciples of Su Yan faction. Why haven't I heard Master Zhu mention you before? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. Just now in the Imperial Demon Valley, he felt that Master Feng was casually ordering Qiu Feng around. She even mentioned giving pointers and mentioned Su Yan faction. He thought Su Yan faction was just a small faction, and no one would know that he could pretend to be one. He didn't expect to run into someone who knew Su Yan faction as soon as he left the Imperial Demon Valley. How could Zhang Xiaohua endure this? Zhang Xiaohua panicked at first, but then he calmed down. He rolled his eyes slightly and said with a smile, Su Yan faction has many excellent disciples, and I'm just one of them. How can I enter Senior Zhu's eyes? Maybe I'll attract Senior Zhu's attention when I've reached a higher level. Don't you think so? Fairy Fei Ying's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua's words were unintentional, but she had heard it intentionally. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was mocking her for inquiring about the situation of Su Yan faction without permission. She was a little angry, but then she changed the topic and asked, Great Master Wu, why are you not staying in Zhongxiu Mountain, but coming to Demon-Resisting Valley? Why did you come out of the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhongxiu Mountain is where Su Yan faction is located. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he said, I've stayed in the mountain for a long time, so I came out to wander around. Now, I'm going back soon. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Senior, I have to go back quickly. If I delay for too long, I'm afraid I'll be punished by my master. Before Fairy Fei Ying could speak, a gray-haired old man next to her frowned and shouted, Wu Ming, Fairy Fei Ying is asking you a question. Why can't you answer properly? If we weren't in the territory of the Imperial Demon Valley, I'd definitely punish you. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and spread his hands, saying, Alas, Senior, what's there to say? I just wanted to sneak into the Imperial Demon Valley to take a look. But I didn't expect that I would be discovered by the seniors of my faction just as I entered. And even before I entered the big formation. It's a good thing that we're familiar with each other from the same sect, so we can be considered acquaintances. That's why they let me off. Tell me, Senior, this Imperial Devil Valley. Why is it that only Jindan stage cultivators can enter? Why can't qi refining and foundation building cultivators go in? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua peeked at these people's reactions. He only heard Feng Shu and Qiu Feng mention spirit forming, golden core, and qi refining. He didn't know what other realms there were. Although he didn't know why he knew that foundation building was higher than qi refining, he just said it casually and felt nervous. That's right. Marshal Nishao is right. The rule of the Immortal Alliance is too overbearing. Before the demon realm attacked, we were not allowed to enter. Since the gate of the demon realm has been closed and their golden core cultivators can enter, why can't we foundation building cultivators enter? We can only wait outside the Imperial Demon Valley and see if there are any good opportunities. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, are there any good opportunities these days? Not at all, the Demon Gate has just been closed. The Golden Core cultivators have just entered the Imperial Demon Valley for a few days. Although some daring disciples sneaked out, they didn't bring many things out. There are so many low-level disciples outside the Imperial Demon Valley. How can I fight them? If there are some benefits, I will have to wait for a few more days. Zhang Xiaohua understood a little and said with a smile, there have been some movements these days. Won't there be more in a few more days? When most of the Golden Core cultivators come out of the valley, won't there be more things? Alas, that's true, but many of the rare materials of the demon realm, many damaged magic weapons and other things, have been handed over to the Immortal Alliance by the Golden Core cultivators, or kept in their own sections. The things that can be circulated are already some defective ones. The old man sighed and said with some envy, "You are so lucky. As soon as you entered, you met the elders of our sect. Not to mention that you escaped with your life, which is 100 times better than those who lost their lives before. In the future, your elders, if they get any treasures, you can be considered to be in a favorable position." Zhang Xiaohua listened and secretly thought. It turns out that there were bold disciples who sneaked into the Imperial Demon Valley before. However, the array of the Imperial Demon Valley is so powerful. How can the foundation building cultivators go in without a token? It would be strange if they didn't lose their lives. But, come to think of it, how did I get in there myself? Why don't I remember at all? Just as she was thinking, Fairy Fei Ying said, "Master Wu, are you still going to wait here?" "No, Fairy, you can wait here. With the elders here, how can I have a chance?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and declined. "I see." Fairy Fei Ying heard and smiled. "If you are going to wait here, then I will go to Jingbua City to take a look. Since Master Wu wants to return to Zhongxiu Mountain and needs to use the transportation array of Jingbua City, why don't we go together? With me bringing you along, it will be faster." "Ayo." Zhang Xiaohua groaned inwardly when he heard that. He didn't want to be with them. He just wanted to quickly find a place and find some people to figure out where he was and where he came from. Then he could make plans. Fairy Fei Ying followed her all the way, and she might expose herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but regret. Why did she try to be smart? Why did she acknowledge Su Yan faction as her sect? But, if she didn't acknowledge a sect, how could she do it? Fortunately, there weren't any disciples of Su Yan faction outside the Imperial Demon Valley. If she acknowledged someone else, wouldn't she be exposed long ago? Zhang Xiaohua was in a dilemma. Chapter 3161. Xiaohua thought for a moment and quickly bowed. "I don't dare to delay Fairy's journey. I'll go on my own and gain experience along the way." "Experience?" Fairy Fei Ying smiled. "You're alone. What experience? Even if you're killed by others, your sect seniors won't know. You'd better hurry back to Zhongxiu Mountain and meet up with your senior and junior brothers. You can come back for experience next time." Hearing Fairy Fei Ying's words, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. Knowing that she wasn't lying, she could only nod. "Then, I'll have to trouble Senior." "Hee, it's fine. It's on the way anyway." As Fairy Fei Ying spoke, she waved her hand, and a flying shuttle stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua with a flash of light. "Get on." Fairy Fei Ying pointed at the spacious flying shuttle and said with a smile, "Although my flying shuttle is broken, it can still be used. It's much better than flying talismans like the double flying talisman." "I'll do as you say. Thank you, Senior." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to get on the flying shuttle. "Oh right. Fairy mentioned Jingbua City. I have some matters to attend to. How about we go together?" That white-haired old man slapped his forehead and said, "I've heard that Fairy obtained a broken flying talisman during the auction in Jingbua City. It's really rare. Why don't I take a look at it today?" "Gon Chingu you. What do you mean?" Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed slightly. "Nothing. Fairy, isn't my disciple in Jingbua City? I've been here for a long time and haven't seen him. Isn't it just right to ride on Fairy's flying shuttle?" Gon Chingu looked innocent and shook his head. "If Fairy doesn't welcome me, then I'll have to go by myself." Hee, that's right. Jingbua City isn't demon-resisting valley. There's no rule about who can and can't go there. We also have matters to attend to and would like to accompany Fairy. If Fairy doesn't want to, then we'll go with Brother Gon." The remaining 3 people also said with a smile. Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed a few times, but she didn't say anything. She jumped onto the shuttle and laughed. "There are so many of you. How can my shuttle fit all of you? You'd better think of your own ways." As he spoke, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Great Teacher Wu, stand firm." Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped. Without waiting for him to speak, the flying shuttle suddenly moved and soared into the sky. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared himself, but still, He was almost thrown off the flying shuttle. Great teacher nephew Wu. Be careful. This flying magic treasure is not like a normal flying talisman. Also, my flying shuttle is a bit damaged. Fairy Fei Ying reminded him absent-mindedly. Then, she scanned the area behind her with her divine sense. Her expression became ugly as she whispered, "These people are really boring." As she spoke, she channeled her spiritual energy. The flying shuttle suddenly sped up and flew forward quickly. In just a few moments, the flying shuttle was already high up in the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and the wind in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and nose were filled with wind and he was about to react, Fairy Fei Ying formed a hand seal and hit the flying shuttle. A soft pink barrier rose up around the flying shuttle, enveloping the two of them. The sound of the wind was almost inaudible. After flying for half a day, the sun gradually set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually talk to Fairy Fei Ying, and Fairy Fei Ying seemed to hate Gon Qinggu and the others. She kept looking back and speeding up the flying shuttle, so the two of them didn't speak for the entire journey. However, during this time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that there were dense forests and countless mountain ranges under her feet. She didn't see any cities or the like. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. This flying shuttle was extremely fast. Shouldn't it have traveled for more than 1,000 miles? Why hadn't they reached Jingbua City yet? Zhang Xiaohua held this question for a long time. When the sky turned dark, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior, your flying shuttle is really fast. This is the first time I'm sitting on such a fast flying shuttle. I wonder if we can reach Jingbua City before nightfall." Before nightfall? Fairy Fei Ying had a strange expression on her face. She shook her head and said, "Great teacher nephew Wu, have you never been to Jingbua City before?" Zhang Xiaohua said honestly, "I've flown by in the sky. I don't have much of an impression of Jingbua City." "I was wondering." Fairy Fei Ying looked back and said, "Jingbua City is more than 10,000 miles away from here. Although my flying shuttle is fast, we can only reach it tomorrow afternoon." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua almost exclaimed. It was just a city. How could it be so far away? Bad. Before Zhang Xiaohua could ask again, Fairy Fei Ying's face was filled with anger. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a faint red radiance appear behind the flying shuttle. It was chasing after the flying shuttle at high speed. Fairy Fei Ying gritted her teeth secretly. The spiritual power under her feet surged even more fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua only felt the flying shuttle under her feet shake. It seemed to have sped up a bit. After a while, the radiance behind them got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "These people, why are they chasing so fast? Senior, why don't we wait for them?" Fairy Fei Ying snorted coldly and didn't answer. She looked back and took out something from her waist. She threw it in front of the flying shuttle and made a hand seal. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her body become light, as if she was about to float. The flying shuttle suddenly sank. The thing that Fairy Fei Ying threw out just now was like the radiance emitted by the flying shuttle. It flew straight in the direction of the flying shuttle. Not long after, a few whoosh-whoosh sounds could be heard. A few radiances flew over Zhang Xiaohua's head without even looking down. When the radiances were far away, Fairy Fei Ying didn't say anything. She surged her spiritual power and the flying shuttle slanted and flew in another direction. "Io, Senior, didn't we agree to go to Jingbua City?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Jingbua City was exactly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. "Hee, Great Master Wu, I'm a little tired. Why don't we rest for a while before going?" Fairy Fei Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a polite attitude. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. "Please forgive me, Senior. I've been out for a long time. I don't dare to delay any longer. If Senior doesn't have time, I can go by myself. Maybe I'll meet those seniors just now. They can even give me a ride." "Ha ha ha, let them give you a ride?" Fairy Fei Ying laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Then, she suddenly stopped laughing and looked into the distance. She asked curiously, They? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Just as he was about to turn around to look, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He moved his feet and used an extremely beautiful movement skill. With a whoosh sound, a red brilliance flew close to his waist and barely passed by him. What kind of movement technique is that? Fairy Fei Ying asked in surprise. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw nothing but darkness. She immediately understood. She turned around and said angrily, Senior, is this a sneak attack? Sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Fairy Fei Ying sneered. You're just a Qi refinement junior. Do you think you're worthy of being sneak attacked by me? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense to prevent Fairy Fei Ying from doing anything else. Then, he looked at the faint radiance on the flying shuttle and complained in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on here. Looking at the radiance that covered him, how could he not know that this thing was very difficult to deal with? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior, aren't you and the master of my sect? Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, Fairy Fei Ying laughed and said, I know Zhu Qinghe, but Zhu Qinghe doesn't know me. Don't you think we're old acquaintances? Zhang Xiaohua felt bitter in his mouth, but he still smiled and said, Then, Senior, are you misunderstanding me? I just went to the demon-resisting valley. I don't have a single cent on me. Senior, are you looking for the wrong person? Hee hee, young man, you're not telling the truth. Fairy Fei Ying saw this and pointed at the flying shuttle. The radiance on the flying shuttle gradually dimmed. She said, You're really an idiot. How can you casually get on someone else's flying shuttle? Especially someone with a higher cultivation level than you? You really are a first-time disciple of Su Yan faction. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy face, Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face also showed a sinister smile. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Quickly throw your storage ring over and let me see. If there's anything I like, I'll kill you and send you into the 6 realms of reincarnation. If there's nothing, don't blame me for being ruthless and pulling out your soul so that you can't reincarnate. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face half a day ago. His heart was cold. Only now did he know what the reason was. It was because of the storage ring he put on his finger. This thing. He didn't have any impression of it. Of course, he didn't know how precious it was. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he tried to think of a way to escape. I'll let you know, Fairy. This storage ring was bestowed by our sect. This time. There's nothing good inside. If Fairy wants this storage ring, I'll give it to you. However, I hope that Fairy will be magnanimous and spare my life. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he thought of a way to escape. Ha 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 ha, you're still not being honest at this time? The sinister look on Fairy Fei Ying's face disappeared. She regained her benevolent smile and said, A storage ring is so precious. I've never seen one before. How many does your Su Yan faction have? How could they give it to a little Qi refining cultivator like you? Do I still need to tell you the origin of this storage ring? Say. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He raised his hand and took the storage ring. He said, Senior, are you sure you got this from the demon-resisting valley? Haha, do you still need to ask? It's not just me. Didn't those old things who were chasing us see your storage ring? If it weren't for you, would they ignore the demon-resisting valley and follow you to Jinghua City? Fairy Fei Ying said. She waved her hand and a suction force pulled the storage ring in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Chapter 3162. Could it be? If Chongqing Academy loses, you'll also have to leave Chongqing town? Taoist Xiao looked at the scholar, then looked at the fat white monk next to him and asked with a sneer. Principal Zhu shook his head with a smile. This bet is between Jiangchao Temple and Shaojin Temple. It has nothing to do with Chongqing Academy. Of course, if Jiangchao Temple doesn't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Taoist Xiao was very hesitant. Chongqing Academy was different from Shaojin Temple. It didn't have any direct conflict with Jiangchao Temple. Many scholars even greeted Taoist Xiao politely when they saw him. Some young scholars even went to Jiangchao Temple when they were watching the tide from the riverside. Taoist Xiao also knew that Principal Zhu was called Zhu Junfeng. He was very famous in Chongqing town. Not only were there the heirs of big families in Chongqing town in the academy, there were also the heirs of ordinary people. Many students within a radius of several hundred li also came to the academy to study. Although he hadn't seen Zhu Junfeng before, His name was like thunder to his ears. With Zhu Juanfeng's participation, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the challenge against Shaojin Temple. But the problem was that the Chongqing Academy was a real academy and a real Confucian cultivator. Not only was it more powerful than the Taoist school, which pretended to be a sheep's head and dog's meat, but even the Shaojin Temple couldn't be compared to it. If he played along with these two schools, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the immortal and Buddha ceremony? However, thinking about Shaojin Temple's monk Mingyu's confidence and the surrounding people's gazes, Taoist Xiao braced himself and said with a fake smile, Chongqing Town is originally Chongqing Academy and Shaojin Temple's Chongqing Town. My Zhongchao Temple is just an outsider. Since Chongqing Academy wants to hold an immortal and Buddhist ceremony with Shaojin Temple, why ask Zhongchao Temple? Hee. Does that mean Taoist Xiao agrees? Monk Mingyu was a bit unhappy at first, but after listening for a while, he changed to a smile and asked, Does it make a difference whether I agree or not? Taoist Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. He looked at Xiao Hua and Yuanya behind him and said, However, the rules of this challenge need to be set by Zhongchao Temple. Hee. Taoist Xiao is overstepping. Zhu Junfeng was still indifferent. The feather fan in his hand flickered a few times as he said, The challenge was issued by the River Tide Temple. The time and location were proposed by the Little Gold Temple. The rules of this challenge will naturally be set by my Longevity Academy. My Zhongchao Temple only has 3 people. I'll leave it up to you. Taoist Master Xiao had no choice but to point out the crux of the matter. Don't worry, Taoist Master Xiao. The Longevity Academy will definitely take this into consideration. Zhu Junfeng nodded and replied. Principal Zhu is famous for his impartiality in handling matters. With Longevity Academy setting the rules, my Little Gold Temple is completely at ease. Monk Bright Joy agreed with a radiant smile. No. Hearing Zen Master Mingyu's agreement, Taoist Master Xiao could not take it anymore. He shook his head vigorously. The ones making the bet are my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple. Chongqing Academy isn't even betting. Why do we have to let Chongqing Academy set the rules? When Zhu Junfeng heard Taoist Master Xiao mention betting, he couldn't help but frown. He closed the fan in his hand and said, If that's the case, then the rules. I'll have to trouble the River Tide Temple. All right. Zen Master Ming, you seem to have a well-thought-out plan. Hearing Zhu Juanfeng's agreement, he did not raise any objections and only nodded in agreement. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave first. See you at Small Gold Temple in 10 days. After saying that, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands again and turned around to leave. Zen Master Mingyu blinked his eyes. Half of the joy from before had disappeared. He turned to look at his 2 junior brothers behind him. The 3 of them nodded slightly. Then, without saying goodbye to Taoist Master Xiao, they turned around and returned to Small Gold Temple. It seemed like they attached great importance to this challenge. They didn't even bother with fishing people out and focused all their energy on this matter. After the Buddhist and Confucian disciples left, the villagers of Longevity Town naturally dispersed as well. However, their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed in low voices. Obviously, in less than an hour, everyone in Longevity Town would know about the challenge in 10 days. The only one who was depressed was Taoist Master Xiao. Phew! Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, he let out a long sigh and sat down on a chair. He stared at the ground in a daze. There were dozens of ants that had been trampled to death by the crowd. Looking at the position, it seemed to be where Zen Master Mingyu and the other monks of Small Gold Temple were standing. After the time it took to finish a meal, Taoist Master Xiao finally straightened up. He looked around at the empty surroundings and snorted coldly. He flung his Taoist robe and said, Yeah, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and put these things away. Yes, Master. Yuanya replied. He walked forward and placed the chair on the table. He picked it up with one hand and quickly walked away. It seemed like he was going to return the table and chair. Xiaohua. Seeing that Yuanya had left, Taoist Master Xiao probed. Can you beat Yuanya? Maybe. Xiaohua did not deny it. I've never fought with him before, so I'm not too sure. Can you participate in the challenge 10 days later? If you participate, I can consider letting you stay by my side. It can be considered. Taoist Master Xiao wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be probing. He knew that if Xiao Hua could beat Yuan Ye, and if Xiao Hua did not want to participate, he could not do anything to Xiao Hua. But if Xiao Hua could not beat Yuan Ye, what was the use of Xiao Hua participating? Moreover, he saw that Xiao Hua had returned, which basically confirmed his guess. However, he was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality until the last moment. When Xiao Hua heard this, he could not help but smile. He knew that Taoist Master Xiao was suspecting his origin again, so he shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not a disciple of Jiangchao Temple. Why would I participate in the challenge between Jiangchao Temple and Small Gold Temple? This has nothing to do with staying by Taoist Master Zhao's side, right? Keep pretending, keep pretending." Taoist Master Xiao laughed in his heart and secretly said, "Since you want to pretend, I'll pretend with you. Anyway, I still need your help. If you can lend this old man a helping hand, then this old man will play with you." Taoist Master Xiao. Now, it's no longer about the grudge between Jiangchao Temple and Small Gold Temple. Since Taoist Master Xiao had decided, his face became serious and said very seriously, "It's about the grudge between my Taoist sect and Buddhist sect. Even mentioning the immortal Buddha ceremony that happens once every 10 years, it's about the grudge between Taoist sect, Buddhist sect, and Confucian sect. As a disciple of my Taoist sect, how can you not participate? Moreover, my Jiangchao Temple's challenge was defeated. I and Yuan Ye will have to leave Longevity Town. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao also wants to leave with us?" "Who said that I'm a Taoist sect disciple?" Xiao Hua smiled, touched his nose and said, "It seems like someone said that I'm not worthy to call myself fellow Taoist." "AI, forget it. You can participate or not." Taoist Master Xiao suddenly lost his patience, waved his hand and said, "Your meridians are naturally blocked. You're basically unable to cultivate. Just relying on your fists and feet, even if you can defeat Yuan Ye, you're still not a match for the true experts of Buddhist sect and Confucian sect. Moreover, looking at that monk Ming Yu's meaning, 3 days later, their Buddhist sect should send an expert to Small Gold Temple. Otherwise, how would he dare to challenge Yuan Ye? What's the immortal Buddha ceremony? What's the matter with naturally blocked meridians? How do you know?" Xiao Hua asked several whys in a row. "How do I know?" Taoist Master Xiao looked up and down at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "A straightforward person doesn't speak insinuations. You don't know how I know." "Why do I need to know? How do you know?" Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with interest, "How do I need to know? How do you know?" "You." Taoist Master Xiao clenched his teeth. It seems like he's also prepared to pretend to the end with Xiao Hua. A trace of pride even appeared on his face. "My Taoist sect's techniques are boundless. Finding out that your meridians are blocked is really easy. It's a pity that you don't cultivate Taoist techniques. You'll never understand in this lifetime. As for the immortal Buddha ceremony." Immediately, Taoist Master Xiao controlled his temper and briefly explained the immortal Buddha ceremony. It was vaguely similar to what Zhu Junfeng said. In ancient times, after the Buddhist sect and Confucian sect joined forces to exterminate the Taoist sect, in order to commemorate the alliance of the two sects, they agreed to hold a ceremony every 10 years. This immortal Buddha ceremony was considered lively many years ago. Confucian sect and Buddhist sect often used this as an opportunity to exchange pointers and cultivate, and even held hundreds of activities to strangle the Taoist sect. But later on, as the Taoist sect disciples disappeared, it gradually became deserted. Longevity Town was a small town in the country of Xi. If Zhu Junfeng didn't specifically mention it, who would have thought that 10 days later would be the day of the immortal Buddha ceremony that was held once every 10 years? After Taoist Master Xiao finished speaking, Yuan Ye also returned. "Let's go." Taoist Master Xiao was very dull, as if this conversation with Xiao Hua had completely worn out his patience. He swung his Taoist robe and said, "I'll go back and discuss it." But, after waiting for Taoist Master Xiao to take 2 steps, Yuan Ye reminded in a low voice, "Master, the rice and noodles in the temple. I'm afraid there's not enough. This disciple has to go buy some. And you go and put some on credit." Taoist Master Xiao very naturally ordered, but when he saw Yuan Ye's awkward expression and his feet that hadn't moved, he helplessly took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and threw them to Yuan Ye, saying, "I only have these copper coins, you go, first deal with tomorrow." "Yes, master." Yuan Ye took the copper coins and turned to leave. "I'll go." Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Yuan Ye, "You've already put them on credit many times. I'm afraid you don't have any face. You wait here for a moment. I'll go and try. All right. Taoist Xiao nodded his head and signaled Yuanya to give the copper coins to Xiao Hua. When Yuanya gave the copper coins to Xiao Hua, he unexpectedly took out a cloth bag from his sleeve. Obviously, he had already prepared to go to the rice noodle shop today. Xiao Hua naturally didn't need the two to wait for long. In just a moment he came back with a small bag of rice. So much. Looking at the small amount of rice, Taoist Master Xiao was a little surprised. Looking at his face and then at Yuanya puzzled, he said, "You don't look as handsome as Yuanya, do you?" "It's not that this Xiao's face is big." Xiao Hua laughed. "It's that Taoist Master Xiao's face is big." This Xiao went over and gave the copper coins, saying that Taoist Master Xiao would challenge Shaojin Temple and Chongqing Academy in 10 days. The rice and noodle shop owner's eyes immediately lit up, and she didn't want this Xiao's copper coins no matter what. She even gave the rice that was just delivered from outside the town to Taoist Master Xiao, clearly saying that she didn't want half a copper coin. Chapter 3163. Zhang Xiaohua clenched her fists and said with a smile, "Fairy, if you can release this junior from the flying shuttle now, this junior will give this ring to you." "Hee, are you trying to negotiate with me?" Fairy Fei Ying sneered. "From the moment you stepped onto this flying shuttle, you no longer have the right to bargain. If it weren't for Gan Qinggu messing things up, I would have already made my move. Quick, hand over that ring." Fairy Fei Ying seemed to have lost her patience. She released her aura, and a strong pressure was emitted from her body, pressing down on Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, Fairy Fei Ying pointed with her hand, and several rays of light rose from the edge of the flying shuttle and shot toward Zhang Xiaohua. That formless aura was like a mountain, and it pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua until she couldn't breathe. Although she didn't fall down, she had no time to deal with the rays of light around her. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua flung her hand, and the storage ring flew toward Fairy Fei Ying. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's face lit up with joy. She waved her hand, and the storage ring seemed to be pulled by a thin string and was about to be thrown toward Fairy Fei Ying's hand. However, at this moment, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. The light shield on the flying shuttle shook violently, and Zhang Xiaohua and Fairy Fei Ying's bodies shook violently. With a loud bang, the light shield on the flying shuttle burst like a bubble, and the whistling night wind immediately blew onto Zhang Xiaohua's bald head. At the same time that the light shield of the flying shuttle burst, several strong pulling forces hit the storage ring, and immediately stopped it from flying toward Fairy Fei Ying. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw Gan Qinggu and the other three standing around the flying shuttle. They were standing on rays of light and looking at Fairy Fei Ying mockingly. "You!" Fairy Fei Ying panicked. She didn't care about the flying shuttle anymore, and her body flashed, and she reached for the storage ring that was very close to her. "How dare you!" Gan Qinggu shouted and pointed his finger. An item that looked like a hammer smashed toward Fairy Fei Ying like a meteor, making a piercing sound as it flew through the air. From the looks of it, if Fairy Fei Ying were to take the storage ring, the hammer would definitely severely injure her. Fairy Fei Ying was helpless. She stopped and patted her waist, and a green ray of light flew out. When it was in the air, the light scattered and turned into a petal, blocking the hammer. Before the flower petals could block the hammer, an orange-red ring with flickering flames flew toward Fairy Fei Ying's back. Fellow Taoists. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed slightly, and she didn't dare to get close to the storage ring. She retreated far away and barely dodged the flaming ring. She said loudly, "Let's talk things over. I know I was wrong. This storage ring, how about the 5 of us share it equally?" "Haha. You old beggar. I hinted to you earlier, yet you ignored me and even used a pretense to trick me. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Kuang noticing and us rushing back in time, wouldn't you have already taken the storage ring for yourself? Now that you see how powerful we are, you are begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late?" Fairy Fei Ying smiled apologetically. "I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. We put ourselves in each other's shoes. This storage ring is too attractive." Ah? Just as Fairy Fei Ying was explaining, she suddenly screamed and fell from the flying shuttle. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of Fairy Fei Ying's forehead. It spread its wings and flew toward a tall and thin elder beside Gon Chingu. Fairy Fei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of her forehead. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Feng is indeed powerful. Is your brain corrosion be already at the 4th stage? Even that old beggar Fei Ying's protective true qi couldn't block it? No. Fei Ying only forgot to release her protective true qi when she was in the flying shuttle. We attacked the moment we arrived, so she reacted quickly and didn't have time. If I didn't make a move, she might not have a chance when she remembered later. The elder with the surname Feng said proudly. Besides, isn't this the only thing my spirit husbandry sect can take out? Without this little thing, how would I dare to speak in front of fellow Taoist? Without Fairy Fei Ying's control, the flying shuttle didn't immediately fall from the sky. It only floated in the air and stopped at Zhang Xiaohua's feet. And because Fairy Fei Ying was no longer fighting for the storage ring, it actually gradually flew toward Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The storage ring only gradually stopped when it was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The force on the ring suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the 4 people outside the flying shuttle and sighed in her heart. She stretched out her hand and still grabbed the storage ring. She then cupped her hands and said, Seniors, this ring, this junior doesn't want it anymore. Please, spare this junior's life. Do you think it's possible? Gon Chingu sneered. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Then, all right, since that's the case. As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, I wonder which senior should I give this ring to? The things in this ring don't seem to be enough. Hearing that, Gon Chingu's expression changed slightly. He looked up at the 3 people not far away and retreated a little. He circulated all his magic power and protected his body with his true qi. Then, as if he was still worried, he patted his waist and a small round plate flew out. It emitted a green light and protected his body again. Not only him, but fellow Taoist Feng and the other 2 people were also like Gon Chingu. They didn't believe it at all and also protected themselves very tightly. When the brilliance of the disc protected him, Gon Chingu sneered and said, Little guy, your method of sowing discord seems to be too poor. We have already made things clear along the way. The things in the storage ring should be divided into 4 parts. If there is a single item, whoever wants it must compensate the others with spirit stones of the corresponding value. Gon Chingu sneered. You are right. Don't you think so, fellow Taoists? Haha. Fellow Taoist Feng is right. Fellow Taoist Feng, take out the things in the ring one by one. A slightly fat old man sneered. The things in the ring can of course be divided. How about this? I'll give you all the things in the ring. This ring? It's not easy to divide it. Can't you let me keep it? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said innocently. Hearing this, although it was night time, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that the expressions of the 4 people changed greatly. She now knew the value of the storage ring. She knew that the value of the ring itself was much higher than the things in the ring, so she deliberately mentioned it. Unfortunately, the 4 people seemed to have already discussed it on the way here. At this time, they were transmitting a message to each other, saying something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Immediately, everyone's expressions relaxed. Fellow Taoist Feng laughed and said, You little fellow, you're really sharp-tongued. No wonder you have such a cultivation at such a young age. If it was in normal times, wouldn't I love you? But, at this time, I'm the knife and you're the fish. Even if you have a glib tongue, what can you do? Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale. She waved her hand and threw the storage ring to fellow Taoist Feng, saying, In that case, I'll give this ring to you, senior. Fellow Taoist Feng was pleasantly surprised to see the storage ring flying over, but at the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, as the ring flew over, Gon Chingu and the others also looked over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his figure flashed, and he jumped down from the flying shuttle. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Unfortunately, before she could fly 30 feet, her body and the flying shuttle were blocked by an invisible barrier. Although the barrier wasn't abnormally hard, it still made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy. Then, a ray of light flashed, and something that looked like a fishing net appeared in the night sky. It covered Zhang Xiaohua's head, and he could not move at all. The fishing net wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua and flew up into the sky. It only stopped when it reached the location of the shuttle. Gon Qinggu and the other three originally took out their magic tools to attack fellow Taoist Kuang. However, Zhang Xiaohua's escape alerted everyone. Fellow Taoist Kuang quickly flew up into the sky and pointed his finger. A faint light flashed and hit the storage ring flying towards him. The ring stopped in mid-air. Then, he waved his hand again. The fishing net that caught Zhang Xiaohua flashed and flew to the side of the ring and stopped. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoist Feng immediately shouted. Don't try to sow discord. This ring, I won't touch it. This sentence was shouted at the right time. When Gon Qinggu and the others saw this, their minds moved slightly and they all took back their magic tools that flew out. However, they kept some distance from the ring and didn't really take it back. How about this, everyone? We won't take this ring. We'll only let this little guy take out the things in it. We'll divide these things first and then carefully discuss the ownership of the ring. What do you think? Fellow Taoist Feng saw that he had become the target of public criticism, so he didn't dare to be careless and suggested. Gon Qinggu thought for a moment and looked at the several people in the distance. After discussing for a while, they all nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, even though they agreed, Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. I've already given this ring to you. It has nothing to do with me who takes it. I'm already a bird in a cage. I can't even fly. Who has the patience to do these things? Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Feng heard this and sneered. He pinched a spell and the net-like magic tool tied Zhang Xiaohua tightly. Then, it contracted tightly, as if it was going to absorb Zhang Xiaohua's flesh. Fellow Taoist Feng, who was looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's painful expression and begging for mercy, was stunned. His magic tool, which had worked repeatedly, was actually wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and couldn't be absorbed into her flesh. Fellow Taoist Feng changed his spell again and hit Zhang Xiaohua's body one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how much magic power he used, there seemed to be something strange about Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. The thin rope on the net just couldn't be retracted. Chapter 3164. Hee hee. Even though he knew that Xiao Hua was talking nonsense, Taoist Zhao's face was still very happy. He even proudly stroked his beard that he could barely touch. He waved his hand and arrogantly said, "Let's go. We'll go back to Jiangchao Temple." When Xiao Hua and the others passed by the tea shed, there was no one inside. However, the two people playing chess were still sitting there. Of course, the chessboard was gone, replaced by some wine and dishes. The two people chatted while drinking, full of interest. When they saw Xiao Taoist and the others coming back, they picked up their wine bowls and drank it all. Hee hee, this Xiao Taoist. I'm afraid he thinks I'm with these two people. After listening to Xiao Taoist's probing words today, Xiao Hua already understood. But he didn't plan to say anything before Xiao Taoist made it clear to him. After 100 years of secluded cultivation, Xiao Hua, who had a lively personality, was a bit impatient. Since he encountered such an interesting matter, why didn't he get involved? Why are there so many people on the mountain path? Xiao Hua looked at the two people, then looked left and right. He naturally looked at the mountain ridge where Jiangchao Temple was located and couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that there was not a single person on the mountain path, but now, from the bottom to the top, from the foot of the mountain to Jiangchao Temple, there were many people standing. Although it wasn't to the point of being crowded, there were still hundreds of people. Master, not good. Xiao Hua just saw that Yuanya was also panicking. He hurriedly said, "You're in trouble again. Someone is chasing us. We can't go back to Jiangchao Temple. While they haven't seen Master, let's hurry and leave." Trouble again. Xiao Hua was surprised, somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by trouble again? Is that so? Xiao Taoist was thinking about the challenge 10 days later, so he didn't notice the people on the mountain ridge. When he heard Yuanya's words, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly raised his head. When he saw the abnormality on the mountain path, he also exclaimed and hurriedly turned around. He said, "Hurry, hurry, don't let them see me." Although Xiao Hua didn't understand, he still turned around with the two people. However, after a few hurried steps, Xiao Taoist suddenly stopped. She turned her head back and muttered, "That's not right." Isn't the matter of Song Manor already settled? This old man has already apologized to old Song. Even their copper coins were returned to them. Why are they still here to cause trouble? What's more, it was the children of their families who came to beg this old man for help. Didn't this old man just follow their wishes and matchmake the two of them? It's not this old man's fault. Master, if he's not from the Song Manor, could it be someone else? Yuanya reminded him from the side. In the past few days, you haven't accepted those copper coins from others that shouldn't be accepted? Let this old man think. Taoist Xiao seemed to be unable to make up his mind. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he raised his head firmly and said, "Of course not. This old man has his own principles when it comes to giving advice on marriage. It relied on great magic power. That day, there were some problems with the Song family's 8 characters, but when this old man was calculating the heavenly mysteries, he was able to reverse their incompatibility. Only an ordinary person like old Second Song would not be able to understand the heavenly mysteries. This old man wasted his magic power in vain and did not receive any money. This kind of thankless task, how could this old man do it again and again? This old man definitely did not." Then, Yuanya looked at the people on the distant mountain with some hesitation. He was puzzled and said, "What are these people doing at the Jiangchao temple? This time, there seems to be more people than last time." "Master, let's not go back. Go to the Longevity Town and find a place to hide? We don't want it to be the same as last time. They didn't ask for any details and beat you up. This disciple will have to protect Master again." But Taoist Zhao's face was somewhat red and his neck was thick. He argued, "This old man really didn't do anything these past few months. Why don't we just go and take a look?" Xiaohua laughed at the side. "Last time, Taoist Xiao was afraid that you were in the Jiangchao temple and could not escape. This time, you are at the foot of the mountain. If the situation is not right, yes." Taoist Xiao understood. "Yeah, you go and investigate." At this point, Taoist Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let this old man go. If I let you go, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find out anything." "Yes, Master." Yuanya agreed and obediently followed behind Taoist Xiao. Halfway there, Taoist Xiao was a little hesitant. He even wanted to change his clothes and go forward. Unfortunately, other than his Taoist robe, the 3 people did not have any other clothes in their bags. He could only take off his Taoist hat and go up the mountain with his hair draped over his shoulders. When he caught up with the old man who was walking at the end of the mountain path, Taoist Xiao gathered his courage and bowed. "Immeasurable deity, I am here to greet you. May I ask if you are from the Longevity Town's Song Manor?" The old man was originally climbing up the mountain while panting. When he heard the footsteps behind him, before he could turn around, he heard Taoist Zhao's extremely polite greeting. He hurriedly stopped and replied before he could catch his breath. "Greetings, Taoist Xiao. This old farmer is from the Longevity Town's General Ridge, not from the Song Manor." Phew! When he heard that the old man was not from the Song Manor, Taoist Xiao let out a long sigh. He looked at the old man who was gasping for air and asked curiously, "It's already late. What are you doing here in the Jiangchao Ridge instead of resting at home?" "Of course I'm here to visit the Jiangchao temple." At this time it was really late. The old man could not see Taoist Zhao's Taoist robe clearly. He smiled and said, "Other than the Jiangchao temple, what else is there to see in the Jiangchao Ridge?" "Jiangchao temple?" Taoist Zhao's expression changed. He asked tentatively, "The Jiangchao temple is just a small Taoist temple. What's there to see?" "The Jiangchao temple." The old man's face showed a strange expression. It was as if he had just seen Taoist Zhao's Taoist robe clearly. He stopped mid-sentence and asked curiously, "Taoist Xiao? Oh, you're the Taoist Xiao of the Jiangchao temple?" Yes. I am Taoist Xiao of the Jiangchao temple." Taoist Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally had the courage to admit it. "Xiao. Taoist Xiao, you're Taoist Xiao?" When the old man heard this, he suddenly shouted, "Fellow villagers, Taoist Xiao of the Jiangchao temple is here." No, I'm Taoist Xiao." At this time, Taoist Xiao did not dare to show off in front of Xiaohua and hastily denied it. But how could the old man listen to him? He was excitedly shouting and waving his arms. Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao is here. Quickly. When the people in front heard the 3 words Daoist Xiao, they immediately exploded and turned around. Let's go. Daoist Xiao made a prompt decision. He did not hesitate at all and turned around to escape. Oh. Daoist Xiao, don't worry. While Daoist Xiao was talking to the old man, Xiao Hua had already released his soul sense. When he saw the situation at the Jiangchao temple, he smiled and pulled Yuanya in front of Daoist Xiao. He laughed and said, "Look again, it doesn't seem like what you imagined. Quickly go." Daoist Xiao ignored Xiao Hua's laughter. They've already chased after us. What else can there be? In front. Is that Daoist Xiao? An extremely pleasantly surprised voice came from the mountain path below Xiao Hua and the others. This is bad. Daoist Xiao saw that there were people in front and behind him. His expression changed greatly. How could he tell the surprise in this voice? He hastily waved his hand and said, No, I can't wait. It's him. Before Daoist Xiao could finish his words, an old voice called out from behind him. This is Daoist Xiao of the Jiangchao temple. This old man saw him in town this afternoon. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This Jiangchao temple is Daoist Xiao? If Xiao Hua had used his soul sense to see that everyone who entered the Jiangchao temple was piously prostrating themselves in front of the statue, he wouldn't have understood what was going on. But when he saw where this voice came from, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Wasn't this Mu Chu Fan the pitiful man who prayed for his wife's life last night? Xiao Hua knew about the effects of the Wu Yao pill. But if he hadn't personally checked the woman's pulse last night, Xiao Hua wouldn't have been sure that he could save her from death. He didn't even know if the woman who took the Wu Yao pill would immediately die. But when he saw how pitiful Mu Chu Fan was last night, Xiao Hua couldn't help but give 30% of the Wu Yao pill to Mu Chu Fan. After all, his wife was already in such a state. Things couldn't get any worse. So when he saw so many people, he really didn't think that it was because of the Wu Yao pill. He also didn't think that the Wu Yao pill's effects would be so obvious. Benevolent Lord. Daoist Xiao took advantage of the twilight to look at Mu Chu Fan, who had already rushed up. He was especially astonished and hurriedly shouted, "You have to look clearly. When did you see I don't have any recollection of it." As he said that, Xiao Daoist winked at Yuanya. It looked like he wanted Yuanya to take him and escape down the mountain from the outside. When Yuanya saw Daoist Zhao's gaze, he immediately understood. It seemed that this wasn't the first time they had cooperated like this. He had already taken a step and was about to jump out of the mountain. However, Mu Chu Fan rolled and crawled to Daoist Zhao's feet. Without waiting for Daoist Xiao to say anything, he knelt down in front of Daoist Xiao with a pudong sound. He kowtowed and shouted, "This little one thanks Daoist Xiao for his great kindness. My wife took the immortal pill bestowed by Daoist Xiao last night and had abdominal pain for the entire night. This little one should have come to Jiangchao temple in the afternoon to thank Daoist Xiao for his kindness. But after all, my wife has just recovered and her body is still weak. Moreover, the villagers in General Ridge knew that my wife had narrowly escaped death and all came to see her. Thus, this little one delayed until the evening." As he spoke, Mu Chu Fan hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "My child's mother, hurry up. Daoist Xiao is here." Chapter 3165. What? Daoist Xiao was stunned. He looked at Yuanya, who was already half a step away from the mountain path and was now as stunned as a clay statue. He really didn't understand what Mu Chu Fan meant. However, although he didn't understand the whole story, he was sure that these villagers didn't come to him to bring him bad luck. On the contrary, they came to thank him. When the woman who still looked a little weak and the 2 children knelt in front of him again, Daoist Xiao finally made up his mind. He calmly went forward and helped the woman up. He smiled and said, "Since you've recovered, don't be in such a hurry to come to Jiangchao temple. It's not too late to come back when you're full of qi and blood. Moreover, it's already late today. The Jiangchao mountain is very cold and the mountain is very big. You'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't the elixir be wasted?" Yes, I know." The woman said gratefully, "If I can't thank Zhenren Xiao in person, how can I rest peacefully? When I kneel in front of Zhenren Xiao, I'll go back immediately. Haha, you've already done that. You'd better go back quickly, little lady, Taoist Xiao said with a smile. Mu Chufan looked up at the Zhongchao temple in the night and whispered to the woman, My wife, this place is still far from Zhenren Zhao's statue. Do you want me to carry you up? Taoist Xiao was confused again. At the same time, his face was a little hot. He thought that the Zhenren Xiao that Mu Chufan and his wife were talking about was him. Who would have thought that? It was the broken statue in the Zhongchao temple. Mu Chufan saw his wife nodding. He used his hand to touch his chest and took out a small silver coin. He handed it to Taoist Xiao and said respectfully, Zhenren Xiao, this is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Last night, I saw that Zhenren Zhao's statue didn't have any incense or candles. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please prepare incense and candles. You must worship Zhenren Zhao's statue for 49 days. Of course. I don't need your reminder. Taoist Xiao immediately replied, I'll go back and prepare now. Kindly Lord and Miss, please come up soon. At that moment, the old man who saw Taoist Xiao the earliest also came to his senses and muttered, So? Little Mu Zi was talking about the statue in the Temple of River and Tide. Not this, little Taoist. Yeah, hurry up and go. How could Taoist Xiao care whether he was Taoist Xiao or the clay idol? The silver had already fallen into his hands, so he hurriedly called out, Hurry up and light all the incense sticks for Taoist Xiao. But Yuanya was confused. He did not know what Taoist Xiao meant. Yuanya, go light all the incense sticks and candles in the monastery. Xiao Hua hurriedly called out. Mu Shan wants to burn incense for the immortals enshrined in the monastery. Yes, master. Yuanya finally understood. His figure rose from the bushes. His entire body was like a monkey outside the mountain path. He quickly rushed up the Temple of River and Tide. When Xiao Hua accompanied Taoist Xiao back to the Temple of River and Tide through the mountain path made way by the villagers of General Ridge, the entire Temple of River and Tide was already crowded with devout men and women. In the main hall, there were also several anxious kind men and women who had already knelt down in front of the worn-out statue. And on the altar in front of the statue, there were 4 rare thick incense sticks. The flickering light of the incense sticks shone on the worn-out clay idol. It looked very funny. Boundless Taoist Master, Taoist Xiao stepped into the main hall of the Temple of River and Tide and looked at the situation in the hall. His expression changed unconsciously. He opened his mouth and wanted to blow out 2 of the incense sticks. Looking at the people who had already surrounded the main hall, he endured the pain in his heart and did not dare to do it. However, Taoist Xiao still glared fiercely at Yuanya and pretended to say a few words. Yuanya blinked his eyes and followed Taoist Xiao's gaze to look at the altar that was slightly lit up. He suddenly understood and immediately squeezed out from the crowd. When he came back, he was holding a small wooden box that was 1 foot in size and 2 feet in height. There were 3 big words written on it, Merit Box. Yuanya squeezed through the crowd again with great effort. His vigorous figure in the forest was also somewhat strenuous at this moment. It was probably because the villagers of General Ridge were really passionate. The fanaticism and devotion in their eyes filled the entire main hall. Looking at the worn-out statue again, Taoist Xiao could not help but feel a tinge of regret in his heart. With a swoosh, he swung the horsetail whisk that he had unknowingly taken out and cleared his throat. Cough cough. Once they heard that Taoist Xiao was about to speak, the clamor of the crowd immediately went far away. They all stood respectfully at the front and raised their necks to listen to Taoist Xiao's explanation. I have been in Longevity Town for many years and have always lived in this Zhongchao temple. Taoist Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light, appearing unusually deep. Then, he took a deep breath. I have already traveled to many places in the hidden immortal mainland. Why did I stay here for so long when I came to Longevity Town? Actually, I had already vaguely mentioned that this Zhongchao temple was not an ordinary Taoist temple when I started to cast spells to save all living beings a few years ago. When I first stepped into the temple, I had an extremely strong feeling. This Zhongchao temple is the place where the immortal resides. This Longevity Town is also a place favored by the Taoist ancestor. Speaking of this, Taoist Xiao turned his head to look at the worn-out statue. His expression changed again and he sighed. Although this is a worn-out statue, in Ai's eyes, he is also a divine person who knows the heavens and the earth. This divine person is guarding Liao Zhong here, once again using my Taoist magic to protect Longevity Town's safety. I made a grand vow that day to restore the divine person in Ai's heart and reconstruct his golden body. I want to let him get the incense he deserves. Unfortunately, I am only a small Taoist cultivator, far from having the magic of this divine person. Perhaps some of you have already seen Ai in Longevity Town. Ai's situation. Just look at the entire Jiangchao Temple and you will know. Jiangchao Temple has not changed much since I came several years ago. I am ashamed to face the Taoist ancestor. I am ashamed to face the divine person in Ai's heart. Seeing that Taoist Zhao's face was filled with sorrow, in the blink of an eye, Taoist Zhao pointed at Mu Chufan's family of four squeezing at the front of the crowd and said passionately again, however, just when I was somewhat disheartened, this divine person finally appeared and gave us a miracle at the end of the world. I finally understand why I have fate with this Jiangchao Temple. It turns out that this divine person is Taoist Zhao, the famous Taoist ancestor Taoist Zhao. I am ashamed. I have always regarded Taoist Zhao as Ai's cultivation goal. Ai's surname is also Zhao, so I arrogantly called myself Taoist Zhao. But how can Ai's cultivation be compared to the real Taoist Zhao? Now, the miracle of Mu Shanju's family is not only a revelation from Taoist Zhao to Ai, but also a warning to Ai. It is also a blessing for Longevity Town. From now on, Taoist Zhao will give us more miracles. This kind of miracle is real and real. It is completely different from the fake and pretentious Zhao Jin Temple. Chapter 3166. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Chong. What's wrong? Is your Tarsus locket useless? The last cultivator who had been silent all this time mocked in a hoarse voice. Strange. This kid's Taoist robe is a little strange. Fellow Taoist Chong was slightly embarrassed. Haha, that's good. Gon Chingu laughed shrilly. The stranger it is, the more it means that there's something good in the ring. Hearing this, the other cultivators became excited. They had only heard of storage rings, but this was the first time they had seen one. In fact, they knew that Zhang Xiaohua's appearance in the demon-resisting valley was a little strange. Everyone was blinded by greed, but no one cared about the result of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food, because they had placed their hopes on luck. How about this? Since this kid is unwilling to cooperate, let's kill him first. As for the ring, fellow Taoist Qi can have it. His cultivation is slightly weaker than ours. We can rest assured if he takes it. Fellow Taoist Chong said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was bad, and his hands and feet began to struggle again. This so-called Tarsus locket was very strange. It wrapped tightly around Zhang Xiaohua's body like a fishing net, confining the true qi in his meridians and preventing it from flowing. I have some ideas. After struggling for a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that although the Tarsus locket confined his true qi, it did not confine his strength. When he exerted his strength, he could even open the Tarsus locket a little. Maybe I can break it if I use all my strength? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take the risk and try, he heard the hoarse voice again. Fellow Taoist Chong, what are you talking about? I don't have any grudges with you. Why did you bring this disaster to Ai? Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Qi, don't blame me. Isn't this the only way? The others are just worried about it. Fellow Taoist Chong said with a smile. Don't, Qi Daoyu said, waving his hand dismissively. Whoever wants to take it can have it. I only want my share. Well, fellow Taoist Yun thought for a moment and looked at the three people around the ring, as well as Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to the ring. He had no choice but to say, little guy, let's negotiate. Zhang Xiaohua stopped struggling and sneered. What's there to discuss? You only need to swear that you won't tell anyone about what happened here. I will make the decision to let you go. What do you think? Hee hee, my storage ring is gone. How am I going to explain this to the sect's headmaster? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. That's your problem. What do you think is more important, dying now or being punished by the sect leader in the future? Fellow Taoist I also sneered and said, if it weren't for the fact that we were holding each other back, do you think I would be so kind? Get rid of this Tarsus lock. Zhang Xiaohua replied. That's easy. Fellow Taoist Yun pointed with his finger, and the Tarsus lock was released. It flew into fellow Taoist Yun's hand and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua moved her arms and legs, but she didn't find anything unusual. She scratched her chin with her fingers and still refused to take the ring. She asked, if I take out the things in the ring, and you divide the things and change your mind, what should I do? Why don't you make a heart oath too? Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Qi laughed and said, you little kid, you are really impudent. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although we are holding each other back and don't dare to take the ring without permission, we can't let you lead us by the nose. If you don't take it now, I will take it now. You still want us to make a heart oath, are you crazy? Good. Fellow Taoist Qi, just take it. Let's find a place to divide this thing quickly, Gong Qinggu said with a smile. Okay, Zhang Xiaohua heard that and said quickly, I'll take it, but you must, it's too late. I'm not happy. I'll take it myself. Fellow Taoist Qi's personality was a little extreme. He waved his hand and the ring flew into his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was in a bad mood and scolded herself for making a fool of herself. However, looking at fellow Taoist Yun's faint smile, she knew that even if she escaped now, these people would definitely hunt her down and not let her live after dividing the rings. She should know this from the way they dealt with Fairy Fei Ying. However, hiding for a while was still a good thing. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and her eyes looked into the darkness. Right at this moment, a powerful divine sense swept over without any hesitation. Gong Qinggu and the others' divine senses were far stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, fellow Taoist Yun and the others' expressions changed. Golden Core Cultivator? Fellow Taoist Qi cried out in shock. Then, without another word, he activated the dermic power under his feet. His body shone brightly and he immediately fled into the distance. Even fellow Taoist Qi, who had the lowest cultivation, had such a reaction. What else could the others say? When fellow Taoist Qi cried out in shock, the other three people were one step ahead. Their figures were much faster than when they came. Each of them picked a direction that they thought was safe and flew far away. This divine sense. That strong divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the four people who fled without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that this divine sense was cold, strong, and contemptuous. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that this divine sense was actually somewhat familiar. How long had he been here? How many people had he seen just now? Therefore, when he raised his eyes and wanted to look in the direction where the divine sense swept over, an extremely fast sword light appeared in front of him. That sword light belonged to the person who sent him out of the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng. Seeing a familiar person, Zhang Xiaohua was not only not happy, but her heart turned cold. He asked himself. He definitely did not have a proud background. He definitely did not have the bloodline of the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance that Feng Shu mentioned. He also did not believe that he had any peerless charm that was unforgettable. He did not want any future prospects to follow behind him. Since he did not have any peerless charm, then Qiu Feng's purpose was thought-provoking. After seeing the faces of Fairy Fei Ying, Gong Qinggu, fellow Taoist Yun, and fellow Taoist Qi, Zhang Xiaohua, would not be so naive to think that Qiu Feng was here to help others. Maybe I met him by chance? Zhang Xiaohua had the last bit of hope in her heart. She put on a smile and cupped her hands, saying, Senior. However, Qiu Feng ignored her. His face was solemn and the pride in his eyes were completely different from his modesty in the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He glanced at the storage ring floating in front of Zhang Xiaohua and took it with a wave of his hand. Then he patted his waist, and a strange-shaped magic treasure flew into the air. The top of this magic treasure was an oval ball with many small holes. The bottom was a twisted semicircle. Once it flew into the air, it emitted a crimson brilliance. Qiu Feng glanced coldly at Zhang Xiaohua and narrowed his eyes. He pointed at the magic treasure, and 4 crimson brilliances flew out from the small holes in the magic treasure. They also shot rapidly in 4 different directions. Those directions were where fellow Taoist Yun and the others had escaped. It only took a few moments for fellow Taoist Yun and the others to escape and for Qiu Feng to arrive. During this time, fellow Taoist Yun had already escaped thousands of feet away. His speed was quite fast. However, fellow Taoist Yun's nervous expression showed that he did not feel relieved at all after escaping far away. Sure enough, Qiu Feng's magic treasure was powerful. The Crimson Brilliance arrived first and approached fellow Taoist Yun's back in a few breaths' time. Fellow Taoist Yun sighed slightly and did not dare to be careless. He turned around and flew backward. At the same time, he pointed at the disc that had been shielding his head and protecting his body with the brilliance. He patted his waist with his other hand and took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag. He threw them out with a wave of his hand. A series of crackling sounds rang out as the talismans exploded. Rays of light appeared and blocked the path of the crimson light. Unexpectedly, the crimson light didn't stop in the slightest. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through the rays of light and shot directly towards the disc in front of fellow Taoist Kuang. Fellow Taoist Yun bit his lips slightly and took a deep breath. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the disc. The disc flashed and instantly became much thicker, emitting a faint crimson brilliance. With a bang, the crimson brilliance hit the disc. Then with a puff, the crimson brilliance pierced through a layer of animal skin, creating a fist-sized hole in the disc. The crimson brilliance then went straight for fellow Taoist Yun. Fellow Taoist Kuang didn't expect that the disc would be so useless. He waved his hand, and the stick he took out from his storage pouch earlier struck towards the crimson light. Fellow Taoist Kuang's small stick was also a very powerful magic tool. It had been used by fellow Taoist Kuang, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to kill countless people. But today, he encountered golden core cultivators, whose strength wasn't on the same level. Although Qiu Feng didn't directly charge forward and fought against 4 of them, fellow Taoist Kuang was still no match for him. The crimson brilliance did not seem to care about the misty brilliance of the small stick, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stirred up by the tip of the stick. It rushed forward and scattered the brilliance of the stick, approaching fellow Taoist Yun's protective true qi. Fellow Taoist Yun was shocked. He activated the magic power under his feet and quickly turned around, stabbing downwards. However, the crimson brilliance was even faster than him. Fellow Taoist Yun had just turned around when the brilliance pierced through his armpit. His protective true qi was only able to block it slightly before the brilliance pierced through. With an extremely soft sound, the crimson brilliance pierced through fellow Taoist Yun's heart. It was a 3-inch long, almost invisible crimson, black iron needle. As the profound iron needle pierced through fellow Taoist Kuang's chest, fellow Taoist Kuang fell headfirst from the flying sword like a falling leaf. The profound iron needle spun in the air and flew back to the sword. Chapter 3167. Taoist Master Xiao could not help but point the spearhead at the Shaojin Temple. However, just as he opened his mouth, he realized that some of the villagers at the back of the crowd had disdain and disgust in their eyes. He immediately became alert and flung the horsetail whisk in his hand to cover it up. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course, the cultivation of Taoism is different from that of Buddhism. It's useless for I to say more here. Let's wait until all of you widen your eyes and take a good look. Let's see who's the real one." "Oh, I've said too much again. Good Lord Mu, please tell us about Taoist Master Zhao's miracle last night." Mu Chufan's wife had been impatient for a long time. Now that she finally heard Taoist Master Zhao's words, she immediately pounced on the tattered praying mat and kowtowed. After kowtowing 9 times, she hurriedly pulled her hands, and the 2 children who were at a loss were also pulled over. She pressed their small heads to the ground and cried, "Children, quickly thank Taoist Master Xiao. If it wasn't for his grace, Mother would have left you last night." The 2 children were a little confused at first. However, when they heard that their mother would have left them if not for the tattered clay statue in front of them, they immediately stopped pressing their mother's hands and kowtowed to the ground while crying, "Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao." The children's crying immediately infected the villagers of General Ridge. Everyone wiped their tears along with them. "Everyone, my fellow villagers." Mu Chufan stood behind his wife and children and unconsciously shed tears. At this moment, he wiped his tears with his sleeves and said, "Everyone knows about my family's situation. Ever since my wife married into the Mu family, she never enjoyed a day of happiness. Every day, she would be at home weaving, washing and working hard. Later, after she had 2 children, her body became worse and worse. I felt pain in my heart when I saw it. However, I couldn't do anything at all. All the doctors in the village and town had seen her. She was slowly losing weight and had no strength. In the end, she couldn't even pick up a needle. Every doctor couldn't find the reason. They were really at their wits' end. To my family, my wife is the sky of our family. Without her, I don't know what this family would be like. Just last night, I sold the last bit of land in the family and took my wife and child to the town's most famous Zhongren Tang. However, when the doctor of Zhongren Tang saw my wife's condition, he didn't even accept the money. He only told me to bring my wife back. I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the night. For the sake of my wife's illness, I've already sold everything in my family. Even though I'm a dying child, I still eat very little. To be honest, my family isn't much different from that of an ordinary child beggar. But even so, I'm willing to pay any price to keep my wife by my side. Looking at his child and his wife's tattered clothes, Mu Chufan couldn't help but cry again. Last night, this lowly one carried my wife and took the child through the Zhongchao Ridge. This lowly one's heart tightened painfully. When I saw the Zhongchao temple, I really couldn't bear it anymore. Previously, this lowly one had also been to the Shaojin temple, but I had never thought about this Zhongchao temple. Since there was no hope for any other place, this lowly one really didn't want to give up the last hope. I thought of coming to the Zhongchao temple, to kowtow a few times to Daoist Xiao and see if Daoist Xiao would pity this lowly one. Who knew? Daoist Xiao really showed his spirit. Speaking of the key point, Mu Chufan was exultant. After this lowly one kowtowed and prayed, Daoist Xiao really bestowed me with the elixir. After this lowly one consumed the elixir, my wife had a stomachache for the entire night, which scared this lowly one. But today, she's completely recovered. Although she still looks weak, this lowly one knows that my wife's complexion is completely different from yesterday. Everyone, look, after a day of recuperation, my wife can actually come to the Zhongchao temple from the General Ridge by herself. If this isn't a miracle, then what is it? If other people were to preach like this, the people in the General Ridge might not believe it. However, everyone knew the condition of Mu Chufan's family and his wife's illness clearly. Today, Mu Chufan's wife had completely recovered. This was simply unbelievable to everyone. Since everyone could come here, they had already believed it. When this was preached in the Zhongchao temple, waves of emotions were released. Boundless holy man. Seeing this, Daoist Xiao seized the opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Good Lord Mu, do you have a copper coin?"
Yes, I do.
Mu Chufan was slightly stunned as he sighed. "Take it out." Daoist Xiao instructed in a profound manner. "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Mu Chufan took out a copper coin and placed it in the palm of his hand in front of Daoist Xiao's eyes. Daoist Xiao then turned his hand, and the silver coin that Mu Chufan gave him earlier immediately appeared. He placed it in Mu Chufan's palm solemnly, then took the copper coin and said emotionally, "Good Lord Mu, I know that the merit silver is your reward to Zhenren Xiao. It's your family's sincerity and piety. However, this is the only thing that the 4 members of your Mu family have. Without this silver, your family of 4 may have to eat the northwest wind tomorrow. Although I have accepted your silver coin and can help Daoist Xiao reconstruct his golden body tomorrow, do you think that Zhenren Xiao will like this merit silver?" At this point, Daoist Xiao purposely paused for a moment, then waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said, "There's no need to say more. Zhenren Xiao definitely doesn't want to see the Mu family's predicament continue. Moreover, to Zhenren Xiao of my Zhongchao temple, this kind of worldly thing is not something that he likes. What he wants is the gratitude and piety of us ordinary people. Therefore, this silver coin is no different from a copper coin. This copper coin of yours is the piety of your Mu family of 4. You only need to give this copper coin and the piety of your Mu family to Zhenren Xiao, and you'll be repaying him for saving your Mu family. The silver coin is yours. Give the piety that Zhenren Xiao needs to Zhenren Xiao." As he spoke, Daoist Xiao respectfully placed the copper coin into the merit box on the offering table. Following the soft sound of the copper coin, Mu Chufan's tears instantly fell. The villagers of General Ridge were even more excited. Everyone knew the value of a silver coin and a copper coin. Other than Mu Chufan, no one would easily take out a silver coin. Now, seeing that Daoist Xiao did not want a silver coin and only wanted a copper coin, and that as long as there was sincerity, a copper coin was exactly the same as a silver coin, although the villagers of General Ridge were not rich, who did not have a copper coin.
Zhenren Xiao,
You're really a god. At this moment, Mu Fan bowed to his wife again. He choked with sobs. From now on, I will only worship Zhenren Xiao. I will worship him for the rest of my life. Moreover, when my family situation has improved, I will definitely reconstruct your golden body for Zhenren Xiao. Why do you need to wait for your family's situation to improve? A voice appeared out of nowhere. Those of us who have no money will offer a copper coin. Those of us who have money will offer 5 or 10 copper coins. As long as you bring our piety, you will definitely be able to reconstruct your golden body for Zhenren Xiao in no time. Following this voice, another copper coin flew out from the crowd and landed on the offering table. Amateus. Thank you so much, kind lord. Taoist Xiao was overjoyed. He really wanted to thank this villager whose name he did not know. That's right, that's right. Instantly, everyone opened their pockets. There was no need to say anything else. The copper coins fell into the hall like rain. Everyone. Taoist Xiao was really elated. While avoiding the rain of coins, he said anxiously, when I take out the merit book. Unfortunately, the sound of the copper coins falling to the ground had already drowned out his voice. Muzi. An extremely surprised voice suddenly shouted. Is this the panacea that you were talking about? There really is one. Not to mention everyone hurriedly turning around. Even Taoist Zhao's eyes flashed with eagerness. The first copper coin was naturally thrown out by Xiao Hua. At this moment, he hid behind the crowd and looked over. A man who was about the same age as Mu Fan was holding a thumb-sized black object in his hand. He was extremely surprised as he shouted. This seems like it, but it seems like... In the darkness of the night, the thumb-sized object could not be seen clearly. In fact, before Mu Fan gave the ugly pill to his wife last night, he also did not believe it. He was just treating a dead horse as a living horse. On the tree. The eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. Immediately, some people raised their heads and looked at the only banyan tree in the Taoist temple. At the end of the branches, between the leaves, there was a thumb-sized banyan fruit. They could not help but shout excitedly. When Taoist Xiao saw this, he hurriedly shouted, Benevolent people, Taoist Zhao's gift is a miracle. It will not hinder anything. Although this banyan fruit is an ordinary item, if you are sincere, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Of course, although Taoist Xiao is benevolent to the people, if your heart is not sincere and you are unable to worship him sincerely, even if you take the banyan fruit and eat it, it may not be effective. The crowd was already noisy. They only heard the first half of Taoist Zhao's sentence. Why would they care about the second half? When some people saw the banyan fruit on the banyan tree, some nimble villagers quickly climbed up the tree. Just as Taoist Xiao finished speaking, the banyan fruit on the banyan tree also fell with a walala sound. Snatch! Although no one shouted it out, everyone was shouting in their hearts. They swarmed towards the banyan fruit that fell to the ground. Those villagers who did not enter the Taoist temple also shouted and rushed in. More than 100 people crazily snatching the banyan fruit was very frightening. When Taoist Xiao saw this, he was afraid that something big would happen. He could only shout, if you are sincere, then it will happen. Don't take too much. If you take too much, Taoist Xiao will be angry. Taoist Zhao's words were somewhat effective. Fortunately, the banyan tree was not small and there were many banyan fruits. In a short moment, the villagers who rushed into the Taoist temple all had one. Chapter 3168. Those who have received the grace, please leave. You can go home and see if you can receive Taoist Zhao's grace. Taoist Xiao saw that the temple was overcrowded, so he quickly shouted, Taoist Zhao's grace is everywhere. When you see the miracle tomorrow, you can come to Zhongqiao Temple to thank him. Go, we also want to pay our respects to Taoist Xiao. The villagers outside the temple were already impatient. They didn't believe it at first, but when they saw the banyan fruit, even if they didn't believe it, they couldn't help but come in and pick up too. Greed was in human nature, and no one could avoid it. For a moment, the small temple was even more chaotic. The villagers inside the temple did not want to go out and wanted to take more. The villagers outside the temple rushed in and wanted to snatch one. Not long after Xiao Daoist finished speaking, there was friction at the entrance of the Taoist temple. There were screams and cries that tore people's hearts and lungs apart.
Oh no!
How could Daoist Xiao not know what happened? The expression on his face changed drastically, and the sweat on his forehead began to flow down. This happiness had come too quickly, and it had left even faster. If there were any casualties tonight, not only would the villagers not come, even the government wouldn't let him go, right? While thinking, Daoist Zhao's eyes turned quickly. He brushed his sleeves on the table and prepared to take out a few copper coins to ask Yuanya to come and save him. Ignorant, unruly people. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the main hall of the Daoist temple, extinguishing 3 candles in an instant, leaving only one flickering in the wind. A cold voice came from the worn-out statue. How could this Daoist master's gift fall on your head so easily? Just looking at your selfishness and disregard for others, this Dao master is bitterly disappointed.
Ah?
Daoist Xiao was stunned. He turned around in disbelief and looked at the statue in front of him, which he had never worshipped before, and was stunned.
Get out of my sight, all of you.
When I see your sincerity, it won't be too late to come and ask for my grace. The clay statue coldly spoke again. Along with this voice, the ground of the Daoist temple began to tremble. The entire banyan tree was shaking. The villagers who were climbing on the banyan tree could no longer stay any longer.
Plop, plop.
They all fell down. Daoist Xiao, please calm down, please calm down. Daoist Xiao didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly knelt in front of the statue and kowtowed. The villagers are ignorant, and it's all my fault. If there is any blame, please put it on I. I am willing to take the blame for these villagers. Daoist Xiao, please forgive me. As the ground shook, everyone panicked. Not only did everyone in the temple kneel on the ground, but even those outside of the temple couldn't stand still. Some rolled down the mountain path, and some knelt down. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the Jiangchao temple was completely silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Poof, with a soft sound, the candles on the candles exploded. Xiao Daoist raised his head and looked at the broken statue. He bit his lips and kowtowed. He slowly stood up and turned around. He flung the horsetail whisk in his hand and sighed. Boundless holy man, benevolent masters, please rise. Daoist Xiao is already angry. We should listen to Daoist Zhao's orders and leave the temple first. I won't sleep tonight, and I will repent in front of Daoist Xiao. Those who haven't received Daoist Zhao's blessings, please come back tomorrow. Daoist Xiao said sympathetically. It's a pity for Daoist Zhao's blessings. If Daoist Xiao wasn't angry. It's all my fault, please forgive me. Immediately, everyone kowtowed again. Even though they were sober, they were still ashamed of their impulsiveness. Yuanya, Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao ordered again. Send the villagers down the mountain. I want to pray for the villagers in front of Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao sat down on the futon and didn't say anything else. Dear villagers, Daoist Xiao is angry. I'm afraid all the blessings have passed away. After Daoist Xiao prays for you. Please come back tomorrow. Xiao Hua knew that Yuanya's words were clumsy, so he hurried out of the crowd and walked to the door of the Daoist temple. He shouted at the villagers outside the temple, if we still gather here, Daoist Xiao won't have to pray for blessings, and Daoist Zhao's anger will descend. The villagers outside the Daoist temple were both regretful and afraid. However, when they heard Xiao Hua say that all the blessings had turned into nothing, their hearts calmed down. They all kowtowed outside the temple and went down Jiangchao Ridge with complicated feelings. As for the people inside the Daoist temple, besides being afraid like the villagers outside, they were also a bit angry. Who would be happy to see the spirit pills in their hands turn into banyan fruits in front of Daoist Zhao's anger? However, when they saw the villagers outside the Daoist temple slowly leave, they didn't dare to stay inside the temple and left one by one. On the other hand, Mu Chufan's face was filled with ecstasy. He walked up to the praying mat and kowtowed a few more times. He said sincerely, Spiritual Master Xiao, this humble one hears your voice again. This humble one thanks Spiritual Master once again. I believe that you have already seen this humble one's wish. This humble one will definitely reconstruct your golden body. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Taoist Xiao to say anything. He took his wife and 2 children and followed the crowd down the mountain.
Phew.
Once everyone in the Taoist temple left, Taoist Xiao let out a long breath. He looked at the dim hall and quickly got up to light the 3 candles that were extinguished by the wind. Then, he knelt down on the futon again. He didn't dare to look at the statue that he had never carefully looked at before. He only looked at the ground and his heart was filled with excitement. Yes, even when Mu Chu Fan said that he had obtained a spirit pill from the hall to cure his wife, Taoist Xiao didn't believe him. After all, Taoist Xiao had been facing this statue for a long time. In the past few years, it had never given him any surprises. How could something strange have happened last night? However, the tremors on the ground and the wind clearly told Taoist Xiao that the statue really did have a spirit. Or rather, someone really did something to it. Taoist Xiao lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he slightly tilted his head and looked at the entrance of the Taoist temple in the dark night. His eyes were filled with doubt. It was obvious that Taoist Xiao didn't need to use his brain to think. He could think of the strangeness of this matter. This strangeness must have something to do with Xiao Hua, who had just appeared at noon yesterday. If it wasn't for the hundreds of villagers fighting over the banyan fruit, Taoist Xiao might have thought that Mu Chu Fan had obtained a spirit pill from the Zhongqiao temple because of Mu Chu Fan's wishful thinking. Or maybe it was a coincidence. Even if he suspected Xiao Hua, he wouldn't be too sure. After all, in his eyes, Xiao Hua was a guy whose meridians were naturally blocked. Although the way he appeared was shocking, so what? Taoist Zhao's knowledge was not as ignorant as it seemed. Chapter 3169. Even fellow Taoist Kuang, who had the highest cultivation among the 4, was no match for Qiu Feng's black iron needle, let alone the other 3. When the black iron needle flew back to Qiu Feng, the other 3 red lights had already floated in front of Qiu Feng. Seeing the last black iron needle fly back, Qiu Feng waved his hand and picked up all 4 black iron needles. He put them in front of his nose and smelled them. A gratified smile appeared on his face. He looked in another direction and saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was clumsily using the flying technique to escape. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Just as he was about to raise his hand to point at the magic treasure, he retracted his hand. He waved his hand, and the black iron needles returned to the magic treasure. With a flash of sword light under his feet, he slowly chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Poor Zhang Xiaohua saw Qiu Feng appear in front of her. She cupped her hands and asked. Seeing that Qiu Feng didn't answer, and seeing that Qiu Feng was using his magical power to deal with Gon Qinggu and the other 3, she immediately said, "Senior, don't worry. I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, she didn't know which direction to go and actually fled in the direction of the demon-resisting valley. After fleeing like a stray dog for a while, she didn't see any red lights attacking her, nor did Qiu Feng catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned. She slowed down and turned her head to look. She didn't see Qiu Feng's shadow. She muttered to herself. Could it be that I have wronged him? After looking for a while, just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling guilty, a voice came from above her head. Little guy, are you looking for I? Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright. She looked up. Sure enough, Qiu Feng was standing on a sword light and silently appearing above her head. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly shrank. She stopped and cupped her hands. Haha, no, I'm trying to find the direction. I don't know. Where am I going? Oh right, where are you going? Qiu Feng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a fake smile. I'm going to the demon-resisting valley, of course. Is this the way to the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhang Xiaohua smiled very helplessly and said, then. Junior went to the wrong place. Junior wants to go to Jinghua City. Senior, please go first. This Junior will turn around right away. Hee little guy, your flying technique isn't bad. You can actually fly so fast without a flying shuttle. It seems that Lord Alliance Master has trained you well. I wouldn't dare. It's all the hard work of the elders in the sect. This Junior doesn't dare to claim the credit. There's a flying shuttle in your storage ring. Don't you usually use it? Xuefeng smiled like a cat watching a mouse. Oh, there's no need, there's no need. This junior likes to stroll around and admire the flowers and the moon. If senior likes it, you can take it. Oh, and my sect has many storage rings. Since senior saved this junior's life, the storage ring and the things inside can be considered as a token of my gratitude to senior. Please accept it. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped when he heard this, and he quickly pushed the storage ring away. But why is there a token from the Immortal Ascension sect in your storage ring? Xuefeng was still smiling. This. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Senior Feng doesn't have time now. He asked me to go to the Immortal Ascension sect. I have something to tell his disciple. Why didn't he use the message talisman? Or the disciple of the Immortal Ascension sect? Xuefeng asked curiously, why did he ask you to go so far? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what a message talisman was. She could only bite the bullet and say, this matter is very important and urgent. Senior, please forgive me and let me leave early. If I delay, Senior Feng will be in trouble. Ha ha. Xuefeng looked up and laughed. He looked at the sky and said, forget it. It's getting late. I don't want to play with you anymore. As he spoke, he pointed his hand, and a red light appeared from the magic treasure in front of him. You. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry and said, You. Aren't you afraid of my alliance master? Haha, what else can I do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Just like those 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Xuefeng sneered and said, Alliance Master? Do you really think that you are a blood relative of the Alliance Master? Am I not? That's what Senior Feng from the Immortal Ascension sect told me. Zhang Xiaohua put on an act. How can it be possible that the Alliance Master brought you into the demon-resisting valley? Xuefeng snorted and said, Feng Shu used the soul-searching technique on you and accidentally erased your memory. He was afraid that this matter would cause trouble in the demon-resisting valley, so he made it up at the last minute. Soul-searching technique? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. If I were to tell this to others, perhaps they would really believe me. It's a pity. Feng Shu thought that I was a golden core cultivator who came in from outside after the demon gate was closed, so he made up such a lie. But no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't know that I had already entered the Demon Imperial Valley before the demon gate was opened. On the way to the Demon Imperial Valley, I even met the Alliance Master and the others and followed them into the Demon Imperial Valley. But at that time, there was no one like you beside the Alliance Master. Of course. I'm just a golden core cultivator. How could Feng Shu care about me? Since you already knew, why didn't you expose me in the demon-resisting valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Haha, if I exposed you in front of you, wouldn't I be courting death? A spirit-severing stage cultivator could kill me with just one finger. How would I dare to do that? Xuefeng said self-mockingly. I was thinking of exposing you when I brought you out. However, when I saw that Feng Shu gave you the storage ring and wanted to use it to cover your mouth, I changed my plan. He wanted me to cover up his mistake with just a promise of a few pointers. He would rather give the storage ring to an ant like you than give it to me. Tell me, would I agree? Are you going to take me back to the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. His eyes turned rapidly, and his mind raced. He wanted to escape. How is that possible? Why would I take you back to the demon-resisting valley? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of you and get the storage ring? Xuefeng sneered and showed his ugly face. As he spoke, he pointed the red-black iron needle. The black iron needle turned into a red light and stabbed toward Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Before the red light arrived, a restrictive force surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. It was as if there was a big hand holding her. Xuefeng used the magic treasure black iron needle to assassinate Zhang Xiaohua. He didn't take Zhang Xiaohua seriously at all. He threw the magic treasure in the air in front of Zhang Xiaohua and pointed his finger at the magic treasure slowly. It was as if he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was a dead person. It was just as Xuefeng thought. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Xuefeng take out the magic treasure and felt the restrictive force around her, she made a prompt decision. She didn't care about the consumption of true qi in her meridians. She made a hand seal and ran away before the restrictive force was complete. She had used up a lot of true qi in her meridians when she used the flying technique just now. She didn't have enough true qi in her meridians. Only God knew how much she could escape. Alas, maybe only when she became a ghost. Would she know? This was because before he could escape 30 meters away, the crimson profound iron needle had already reached his back, by about half a foot. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had been released the whole time. When she saw how powerful the black iron needle was, her heart was already dead. She sighed in her heart. Alas! I haven't even seen what this place looks like. I don't even know where I came from. And I'm already a lonely ghost here. At this critical moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her vision blur. She felt as though she had fallen into a huge quagmire. The restrictive force was 100 times stronger than Qiu Feng's. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't move her limbs at all. She couldn't fly at all with the flying technique. And her body was floating quietly in the air. She didn't fall down. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She looked around. The stars in the sky were still there, and she could see the clouds clearly under the moonlight. However, the clouds seemed to have frozen and didn't move at all. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the black iron needle on her back. She released her divine sense, but it was as though she had fallen into a quagmire. It took a lot of effort to scan. When she saw the black iron needle on her back, it had already pierced her back. However, it had stopped and couldn't pierce any further. This is... Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped. Could it be? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, she heard Qiu Feng exclaim, "Who is it? Which spirit-severing stage senior is it?" A spirit-severing stage cultivator? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Hee, Qiu Feng. Who else? Could it be? A voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. The voice was ethereal and seemed to fill the entire world. Senior Feng? Qiu Feng's voice was filled with shock and despair. Didn't you go to report the situation to the Alliance Master? Feng Shu chuckled. How can you believe such a reason? Moreover, do I need a whole night to report the situation to the Alliance Master? If I wasn't held up by some matters, I wouldn't have seen your evil side. Qiu Feng, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I never thought that a mere golden core cultivator like you would dare to target me. Zhang Xiaohua had just recovered from the joy of not being killed by the black iron needle when she heard Feng Shu's voice. Her heart was even colder than when she saw Qiu Feng. Just like how he didn't think that Qiu Feng would save him for no reason, Zhang Xiaohua was even more naive to think that Feng Shu, a spirit-severing stage cultivator, would abandon the demon-resisting valleys matters and come to the wilderness just to save him. Zhang Xiaohua already had no power to fight back against a golden core cultivator. Now that he met a spirit-severing stage cultivator, how could Zhang Xiaohua have any hope? He, in the eyes of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, he was even less than an ant. As expected, the two of them didn't care about him at all. A slightly illusory figure gradually appeared beside Zhang Xiaohua. It was Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Chapter 3170. However, when hundreds of villagers were about to die, this so-called Taoist Master Shao appeared at the right time, although his voice was not familiar to Taoist Master Shao. But, don't forget, the voice of the first copper coin thrown in was also unknown to Taoist Master Shao. Taoist Master Shao was not stupid enough to think that a villager from General Ridge could read his mind and knew what he was thinking. He was anxious about the situation at Jiangchao Temple and gave him the copper coins at the critical moment. In this Jiangchao Temple, in this longevity town, who else could cooperate with him like this other than Yuan Ye and Shao Hua? As for Yuan Ye, would he still have a copper coin on him? It was more like he threw a meat bun. This Shao Hua, could it be? Is he really a Taoist master? Taoist Master Shao looked at the night sky absent-mindedly. His mind was in a mess. If that's really the case, today, and yesterday, aren't I too disrespectful? Oh right, didn't he call himself a Taoist master? Yes, I'm afraid that's really the case. He wasn't sent by that bitch. But, if he's really a Taoist master, why is he so respectful to me? Taoist Master Shao was puzzled again. Speaking of yesterday, thinking of this, Taoist Master Zhao's face changed greatly, almost jumping up. Yes, yesterday he couldn't even walk properly. Today he doesn't seem to be any different. Then he fell into the origin stone. Must be someone else's doing. Now that he's in this Jiangchao temple, won't he attract an even more powerful master? What should I do? But he has such cultivation if he can help me. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Master Xiao hesitated again. Just as Taoist Xiao was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from outside the temple. Listening to Xiao Hua's heavy footsteps, which were much clearer than Yuan Ya's, Taoist Xiao could only bitterly smile. Seeing Xiao Hua enter the temple first, Yuan Ya was a little excited, and followed behind Xiao Hua cautiously. Taoist Master Zhao's heart trembled. Yes, even Yuan Ya can see that something is wrong. Why am I still hesitating? Thinking of this, Taoist Master Xiao smiled and said, Taoist Master Xiao, you've been busy the whole night, are you tired? I am indeed a little tired. Xiao Hua knew that today's matter had already exposed him. He originally wanted to explain it to Taoist Xiao, but he didn't expect Taoist Xiao to greet him in such a manner. He hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. Since you're tired, why don't you take a rest first? Taoist Xiao smiled and said to Yuan Ya, Yuan Ya, come over here and help your master clean up these copper coins. Yes, master. Yuan Ya answered as usual. He secretly glanced at Xiao Hua, then quickly ran to the main hall and helped Taoist Xiao pick up the copper coins one by one. Xiao Hua saw that it had nothing to do with him, so the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He ignored Taoist Xiao and went to the west wing. At this moment, there was not a single trace of the spirit stone in the west wing. It must have been put away by Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua only casually glanced around before taking out a praying mat and throwing it on the ground. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. There were indeed a lot of copper coins in the main hall. Although there weren't 100 people in the Taoist temple at the time, each person had 1 or 2 coins. There were even people who gave away a whole bunch of copper coins. When Yuan Ya put all the copper coins into the merit box, the box was unusually heavy. Master, Yuan Ya casually handed the merit box to Taoist Xiao and asked, Keep it well. Send this thing to your master's room. Taoist Xiao was very kind, and it was rare for him to be so kind. Then come to the main hall. Your master has something to say to you. Yes, master. Yuan Ya answered and left with the merit box. After a moment, he came back and said in a low voice, Master, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Sit down. Taoist Xiao sat on a praying mat and pointed at another praying mat. Yes, master. Yuan Ya answered and sat down. His eyes were extremely bright under the candlelight. He looked at Taoist Xiao, not knowing what he wanted to say. Yeah, do you still remember the story of the king that your master told you? Taoist Xiao thought for a moment and said, Of course I do. Yuan Ya asked, puzzled. Master would tell me this story every time he was drunk. Of course I remember it clearly. Tell me about it. Taoist Xiao said, very pleased. Once upon a time, in a place in the hidden immortal continent, there was a small country called Danliang. Yuan Ya said without hesitation. Although the country was very small, the climate was very good and the products were abundant. In addition, the king was wise, and he governed the country well. The entire country was extremely prosperous. The citizens of the country were even more prosperous. Every time the king was mentioned, they would love and worship him. Every time the king came out to inspect the country, he would be warmly welcomed by the citizens. Moreover, although the country was powerful, the king was very peace-loving. He never sent out troops to harass the surrounding countries. The kings of other countries were also proud to be allies with this king. It could be said that such a benevolent king was very rare in the entire hidden immortal continent. But such a kind-hearted king, a king who cared about his people, married such a sinister queen. Since the day the queen married into the palace, she had been thinking about how to overthrow the king's throne. Very quickly, more than 10 years passed. When the queen saw that the king was so loved by the citizens, she knew that she could not shake the king's throne with her own strength. So she colluded with the king's brother and then borrowed the power of the neighboring country's Buddhist sect to destroy the king's cultivation. Although the king's cultivation was destroyed, he had been running the palace for dozens of years. With his arrangements in the palace, He could have died together with his brother and the queen. However, looking at his brother and wife, he could not bear to do it. So, under the protection of a group of loyal guards, he escaped from the Dan Liang kingdom. As for those loyal guards, they were all killed by the guards sent by my brother and the queen. Yuanya said very fluently. When the king and the queen saw that the king had escaped, they were afraid that the people who loved the king would find the king. So they made up a story of the king's cultivation going berserk and pushed many evil deeds onto the king. When Yuanya said this, Daoist Xiao smiled and looked at the west room. He said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, since you want to listen, why don't you come out?" This old man's story. There are many more. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua, who was hiding in the west wing, didn't reply even after Daoist Xiao had spoken for a long time. This. Daoist Xiao clenched his teeth. His face was very awkward. He thought that Xiao Hua would be curious and listen to him. Who knew that Xiao Hua was not interested in this matter at all? Master. Seeing Daoist Xiao interrupt him, Yuanya said curiously, "Isn't Xiao Hua tired?" None of your business. Daoist Xiao waved his sleeve coldly. "Yes, master." Yuanya nodded and said, "Although the king escaped." "What are you talking about? What is there to talk about?" "This is what this old man told you," Daoist Xiao said angrily. "You have been following this old man for many years. Why haven't you made any progress?" "Master." Yuanya felt that Daoist Xiao was a bit strange. However, he was used to Daoist Xiao's anger. He stood up and was about to leave. "When did this old man tell you to leave?" Daoist Xiao snorted again. "Yes, master." Yuanya stopped and sat down again. "This old man wants to ask you, how confident are you in the challenge in 10 days? Daoist Xiao looked at Yuanya in disappointment, then glanced at the west wing and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Yuanya thought for a moment and said, "If it is the bald donkeys from Shaojin Temple, disciple still has confidence in fighting 1 against 4. But if there is the scholar from Chongqing Academy, disciple doesn't have any confidence. Then aren't we waiting to be kicked out of Chongqing town?" Daoist Xiao said angrily. "Master, isn't there still Xiao Hua?" Yuanya hurriedly said, "Disciple thinks that he is much stronger than disciple. If he can fight, he can definitely defeat the scholar from Chongqing Academy." Yuanya said regretfully, "Unfortunately, disciple wants to become his disciple this afternoon and learn some techniques." "What did he say?" Daoist Zhao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. "Xiao Hua said that disciple doesn't deserve to be his disciple." Yuanya said shamefully, "And he said that disciple is master's disciple. If you don't ask, he won't teach disciple." "Go go," Daoist Xiao hurriedly said. "Since when was this old man your master? I have never taught you any Daoist techniques, so I can't be considered your master. If you are willing, you can become his disciple." "Master, you really agreed?" Yuanya was overjoyed. This. Daoist Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard Yuanya's question. Just now, he was hot-headed and immediately agreed, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. Now that Yuanya's words gave him some leeway, he didn't know how to answer. However, Daoist Xiao glanced at the darkness in the west room, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, "Of course this old man agrees. I brought you out to find a way out for you. Unfortunately, this old man is useless and can't teach you. This fellow Daoist Xiao is also your fate. If he can teach you, you will definitely be able to escape death." "What death?" Yuanya was puzzled. "You should quickly go and become Daoist Zhao's disciple." Daoist Zhao's expression was somewhat stagnant, and he was also somewhat nervous. He urged, "After you become his disciple, this old man will naturally tell you." "Yes, master." Yuanya stood up, but at this moment, Xiao Hua's indifferent voice sounded, "When did I agree to accept him as my disciple?" Fellow Daoist Xiao, this old man really thought that you didn't listen." Daoist Zhao's heart suddenly relaxed. He hurriedly stood up and looked towards the west room. There, Xiao Hua's thin figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Chapter 3171. Seeing Feng Shu appear, Qiu Feng became even more nervous. His body trembled slightly as he stammered, I know my mistake. I beg for your mercy." Unfortunately, Feng Shu didn't even look at him. He turned his head and swept his gaze over Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded slightly. So you left a mark on this little guy's body. That's why you chased after him. It seems like you already had a plan when you sent him out.
Ha 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 ha.
Seeing that Feng Shu ignored him, Qiu Feng knew that it was useless to continue begging. He straightened up and laughed wildly. I thought you were afraid of blowing up Zhang Xiaohua's matter, so you compensated him with a storage ring and asked me to secretly send him out of the demon-resisting valley under the banner of the Alliance Master. That's why I coveted him. Now that your spiritual sense has come in person, it seems things aren't as simple as I thought. Since you have such thoughts about this little guy, then this little plan of mine is nothing. Hee. Under normal circumstances, even if you killed a dozen qi refining stage cultivators, this old man wouldn't care. But you wanted to ruin this old man's plan. How can this old man let you go? Feng Shu said with a smile. This old man worked so hard to hide it from Chan Si Miao. I pretended to be panicked and even compensated with a storage ring. Wasn't it because I didn't want to attract your attention? I didn't think that I would succeed in drawing out your greed. Sigh. This little one was blinded by greed. Why didn't I think of that? The spiritual sense of a spirit-severing stage cultivator isn't something that ordinary things can withstand. If it weren't for this storage ring, this little guy wouldn't be able to find a place to mark his spiritual sense. Qiu Feng sighed and looked around in self-pity. Hee. What's the use of knowing it now? Feng Shu said with a smile. Your fate was already sealed when you placed the spiritual sense mark on this little guy. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. This is the truth. Then, Senior Feng, this humble one has no intention of begging for mercy. It's just that, before this humble one dies, could you tell this humble one that this little fellow is nothing more than an aura refining cultivator? What does he have that's worth Senior taking such a risk and making so many plans for? Qiu Feng no longer had any hope of surviving. However, he was extremely puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua was a young man whom he had discovered with his own eyes and had personally used his detection technique to check her cultivation. How could she be worthy of Feng Shu, a deity transformation cultivator, taking action? Not only did he ask him to send him out of the Imperial Demon Valley, but he also used a storage ring, which was rarely seen in the cultivation world, as a telepathic thought mark. Now, he even used his avatar to come here. This was extremely abnormal. Hee. What else could it be? His bone structure is amazingly good, and his aptitude is excellent. I just want to cherish what I have and take him as my last disciple. Glancing at Zhang Xiaohua, Feng Shu smiled kindly. This smile caused Zhang Xiaohua's hair to stand on end. A person who she had only met once and didn't even know her name actually cherished her aptitude and wanted to take her in? This was something that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't believe even if she was beaten to death. As expected, Qiu Feng didn't believe it either. He shook his head slightly and said, Senior Feng, don't lie to me. Even if he has heaven-defying aptitude, how can he enter the eyes of a deity transformation cultivator? You'll be able to pass the minor heavenly tribulation after cultivating for another 1,000 years. After passing the minor heavenly tribulation, you'll be like an immortal. Why would you care about the inheritance of the mortal world? Hee. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I believe it. Feng Shu didn't seem to intend to explain at all. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Qiu Feng, since you've done many things for me, I'll allow you to die. I won't disturb your soul. You can go now. Sigh, thank you, Senior. It's only now that I have some realization. Those who kill will be killed. As he spoke, Qiu Feng patted his waist, as if he wanted to take out a weapon from his storage bag. However, just as he patted his waist, a pitch-black Dharma artifact that was shining with a black light appeared. Feng Shu sneered and said, Qiu Feng, do you think you can escape just because I've sent a clone here? With a loud bang, the magic weapon immediately exploded. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt the solidified space around her move slightly. Then, Qiu Feng's body strangely dispersed. His flesh and blood instantly turned into a fluffy blood mist. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she could move her body again. The blood mist in the distance was blown away by the night wind. Other than the smell of blood, there was no trace of it left. What kind of technique is this? Zhang Xiaohua felt her hair stand on end. Feng Shu seemed to be not far from her. He didn't even move his hand. Not only did he destroy the magic weapon that Qiu Feng was preparing to resist, he also killed Qiu Feng until there was nothing left of him. All right, little guy, it's over. This is your storage ring. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, Feng Shu turned around and waved his hand. The storage ring with 6 lives, including 1 golden core cultivator and 5 foundation establishment cultivators, slowly flew to Zhang Xiaohua. Feng Shu said, I was too careless. Although I don't care about this storage ring, it's rare in the cultivation world, especially for low-level cultivators like Qiu Feng. Give it to me first. I'll teach you the concealment technique so that others can't see it. Looking at the storage ring that flew to her and stopped in front of her, causing countless low-level cultivators to bow down to it, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. She didn't rush to take it. Why don't you put it away? Feng Shu's voice was filled with kindness. He asked softly, Are you confused by Qiu Feng's words? Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. She just stared at the storage ring. Feng Shu didn't rush her. He just stood in the air and watched quietly with a smile on his face. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and bowed. Senior Feng, I don't know if what Qiu Feng said is true, but I really can't remember anything. Yes, Qiu Feng is right. You suddenly appeared in the demon-resisting valley. This old man was eager to take credit, so I used a soul-searching technique to check your brain. In the end, I accidentally destroyed your memories. This old man didn't say anything before because when I checked your cultivation, I found that you're very suitable to cultivate my Celestial Ascending Sect's martial arts. Under my guidance, you'll definitely become the most dazzling cultivator in the Celestial Ascending Sect. So, in order to not cause any misunderstandings, I hid this matter. Of course. If I can train you to become a soul formation cultivator, won't I be able to explain it to you? Feng Shu's tone was slightly cold. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't stupid. She fell for Fairy Fei Ying's trap so easily because she didn't understand the life and death situation in the cultivation world. Ever since she saw Golden Core Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators die so easily in front of her, she was already on her guard. Now that she heard Feng Shu's words, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Senior Feng, for thinking highly of me. But, as I said before, I still need to report this matter to my sect master. Senior, please put this storage ring away first. Feng Shu frowned when he heard that. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua felt the temperature around him drop, and there was a real chill in the air. But then, this uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Feng Shu asked kindly, If that's the case, then you must have thought of which sect you belong to? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. She could talk nonsense to Fairy Fei Ying, but Feng Shu was a soul formation cultivator who had lived for thousands of years. How could there be a sect in the cultivation world that he didn't know? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to lie. She answered honestly, Senior, please no. I still don't know which sect I belong to. This is also what this old man is worried about. Because of this old man, I will erase your memories. Even if you don't want to become my disciple, this old man can't allow you to walk around the Dawn Rain continent as you wish. You've seen it too, Golden Core Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators can be killed by others at any time, let alone a Qi Refinement Stage cultivator like you. If anything happens to you, won't I be responsible for it too? Not to mention this old man's uneasiness. Even this old man's cultivation progress will be greatly hindered. Feng Shu said sincerely, If it's possible, you should go to my Immortal Ascension sect first. No matter if you become my disciple or not, you can rest there. Once I'm done with the demon-resisting valley, I'll rush back to the Immortal Ascension sect and do my best to help you recover your memory. Wait until you recover your memory, then we can make plans. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was a little moved. Feng Shu was telling the truth. She had only been awake for half a day and had already encountered so many things. Experts died one after another in front of her. Moreover, none of these experts could kill her easily. In this unfamiliar environment, in this ferocious place, in this cruel battle, if he were to make even the slightest mistake, he would end up dead in the underworld. Finding a thick thigh to cling to was also a brilliant idea. But, was she really a cultivation genius? Zhang Xiaohua thought about Feng Shu's method of killing people without making a move. Then, she thought about her own aptitude and the precious storage ring that Feng Shu had given her. Suddenly, she had an idea. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Alas, Feng Shu, you old man. Don't deceive this junior. This junior is only a qi refining junior. If you have any thoughts about this junior, you can tell me. If it's possible, this junior won't refuse. Even if it's extremely difficult, this junior will consider it carefully, considering that senior sent this junior out of the Imperial Demon Valley. Haha, you little brat, you think too much. How can it be so complicated? Feng Shu still couldn't change the way he addressed her. He still called her little brat. He was still trying to persuade her. Hey, since it's like this, I don't want to go to the Immortal Ascending sect for no reason. I also want to repay you for your kindness. Then, I don't even have half a copper coin on me. I can only use my life to repay you, Zhang Xiaohua said. She waved her hand and was about to slap her forehead. Zhang Xiaohua used all her strength and her hand was extremely fast. However, she was praying in her heart, Feng Shu, hurry up, hurry up. Zhang Xiaohua was gambling. Indeed, he did not know what Feng Shu saw in him, but other than his life, he had nothing else. If Feng Shu really cared, there was no reason for him not to make a move. Maybe Zhang Xiaohua was right. Or maybe Feng Shu saw through Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. However, he couldn't let Zhang Xiaohua die. He had to make a move. The moment Zhang Xiaohua's hand touched her forehead, at that moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't move her body. When her hand touched her forehead, the heaven and earth essence qi around Zhang Xiaohua froze. Even the space seemed to be frozen. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud of herself, she heard Feng Shu's cold voice. Since you don't want to accept my toast, I can only make you drink a forfeit. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt the air around her tighten. It was as if she was being held tightly by something. A force appeared on her body and pulled her towards Feng Shu. Hey, I screwed up again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had made a fool of herself again. She had successfully provoked the anger of a soul formation cultivator. Who? At this moment, she suddenly heard Feng Shu's angry roar. Then, a pale yellow light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her body become light. Her body floated up. She was in a hurry. A very strange force attacked her and hit her body. An unparalleled force instantly circulated in her meridians and quickly withdrew. Ha ha ha, Feng Shu. I was wondering why you were so free. Instead of guarding the demon-resisting valley, you sent a clone here. So, you found such a treasure. Chan Si Miao's voice seemed to be dancing in the air. Chapter 3172. If I can listen, I will listen. If I can't, I won't listen. Xiao Hua slowly walked over. His tone was still indifferent. Xiao Daoist was a bit embarrassed, as if his plan was seen through. However, he immediately regained his calmness and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao, yesterday and today, I was a bit rude. Please forgive me. It's okay, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, You guys dug me out from the Spirit Stone, it can be considered fate. I owe you guys a favor. You don't have to worry about the Immortal Buddha Ceremony Challenge. Since the rules are set by the Temple of Tides, I only need to show up and expel the Buddhist sect from the town of immortals. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Daoist was really happy and bowed to thank him. However, Xiao Daoist couldn't help but ask, Fellow Daoist Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you, but fellow Daoist doesn't seem to have my Daoist magic power. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with those bald donkeys of the small gold temple? Of course I don't have confidence in 3 days. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if it's 10 days later, I have 70% confidence. Oh, I see. Xiao Daoist naturally understood that Xiao Hua should be injured right now. 3 days later, he might not be able to recover, but 10 days later, he should be able to see results. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Daoist said sincerely. And no need to be polite. First, we are all Daoist disciples. And second, you and I are both surnamed Xiao. If I don't help you, who else can I help? Xiao Hua nodded and said. Xiao Daoist heard and immediately blushed. He hurriedly said, Oh right, I's surname is Xiao Jian. I didn't tell you my surname yesterday. I've made a fool of myself. Hee hee. Xuehua smiled faintly and didn't say much. Master. Yuanya looked at Xuehua and hurriedly said, Master has already agreed to let me become your disciple. When did I agree to accept you as my disciple? Xuehua's face became cold. He waved his hand and said, You are already old. How can you still cultivate? If I accept you as my disciple, wouldn't it ruin my reputation? Yes, master. Yuanya didn't get angry and replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Jian hurriedly, Ya's aptitude. If he didn't have a mortal fate and couldn't enter my Taoist sect when he was young, how could he be in this situation? Fellow Taoist, please, take pity on Jiaya. Even if you can't accept him as your disciple, you must teach him a few divine abilities so that he can survive. Oh, what do you mean? Xuehua was somewhat puzzled. You don't know? Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya, who was equally confused, and explained, Yuanya actually didn't follow me since he was young. T this matter t this afternoon. Xiao was lost t take t take tis meet and that is precisely the case. I asked Dao friend Xiao to explain. Xuehua nodded, knowing that Xiao Jian was going to talk about the most important matter. When I saw you that day, he was almost dead. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya and said, That cruel duel arena was waiting for him to die and throw him to the dogs to eat. I couldn't bear to see him being eaten by the dogs, so I wanted to ask the duel arena to release ya and let I take him away. But what I didn't expect was that even if he was a dying person, they still wouldn't let him go. They actually asked I for a lot of money before they were willing to release him. I naturally wouldn't agree to it, and I was also unable to do so. After I pestered them endlessly, the duel arena became impatient and proposed a condition. They could let I take the dying away, but 10 years later, you must return to the duel arena and have a duel with the strongest person in the duel arena. As long as you wins, they will return Ya's indenture contract to Ya and give you freedom. Ah! Wise Xuehua stared blankly. Yuan Ya's indenture contract is still in the duel arena's hands? Yes. Xiao Jian nodded. Almost 4 years have passed and there are still 6 years left. You must return to the duel arena. In these 4 years, I naturally wanted to guide Yuan Ya's cultivation, but I have the heart but not the strength. Yes, Yuan Ya is currently cultivating Dao techniques and it is impossible for him to reach large success in a short period of time. Not to mention 10 years, even 50 years is hard to say. Xuehua looked at Yuan Ya, who seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream, and nodded. Yes, that's why I wanted to entrust you to you. Xiao Jian smiled and said, I was all alone in this world and was able to live with you for 4 years. I have long regarded him as my nephew and I really can't bear to see him fall into the duel arena and die in the hands of others. Yes, I understand. Xuehua said indifferently, the duel arena's matter is nothing. I am currently injured and it's not very convenient. Master. No matter how stupid Yuanya was, he understood at this moment and hurriedly called out. Don't, Xuehua waved his hand and said, I haven't said that I will take you in. Let's talk about it later. Yes, master. Yuan Ya's reply was really smooth. Although Xuehua didn't agree to take Yuan Ya in, he was already relaxed. Xiao Jian was also overjoyed and asked tentatively, last night, about Taoist Zhao's matter? Xuehua wasn't surprised. Tonight's matter was so big that it was impossible for Xiao Jian to not ask. He had already thought about it and said while waving his hand, It's just a medicinal pill that cultivators like us often use to replenish qi and blood. It's nothing. Last night, when you all left the mountain, this Xiao was resting here. That man kowtowed to this statue very sincerely. This Xiao looked at his sincerity and then looked at his wife and child at the foot of the mountain. This family of 4 is really pitiful. So I casually gave him 1 pill. Of course, I can't move now and can't go down the mountain to personally diagnose her. I don't even know the effect of that medicinal pill. Fortunately, it can be said that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Fellow Taoist Xiao Jian's face had a strange expression, as if he wanted to ask something, but felt that it was inappropriate. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, This saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda is a saying of Buddhism. We Taoist cultivators can't relate to it. It doesn't matter. Xuehua said with a smile, as long as I can see this family of 4 safe and happy, I will also be satisfied. Isn't it just an ordinary medicinal pill? I can still afford to give it to you.
Master. Yuanya at the side rubbed his hands and called out without any courtesy. Do you still have this kind of medicinal pill?
If you don't call me master, I will give it to you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, master. Yuanya nodded. I won't call you master in the future. Chapter 3173. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at Yuanya's expectant eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 parasol pills and threw them to Yuanya. He said, "Take this after you're injured. Normally, it's useless for cultivation." Yes, master. Yuanya took the parasol pills and scratched his head. He wanted to return one of them to Xiaohua again. The effect of this pill is so good. Master should keep one for yourself. I just want one. Hee hee. Xiaohua waved his hand and didn't take it. You keep it for yourself. If you want to give it to anyone, it's up to you. Yes, master. When Yuanya heard this, he carefully put the 2 parasol pills into his pocket. However, just as he put it away, he suddenly took it out again and respectfully handed one to Xiao Jian. He said, "Master, you take one too. You're always injured by the bald donkey from Shaojin Temple. You can use this." Xiaohua's parasol pill was naturally for Yuanya to give to Xiao Jian. However, Yuanya didn't understand at all. Xiao Jian at the side was really anxious. When he saw Yuanya finally come to his senses, he revealed a smile on his face. Who knew that before he could say anything, Yuanya would say something like that? His face immediately turned ashen. Humph. Xiao Jian unhappily took the parasol pill and carefully put it into his pocket. He looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Xiao." No need. This was given to you by Yuanya, not by me. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the sky. He said, "You all should go and rest. Perhaps tomorrow, there will be more people coming to Rivertide Temple." Hee hee, that's right. My Rivertide Temple is no longer the same as before. Tonight, I'm going to pray for the villagers of General Ridge. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Although I already know Taoist Zhao's origin, I can't go back on my words.
And Xiaohua stood up.
I'm going to cultivate. You all can do as you wish. That. Xiao Jian saw Xiaohua stand up and hurriedly stood up. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiaohua glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? I know that fellow Taoist Xiao will leave the Longevity Town in 10 days. In these 10 days, if there is a sincere person who comes to my Rivertide Temple to pay respects to Taoist Xiao, would Taoist Xiao be willing to help?" Xiao Jian hurriedly asked, "The most important thing is that if fellow Taoist Xiao is willing to help, I will be able to gather enough money to renovate the statue of Taoist Xiao in the Rivertide Temple. It will also bring glory to my Taoist sect. Let's leave it to fate." Xiaohua smiled and slowly walked out of the main hall. "I'm just an ordinary cultivator, not a Taoist who can reach the heavens." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Jian was overjoyed and bowed in greeting. He believed that with his silver tongue and Xiaohua's occasional methods, the incense offerings of Jiangtiao Temple would definitely surpass Shaojin Temple. However, this thought only lasted for a moment, and he immediately laughed involuntarily. With Xiaohua's help, how could the Taoist school be defeated in the challenge 10 days later? After 10 days, Shaojin Temple will no longer exist in Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the Jiangtiao Temple doesn't have any incense offerings. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua walk out of the main hall, Xiao Jian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh, is there anything else?" Xiaohua stopped and asked curiously, "That. I know that fellow Taoist is an expert." Xiao Jian rubbed his hands and asked embarrassedly, "But I don't have confidence in my heart, so I want to ask, fellow Taoist's cultivation is... What level is it in the first grade of essence energy?" First grade of essence energy? What level? Xiaohua stared blankly. How would he know what level of essence energy his cultivation was? Previously, when he was in the West Ocean, he saw a sea beast that Taoist leopard called 4th grade essence energy. Moreover,
He and the others were also called second and third grade essence energy cultivators by Xian Cheng. As for how the essence energy was divided, he didn't really care. No matter what level of essence energy it would still be killed by him. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, how are the levels of essence energy divided?
To tell you the truth,
I have always been in seclusion, so I'm not too sure.
Hiss. How is that possible?
Xiao Jian sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with extreme suspicion. However, this suspicion slowly disappeared in front of Xiao Hua's smile and gaze that didn't seem to be fake. Then, after the cloud of suspicion, there was a deep sense of loss.
He didn't even know how to divide the original levels. How high could the cultivation of this kind of cultivator be? Of course, Xiao Jian immediately felt relieved.
If the level of the cultivator was too high, how could the other party be respectful to him?
Sai, no matter what. To be able to defeat ya, even if you don't enter the level, it's fine.
Xiao Jian sighed and waved his hand.
Hee, Daoist Xiao, it's better if you tell me.
Xiao Hua stopped instead, turned around and asked humbly. All right, since this old man knows that I will have to rely on you in the future, then this old man will let you experience it. Xiao Jian suddenly referred to himself as this old man, and the previous apprehension and caution completely disappeared.
Please speak.
Xiao Hua laughed in his heart.
Xiao Hua, I presume that you also know about the 3 continents?
Xiao Jian seemed to be somewhat teasing as he said, if you don't even know about the 3 continents, then this old man will really suspect your origin. The 3 continents are naturally the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Xiao Hua also laughed. This old man naturally knows about this. Since you know about the 3 continents, then you naturally know that the hidden immortal continent is the origin of Confucian cultivators, the Western Paradise is the origin of Buddhism, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is the place where demons run rampant, right?
Xiao Jian didn't know whether he was asking Xiao Hua or talking to himself.
In any case, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he continued. No matter if it is Confucian cultivators, Buddhism or demons, they all have their own cultivation system, and they all have their own methods of measuring the level of cultivation. This kind of system is unknown to others, and it is also impossible to measure between each other. Therefore, in order to make a simple judgment, according to the suggestion of Confucian cultivators, the 3 continents introduce the levels of origin power. This so-called origin power level is divided into 9 levels, and within each level, it is divided into 3 levels: high, middle, and low. Confucian cultivators, Buddhism, and demons all according to their own strength. These 9 levels of origin power are divided into 27 levels.
Do you understand?
And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded. However, Confucian cultivators, Buddhism, and demons. What are their respective cultivation systems? How do they divide their origin power into 9 levels of origin power into 27 levels? If you ask others, you definitely won't know the answer. Xiao Jian's face was full of pride, and he said with a smile, this old man has some knowledge, so I know a bit.
Taoist priest, please speak. Let's not talk about demons.
Rather than saying that they have their own cultivation system, it's better to say that they rely on their own inheritance and blindly cultivate. Moreover, they don't understand human nature, and they rarely communicate with us humans. Xiao Jian first put aside the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and Xiao Hua understood that he probably didn't know the secrets of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm.
Buddhism?
Xiao Jian's face didn't show any shame. It's just a trivial matter. This old man also didn't ask in detail. I only know that they also have 9 levels of divine ability, similar to the 9 levels of origin power.
These 2 levels are Jeshan and Xueqi.
Jeshan corresponds to the first level of origin power, and Xueqi corresponds to the second level of origin power. Then, what's after that? Xiao Hua very naturally asked.
Didn't this old man already say?
Buddhism and my Taoism are mortal enemies. This old man feels disgusted when seeing Baldies, so why would I ask more? Xiao Jian waved his hand, and said, let's not talk about the disgusting Buddhism, let this old man talk about Confucian cultivators. All right, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only nod. But Xiao Hua couldn't help but count with his fingers, and said with a smile, it seems that this Confucian cultivator's realm isn't 9th level?
More or less.
Xiao Jian waved his hand and said, this old man is also not a Confucian cultivator. Knowing this much is already not bad.
What else do you want? Hee, that's true. Xiao Hua smiled. He saw that Xiao Jian directly used scholar and scholar to correspond to the 9th level of origin power, and didn't use refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into emptiness, and refining emptiness into emptiness. He already knew that this method of classifying origin power was only a measure of strength, and actually didn't have much relation to the realm, and Xiao Jian also didn't know the specific cultivation realms of Confucian cultivators. Then, what about my Taoism's cultivation realms? How does it correspond to the different levels of origin power? Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian definitely knew the most about Taoism's cultivation realms. You also know that my Taoism's cultivation realms are more divided into foundation establishment, enlightened. Xiao Jian had just opened his mouth when Xiao Hua was greatly surprised, and shouted, "What? Foundation establishment is the most basic realm?" "What?" Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows, and said puzzledly, "In your family's cultivation technique, foundation establishment isn't the basic cultivation realm?" "Who?" Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and said with a smile, "Taoist priest, please tell me, I was a bit reckless." Xiao Jian glanced at Xiao Hua and said again, "After enlightened is fusion, heart-stirring, soul solitude, gold core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, unity, tribulation passing, and Mahayana." "Oh." Xiao Hua heard the familiar words gold core, nascent soul, and even spirit severing, and became pensive in his heart. Xiao Jian continued, "My Taoism's foundation establishment, enlightened, and fusion correspond to the lower, middle, and upper levels of the first level of origin power. Heart-stirring and soul solitude correspond to the second level of origin power. Gold core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, unity, tribulation passing, and Mahayana correspond to the other levels of origin power from the 3rd level to the 9th level." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua understood, but he still asked cautiously, "Taoist priest Xiao, when true qi transforms into true essence, and true essence condenses in the dantian to form a core, what realm is that?" Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Taoist priest Xiao became even more discouraged, and said almost unhappily, "I don't have any cultivation, how would I know this? Could it be you've already formed a core?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, sometimes it's better not bite off more than you can chew." Chapter 3174. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken. Who else could it be? Wasn't it the last deity transformation cultivator that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't encountered after coming to the Xiaoyu continent, Xian Lesex's Chan Ximiao? Zhang Xiaohua steadied herself and looked over. She saw that not far from Feng Shu, there was also a faint illusory figure looking at her with eyes full of pleasant surprise. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised. She really couldn't imagine. How did she suddenly become a treasure that everyone wanted to snatch? "Humph, Chan Ximiao, what's the meaning of this? This thing was first encountered by this old man, and it was also this old man who made the first move. You don't have any reason, yet you also want to get involved?" Feng Shu sneered. "Thing?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart went cold, and she inwardly sneered, "I am actually a thing." "Hee, what's wrong? Feng Shu, you're not happy? I was wondering why you repeatedly prevented me from investigating this little thing's meridians in the demon-resisting valley. It turns out that this little thing's body still has such a universe." Chan Ximiao sneered. "Perhaps that soul-searching technique of yours was also deliberately used. If it was an idiot qi refining cultivator, wouldn't it be easier for you to take over his body?" "Humph." Feng Shu coldly snorted and didn't answer. Only after a long while did he say, "Since you know the importance of this person to this old man, you presumably also know that this old man must have him. You can leave now." "Haha, it's precisely because I know his importance that this old man naturally also covets him. He's important to you, but isn't he equally important to this old man? But don't forget, this old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator, and in the future, I will also encounter the danger of crossing the tribulation. With such wide meridians and a sturdy body as a cauldron, how can this old man give it up?" Chan Ximiao laughed and said, "Moreover, although his cultivation is only at the qi refining stage, the amount of true qi in his meridians is actually so exquisite, almost comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage.
He must have cultivated a special mental cultivation method. Chonsi Miao, do you still want to say that the most valuable thing is that he used his middle dantian as his sea of qi, and didn't cultivate his lower dantian at all? For you and me, as long as we seize his body on one hand, it's easy to cultivate our sex martial arts in his lower dantian, without any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian to cultivate others' middle dantian to cultivate another dantian, and it won't have any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian's middle dantian to cultivate. Meow, Chonsi Miao said. Chonsi Miao clapped his hands and said, the most valuable thing is that this person's physical body is innately tough. Not only does he not have to worry about the thunder tribulation in the future, but he also doesn't have to endure the intense pain when he takes over the body. His original body's divine sense won't deteriorate too much. When the two of them spoke, they didn't use telepathy, and they didn't hide it from Zhang Xiaohua. These words entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, and Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that he actually had so many benefits on his body. It was as if he was tailor-made for others to seize his body. Feng Shu, tell me, this is a good thing that this old man has never seen before. This old man can let go? Chonsi Miao said with a cold smile. Chonsi Miao, do you think this old man can let go? Feng Shu took a step forward and released his aura, closing in on Chonsi Miao. This old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator. Feng Shu, do you think you can do it? Chonsi Miao also raised his leg, and the two auras collided, stirring up the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi like a huge wave in the sea. A hurricane rose from between the two of them, howling and blowing in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was like Xiaohua in water, floating up and down a few times before floating into the distance. Sigh. Seeing this, Feng Shu waved his hand, and the hurricane disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt another wave of dizziness, and the entire night sky turned upside down. When Zhang Xiaohua regained his senses, he was no longer in midair. Instead, he was in a gray area. The storage ring floated quietly beside him, and there was also a bag of dirt and a strange Dharma artifact at his feet. Zhang Xiaohua recognized that Dharma artifact. It was Qiufeng's, and that bag had fallen from Qiufeng's mountain when he was killed. Looking up, Feng Shu and Chonsi Miao were still standing in midair. Feng Shu smiled and said, Chonsi Miao, you're quite brave. You actually didn't escape and followed this old man here. What's there to leave for? This old man is the same as you. We're both spirit-severing cultivators. Even if you kill this old man, my main body is still here. Even if this spirit-severing cultivator loses this spirit-severing cultivator, I will tell this matter to the Alliance Master. This old man believes that the Alliance Master will be more interested in this matter than this old man. Chonsi Miao said indifferently. Are you determined to go against this old man? Feng Shu was furious. Having a good cauldron to possess is the last method to successfully pass the minor heavenly tribulation. This old man has no reason to go against my own chance. Chonsi Miao was still indifferent. This old man believes that fellow Taoist Feng won't be willing to see a third person know about this other than me. Feng Shu's expression was uncertain. After a long while he said gloomily, this old man naturally doesn't want to do this, but there's only one of this. If fellow Taoist Chan uses it, how am I going to use it? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me you're planning to share a soul with me? This old man also just found out about such a good cauldron. Where did this idea come from? If fellow Taoist Feng has any good ideas, please tell me. Chonsi Miao said with a smile. Previously, I only had the thought of monopolizing it. Who would have thought that you would appear out of nowhere? Feng Shu sneered and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground with an ashen face. He said also, fellow Taoist Chan, you didn't know the gravity of the situation from the start. You exposed my plans. Now it's too late to deceive this fellow. What's the big deal? Can't we just use the soul-searching technique again? We'll just make him an idiot and leave him alive. Chonsi Miao said disapprovingly. If that's the case, do I need to lower my voice and deceive him? Feng Shu's face was filled with anger. If I use this soul-searching technique again, this guy's mind will collapse. This old man's consciousness will also perish if I go in again. Isn't this asking this old man to commit suicide? This. Chan Si Miao came to a realization. He thought for a moment and bowed deeply. Fellow Taoist Feng, this matter. I was careless. Please forgive me. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too concerned. I know a small mystic technique. There's no need to search his soul. I can erase this short-term memory. What could Feng Shu do? He knew that Chan Si Miao would definitely not let go. He could only wave his hand and say, forget it. Who knows if your mystic technique will work? It's not wrong to not know, but later. During the discussion, fellow Taoist Chan will have to take half a step back. Chapter 3175. Hee, Taoist priest Xiao. Xiao Hua laughed. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Others may not know whether Taoist priest has cultivation or not, but how could I not know? What? You actually... Taoist priest Xiao turned pale with fright, almost jumping up. You were really sent by them? Who are they? Xiao Hua laughed. Taoist priest Xiao is too suspicious. Could it be that if you weren't sent by them, they wouldn't know that you have spiritual sense? You. Taoist priest Xiao's face turned ashen, but immediately after, his face showed ecstasy again. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua immediately waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. You should first answer this Xiao's question. Yes. Taoist priest Xiao almost stuttered in his surprise. True essence condensing into a core is naturally the golden core realm that all Taoist disciples dream of. Other than this, what else is possible? Could it be? Taoist priest Xiao. Oh no, senior Xiao is already. Third grade essence force? Third grade essence force? Xiao Hua laughed. This Xiao wants it, but it doesn't want this Xiao. Do you think this Xiao is third grade essence force? Xiao Hua's words were naturally ambiguous, but in a normal person's impression, Xiao Hua naturally admitted that he was not third grade essence force. No, not possible. Taoist priest Xiao seemed to suddenly wake up at this time, shaking his head vigorously, trying to throw away his unrealistic delusions. Taoist priest Xiao has naturally terminated meridians. It's not possible for him to enter the foundation establishment realm, not to mention consecration and fusion. But, finally, Taoist priest Xiao struggled like a drowning person grabbing onto a water plant, saying, but that bald donkey from the small gold temple is at most in the early stage of the benevolence realm. He can be considered a low first-grade essence force. If Taoist priest Xiao can enter the ranks, then you can defeat the Buddhist sect and expel that group of bald donkeys from Longevity Town. Taoist priest Xiao. Are you in the ranks or not? Hee. Xiao Hua smiled slightly, turning around to leave, and said indifferently, this Xiao can be considered in the ranks. Looks like if this Xiao doesn't say it, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Ha. Taoist Xiao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, since Taoist Xiao is at the lower first rank, then the challenge in 10 days will depend on you. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and ignored Xiao Jian's bow. Xiao Jian seemed to be an unspeakably snobbish person. His attitude towards Xiao Hua changed several times. Xiao Hua originally had the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, so he only treated the fight between Xiao Jin Temple and Jiangchao Temple as a joke. However, the arrogant words of Xiao Jin Temple's monk Ming Yu, who even proposed to expel Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Longevity Town, was not something Xiao Hua was willing to see. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Xiao Hua helped Xiao Jian. After all, Xiao Hua was also from the Tao sect. It was impossible for him to watch Taoism be expelled from Longevity Town by the Buddhist sect. Of course, 10 days was indeed a short period of time for Xiao Hua. It was impossible for him to completely clean out the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians, dantian, and flesh. However, looking at Monk Ming Yu's fat body and Yuanya's ability to fight 1 against 5, there was no reason why Xiao Hua couldn't sweep through Xiao Jin Temple's monks. As for Longevity Academy and the people Chansher Mingyu relied on, Xiao Hua didn't care about them at all. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak state, when facing some foundation establishment or even Jindan stage cultivators, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage just by relying on some yellow and fire talismans. It was exactly as Xiao Hua said. He indeed had the cultivation of a 4th-rank origin energy, but right now, His meridians and flesh were filled with earth crystal Yao milk. He couldn't use any divine abilities, so he really was just in the ranks. The three lonely and helpless Taoist cultivators of Jiangchao Temple saw the light and were filled with hope for their future. One closed his eyes and meditated, one meditated and prayed for blessings, and one even laid down on the branch of a banyan tree, looking up at the stars in the night sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Less than 5 li north of Longevity Town, there was a hill several li in size. Shaojin Temple, which was a dozen times larger than Jiangchao Temple, was built on top of this hill. At this moment, inside Shaojin Temple, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish in the main hall was heard along with the loud and clear sound of a bell. The fat monk Ming Yu, who was wearing a bright kasaya, put down the small wooden mallet in his hand. He looked at the 30-something people in the main hall with great satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Today's evening class ends here. You all can go back and rest." "Yes, Abbot," the 30-something people replied in unison. It was very loud and resounding in the main hall, making Monk Ming Yu even happier. After all the monks left, Monk Ming Yu stood up, tidied up the kasaya on his body, and turned his head to look at the slightly old Shakyamuni Buddha statue in the main hall. He respectfully knelt down, kowtowed to the ground, and said in a low voice, "My Buddha, disciple Ming Yu, has been in this Shaojin Temple for more than 10 years. Previously, there were only 3 to 5 people in Shaojin Temple. But now, there are a lot of people, reaching 32. My Buddha must have seen disciples' hard work in these 10 years. Of course, disciples' hard work is incomparable to my Buddha's boundless Dharma. The reason why Shaojin Temple is so prosperous is all because of my Buddha's mercy, and not because of disciples' hard work. Disciple is willing to take root in Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple, in this corner of hidden immortal continent, to plant my Buddha's mercy deep into the hearts of mortals, to let them know. In this world, there is only Buddha, only Nirvana is their best home. Only by devoutly worshipping my Buddha, can they get rid of evil, can they cut off evil. Amit Ba." After that, Monk Ming Yu softly muttered for a long time, kowtowed again, and respectfully retreated from the main hall. After Monk Ming Yu returned to the abbot's meditation room, he changed his kasaya into a white monk robe. Pang pang. Someone knocked on the door of the meditation room. "Who is it?" Monk Ming Yu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. "Senior brother Ming Yu, it's disciple Ming Fa." A respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Amit Ba, so it's Ming Fa. Monk Ming Yu's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He walked to the front of the door, and personally opened it. Amit Ba. Senior brother is too polite. The one standing outside the door was the monk who followed behind Monk Ming Yu in the afternoon. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, and his palms were clasped together as he said respectfully, "You only need to say the word, and disciple will enter. Why do you need to personally open the door?" "Junior brother Ming Fa, for you to come so late, there must be something extremely important." Monk Ming Yu invited Ming Fa into the room, and said with a smile, "To be able to rack your brains for my Shaojin Temple, to be able to work tirelessly for the prosperity of my Buddhism sect, you are a meritorious servant of my Buddhism sect. This poor monk naturally has to personally open the door." "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Ming Fa sat on the praying mat somewhat cautiously. Monk Ming Yu personally held the pot, poured a cup of tea, and then asked with a smile, "May I know what is the matter, junior brother?" Chapter 3176. Reporting to Senior Brother. Ming Fa picked up the tea, took a sip, and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. It's just that after finishing my homework, I returned to my room and thought of the challenge at the Temple of the River and Tide on the 10th day. I couldn't help but think of the situation 10 years ago when you came to the Shaojin Temple alone with a warning letter. Then I thought of the prosperity of the Shaojin Temple in the past 10 years. Now, even the Longevity Academy doesn't dare to look down on the Shaojin Temple. They took the initiative to exchange pointers with the Shaojin Temple on the day of the Immortal and Buddha ceremony. This was something I didn't even dare to think about 10 years ago. Amit Ba, when I think of this, I can't sit still in my room. The development of the Shaojin Temple these years is all due to Senior Brother Abbot's contribution. Therefore, I came here to thank Senior Brother Abbot for the effort you put in for the Shaojin Temple." Amit Ba, Ming Fa's words obviously had a faint flattery, but in Zen Master Ming Yu's ears, it was very pleasing to the ear. Zen Master Mingyu unconsciously chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. Junior martial brother Mingfa really knows this poor monk's heart. Just now, this poor monk was talking about the development of my Shaojin temple in the past 10 years in front of Buddha. I talked about how when this poor monk first came to Shaojin temple, there were only 2 junior martial brothers, Mingfa and Mingchan. I didn't expect junior brother to also be so emotional. It seems that our cultivation is still lacking. This heart of a dry well realm is still very far away. Amitba, my Buddha is merciful. Please forgive me for my unstable state of mind. Ming Fa hurriedly put his palms together and said very sincerely. Haha, junior brother Ming Fa. If Buddha sees that the small gold temple has become so prosperous in our hands, I'm afraid he won't punish you. Zen Master Mingyu immediately curled his lips and said with a smile. For the Shaojin temple, for the Buddhism sect, I'm willing to accept Buddha's punishment. Ming Fa also said, Junior brother, please have some tea. Zen Master Mingyu raised his cup and took a sip himself. He looked at the night sky outside the Zen door and sighed. Junior brother is right. Although we are Buddhists, we should have a pure heart and few desires. We should serve Buddha wholeheartedly. But in the end, we are just ordinary people. After all, we still have this stinky body. Seeing the Shaojin temple being so prosperous, how could we not be happy? How could he not be proud? Back then, when this old monk came to Small Gold Temple, the first person I paid my respects to was Immortal Academy's Zhu Junfeng. Although that Confucian Dean Zhu was very courteous to this old monk could tell from his disdainful gaze that he was rejecting my Buddhist sect. Yes, senior brother Abbot is right. In the 3 continents, other than the Western Paradise, which is the pure land of my Buddhist sect, the hidden immortal continent and the 1,000 demons sacred realm are not places that my Buddhist light shines upon. Within the 1,000 demons sacred territory, who knows how many disciples who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the development of our Buddhist sect have been buried in the mouths of demons. On the hidden immortal continent, there is the resistance of Confucian cultivators. The spread of our Buddhist sect's dharma has also been greatly hindered. We disciples of the Buddhist sect have a long way to go. Ming Fa nodded his head in agreement. That's right, junior brother Mingfa. This is the voice of millions of Buddhist sect disciples. We are not afraid of blood and tears. We are not afraid of difficulties. We just want to illuminate the entire 3 continents with Buddhist light. Zen Master Mingyu's face showed a trace of redness. His eyes also flashed with fanaticism. Unfortunately, Ming Fa slightly clenched his teeth. The matters of this world are a test for us Buddhist disciples. In this small immortal town, not only does Immortal Academy have Rua Tonglong tightly protecting their sphere of influence, even Taoism has revived from the ashes. A long time ago declined Rivertide Temple. A wandering Taoist dares to go against my Small Gold Temple, challenging the dignity of my Buddhist sect. Hee, I won't hide it from junior brother. Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile. Back then when this old monk saw that Taoist surnamed Zhao's face, I looked down on him from the bottom of my heart. What the hell? A scoundrel wants to challenge my Small Gold Temple in Immortal Town. Who does he think he is? Indeed, Ming Fa said with a smile. I remember the first time this old monk saw that so-called Taoist Xiao. He was no different from a beggar. However, this beggar-like person actually went against my Small Gold Temple in all aspects. Zen Master Mingyu said with a sigh. If not for the fact that this Rivertide Temple doesn't have many Taoist disciples, perhaps in these 3 to 4 years, that Rivertide Temple really could catch up to my Small Gold Temple. This can't help but make me think of our Small Gold Temple back then. At that time, in Zhu Juanfeng's eyes, you and I probably weren't much different from this Taoist Xiao, right? Hee, how could it be that simple? My Buddhist sect's dharma is boundless. What does his Taoist sect have? It's nothing more than some tricks. It's fine to deceive ordinary people, but in front of us, it's just a joke. I believe that Immortal Academy knows all of this. The problem is, Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly, my Small Gold Temple is entangled with Rivertide Temple. So many years of pure reputation will turn into flowing water. Even if I can't see Rivertide Temple clearly, how will the secular people of Immortal Town view my Small Gold Temple? In the past, they compared Small Gold Temple to Immortal Academy, but now? They want to compare Small Gold Temple and Rivertide Temple on the same level. At this point, Zen Master Mingyu said with some disappointment, I originally didn't want to say this. Yesterday, Minister Lu didn't even invite my small gold temple's monks. So why did Ming Fa Shidi insist on bringing a few disciples to Minister Lu's home? Although Minister Lu didn't want to embarrass small gold temple, so he gave half of the ritual to you. But can't you use your brain to think? How can my Buddhist sect's ritual be compared to Taoists? How can they be compared? Yes. Ming Fa's face showed some disapproval, but he still lowered his head and agreed. The most terrible thing is, Zen Master Ming, you didn't stop talking, and continued to reprimand. After the ritual, you actually had a conflict with Rivertide Temple. You and your group of close to 10 people against Rivertide Temple's 2 people, if others knew. It would be strange if my small gold temple wasn't laughed to death. Senior Abbot, I know I was wrong. Ming Fa had no choice but to lower his head and explain. It wasn't that I insisted on going to Minister Lu's home to fight with Rivertide Temple for the ritual. It was that this ritual was agreed upon the last time Minister Lu came to my small gold temple to worship Buddha. Who knows what Taoist Xiao said to Minister Lu? I'm afraid he sowed discord and said that my small gold temple was in the wrong. That was why Minister Lu was persuaded to invite Rivertide Temple over. I only went to Minister Lu's home as agreed, but I only bumped into Rivertide Temple. And Minister Lu also said it clearly. He was careless and mixed up the matter. Sai, forget it. 10 days later, this kind of thing won't happen again. Shidi, you have to take this as a lesson and never let it happen again. Zen Master Ming Yu sighed and didn't want to pursue the matter. Senior Abbot, 10 days later. Which Xueqi will be coming? Why will he come? Ming Fa's eyes lit up and asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it should be Yunlin Temple's Xueqi Xinghai. Speaking of Xinghai, Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes lit up, as if he was envious and jealous. It was a rare look. Senior Abbot. Ming Fa was even more curious and hurriedly said, Didn't you come from Yunlin Temple? 10 years ago, you were entrusted with an important task and came to my small gold temple. Then you must be familiar with Xueqi Xinghai. What kind of expert is he? He. Zen Master Ming Yu laughed and said, My Yunlin Temple has thousands of monks. Although they are all devoted to Buddha, they all have their own responsibilities. Xueqi Xinghai is my Buddhist protector and has Buddhist supernatural powers. How can I know him? I have only seen Xueqi Xinghai a few times on some occasions. Speaking of Buddhist supernatural powers, Senior Abbot, you have to explain it to Shidi. Ming Fa's eyes were even more fervent. For us small gold temple Buddhas, other than Shidi who came from Yunlin Temple, we all entered Buddhism from small gold temple. We are really ignorant. By the way, although the monks of Small Gold Temple have practiced some martial arts in order to protect the temple, they are still far from Yuanya of Zhangchao Temple. If we all practice Buddhist supernatural powers, who would be afraid of a wandering Taoist? When Zen Master Ming Yu heard this, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. He put his palms together and said, Junior brother Ming Fa, fighting and killing should be the responsibility of the Buddhist guardians. We only need to spread the Buddhist Dhamma and teach the ordinary people to be good. Senior brother. Ming Fa smiled bitterly. The problem is that our small gold temple doesn't have a protector. If we had one, would we still be afraid of Yuanya of Zhangchao Temple? Even if there was that old Taoist and that young Taoist who just appeared today, I don't think we need to be afraid. Speaking of this, Ming Fa said with some hatred, I think that Taoist Xiao wants to get back last night's embarrassment. So he challenged our small gold temple in public. He thinks that we can't deal with Yuanya alone. He wants to laugh at our small gold temple. He really didn't expect that Senior Brother Abbot would take advantage of the situation to propose a competition in 10 days. He even proposed that whoever loses would leave Longevity Town, forcing him to a dead end. He lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. How can we compare to Martial Uncle Xinghai's cultivation? Amit Ba. Zen Master Ming Yu chanted. I was also stunned by Taoist Zhao's anger this afternoon and lost my cool. That's why I proposed that bet. Actually, now that I think about it, Taoist Xiao came later. His existence doesn't matter at all. Whether he is here or not, Zhangchao Temple is still a broken Taoist temple. On the contrary, our small gold temple is in a disadvantageous position. If Martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come and it was someone else, there might really be a problem. Then what should we do? Ming Fa was also shocked and said anxiously. Zen Master Ming Yu smiled. Of course, then again, even if martial uncle Xinghai didn't come, Yunlin Temple will send a martial uncle of the Transcendence Realm. That Yuanya is definitely not his opponent. You and I can rest assured. Chapter 3177. Chan Si Miao smiled apologetically and said, Hee, that's easy. If it's not something important, why can't I take a step back? Zhang Xiaohua saw that the two of them didn't avoid her and only treated her as an object. She also knew that her life wasn't in danger. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the ground and stared straight at Qiu Feng's magic tool. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Feng Shu said, How about this, fellow Taoist Chan? I have an idea, but I don't know if it's suitable. Feng Shu, please tell me. I'm all ears. Yes, this cauldron is the last resort for us to get through the heavenly tribulation. If we all get through the heavenly tribulation safely, we won't need this cauldron. So I was thinking, instead of fighting over this cauldron now, why don't we put it away first? Chan Si Miao's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's right. We're only in the middle stage of the soul formation stage. There's still some time before we pass the minor tribulation. Why should we fight to the death now? Why don't we use it when we pass the minor tribulation in the future? Also, if fellow Taoist Chan successfully passes the tribulation, we won't have to fight over it, right? Feng Shu flattered him. Hee, thank you for your kind words. Chan Si Miao smiled and said, Also, although our cultivation levels are similar, we won't pass the tribulation at the same time. How about this? Let's make an agreement. Whoever passes the tribulation first gets to use the cauldron first. If the person who passes the tribulation first succeeds, the cauldron will be given to the person who passes the tribulation later. What do you think? Hee, very good. I like it. Feng Shu clapped his hands and said, It's decided then. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, Feng Shu frowned and said, We can make an agreement like this in the future, but what about now? This old man originally planned to let this guy go to my Immortal Ascension sect first. After this old man is done with the Imperial Demon Valley, I will take him in as a disciple and use my sect's cultivation method to cultivate him. In the future, when I possess his body, he will have a good foundation. Chan Si Miao was also in a difficult position. According to his thoughts, naturally, he also wanted to get Zhang Xiaohua into his Immortal Music sect and use the Immortal Music sect's cultivation techniques to cultivate her. In the future, when he wanted to possess her, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, at this moment, it didn't matter who took Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was doomed, but how could they let the other party take her? Why don't we find another sect and let him stay there? Feng Shu suggested. Don't. Chan Si Miao shook his head like a rattledrum. As long as such a good cauldron is placed in Dawn Rain Continent, all the cultivators who are about to transcend their tribulations will definitely fight over it. We absolutely can't let any sect know about it. Of course, Chan Si Miao did not say one more thing. Who knows what the other sects have to do with you? If you did something, how would I know? Perhaps even if I was the first to use the cauldron, I would still fall into your trap. At this point, this train of thought had no meaning to continue discussing it. The two of them did not trust each other, so how could they be at ease with other sects? The two of them stood facing each other quietly. After a long while, Chan Si Miao urged, Fellow Taoist Feng, could it be that there's no other way? Could it be that we're going to imprison this guy somewhere? Or let this guy cultivate alone in Dawn Rain Continent? Feng Shu's eyes lit up. He clapped and said, Fellow Taoist Chan is right. Why can't we? Where does fellow Taoist Feng want to imprison this guy? Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned. Hee, it's not good to imprison him. You don't want your life in self-destruct. Turn around and reincarnate. Feng Shu ignored his reaction and continued, however, this old man has to remind you that if you disintegrate, the restriction that Chan Si Miao and I placed in your dantian will immediately alert us, and we will immediately rush over. Before your corpse turns cold, we will do something else to ensure that we can use it when we go through the tribulation. Of course, this is under the condition that you know who you are and remember what happened today. Feng Shu seemed to still be saying something, but Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was already blurred. It was as if he had fallen into a gray space. There was no possession, no furnace, no pain, no sadness. Fellow Taoist Feng. Seeing Xiao Hua standing in the air with an expressionless face, Chan Si Miao smiled and said, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Now that it's time to seal it, I wonder if fellow Taoist will make a move first? Or will I make a move first? Hee, you and I will make a move at the same time. Feng Shu smiled faintly. Just now, I thought of something. It seems that your immortal music sect and my immortal ascension sect both have half of the incomplete heaven and earth dual forms devil sealing formation, right? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me that you haven't studied it properly. Haha. Chan Si Miao laughed and clapped his hands. I also have the same idea. If we use this incomplete immortal formation to seal this guy, even void refinement realm cultivators or even higher cultivators won't be able to break it. Not only that. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Feng Shu's eyes. Not only do you and I want to seal this guy's middle dantian, we also want to seal his Naiwan palace so that he can't cultivate normally. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Chan has the advantage in the middle dantian seal while I has the advantage in the Naiwan palace seal. These two seals are connected by the heaven and earth dual forms devil sealing formation. Even if the old ghost Du Jie comes to break the seal and take over this guy's body, we will make him suffer. Alright. Let's do as fellow Taoist Feng says. Chan Si Miao laughed loudly and waved his hands. Countless mysterious spells were cast one after another. Countless hurricanes rushed into his hands from 100 li in the sky and gradually drew countless white brilliance. At the same time, Feng Shu did the same. Wherever he waved his spells, countless black brilliance was also produced. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Rumble. Thunder faintly appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavens were mourning for Xiao Hua, who had just stepped into the dawn rain continent and hadn't seriously looked at the beautiful scenery around him. Boom. After an extremely loud sound, countless air waves rushed in all directions. Seeing the two layers of black and white seals fuse together and entering Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and middle dantian without any obstruction, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu raised their heads and looked at each other with a dignified expression. At the same time, they raised their hands. A white brilliance like a silk was drawn out from Xiao Hua's middle dantian and swam extremely slowly toward the Naiwan palace. At the same time, a black brilliance like a black line was produced in the Naiwan palace and welcomed the white silk. Even the avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators were extremely solemn at this time. Their gazes were fixed on the black and white silk and didn't dare to be negligent. The strange thing was that the two gossamers were like ants. Every time they swam an inch, the void seemed to be about to collapse. Every time they swam an inch, the two avatars also became a bit dimmer. It seemed that at this time, even the two avatars couldn't support this immortal seal. Whoa! The moment the two gossamers touched, a mournful wail like a ghost and a howl like a wolf suddenly appeared. A strong fluctuation followed. The two gossamers instantly turned gray and entered Zhang Xiaohua's body. It quickly rushed in all directions. The wind and clouds in the sky changed again. This seal actually triggered a celestial phenomenon. Shwa! Thousands of crystal lights burst out from the two avatars. The avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu, rapidly dimmed and then turned into specks of light and disappeared in midair. Rumble! Wherever the fluctuation passed, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared from the sky. There was also a torrential downpour. It was as if the heavens were crying and also as if the heavens were angry. Following the thunderstorm, Zhang Xiaohua's naked body fell from the sky. Two sparkling tears hung from the corners of his eyes. It was unknown whether they were tears of the heavens or his own tears. The rain continued for several days, and the lightning flashed in the sky for several days. It was impossible for the anger to not have an end. When the anger had no target to vent, the clouds gradually parted and the rain stopped. A seven-colored rainbow hung in the sky like a giant opened eye, revealing a strong sense of pity. Under the eyebrows of the giant eye, a black dot gradually got closer. When it got closer, it was a magic treasure that looked like a small boat flying over. However, the strange thing was that there was no one on the magic treasure. It seemed to be an ownerless magic treasure. However, when the magic treasure flew over a mountain stream, the light of the setting sun reflected on the magic treasure. A cultivator in a green Taoist robe suddenly sat up from the magic treasure. That's right, he sat up and even stretched his back. The cultivator looked at the sunlight reflected on the mountain peak and smacked his lips.
Sigh, I just closed my eyes and another day has passed. Time is too short. At this point, the cultivator had already stood up.